To start the day's proceedings, please make sure that your cell phones are off. Thank you. Your cell phones are off. Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Hassim. Good morning, Ms.
Morning,
Hassim.
Chair.
Good morning, Ms.
Morning,
Killian.
Chair.
Good morning, Ms. Killian. Good morning, General. Good morning, General.
A very good morning, Chair. A very good morning, Chair.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Hassim.
Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Hassim.
Good morning, General. Good morning, General.
Morning. Morning.
Ms. Hassim, should we bother about what we should have? In front of me, I have 4 files. What should we have? What should we have?
The chat files. So I think that's chat files. So I think 7, 8, and 9. 7, 8, and 9. We're going to continue with those for a little while longer. General, do you have those files?
I have files in front of me that were put here in front of me. I guess these are the right files.
They should be. They should be. Can you open file 8, please? Can you open file
General?
8, please? Chair, file 8.
General?
Chair, page 546. Page 546.
File 8 page.
Page 546. Page 546. It's just a hangover from yesterday before we turn to a new theme, and it relates to the event at your house on 14 September 2024. And what you'll see at 546 is a conversation again between Sergeant Nkosi and General Shabiri, and at looks like 8:28 p.m. Yes, 8:28 p.m. It's chat number 6. Just wait for the chair to get the page. You there? Thank you, Chair. It's chat number 6. And what Sergeant Nkosi says to General Shabiri is, Kat has arrived there. And then General Shabiri responds immediately saying, I don't see him. And then he says, General Shabiri says to Sergeant Nkosi, where are you? Okay. Now, do you recall yesterday I asked about conversations between you and General Shabiri and Mr. Matlala?
Yes.
And you said that at no point did the three of you sit together and talk.
Yes.
But General Shabiri, you also confirmed, was there. What I'd like to ask you is, well, a few questions. First is, do you know why General Shabiri would be interested in knowing that Mr. Matlala has arrived?
No, I won't know, number one. And number two, I wish I could be questioned on my communications with Shabiri or with Mr. Matlala or with Mr. Nkosi, but now I get asked questions about the conversation between the two people.
Yeah, I'm getting there. It's fine. I asked you a question whether you have any idea, whether you know of why.
I don't.
Just answer the question.
No, I don't.
And we'll make progress. The second is, did you observe any conversations between General Shabiri and Mr. Matlala at your party?
No, not that I'm aware of. When in a busy and in the evening, really, it wasn't my focus.
Okay, so you don't, do you not recall, or is it just that you were busy?
No, I don't recall. To me, it was a. Remember, we didn't know we would be here one day, so to me, it wasn't something to take into mind.
Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to put to you that this was a conversation that was happening about Mr. Matlala arriving at your house. I'm going to move off from, unless there's anything from the commissioners, I'm moving to a different topic.
Yes, can we just complete the picture, General? Good morning.
Morning, Commissioner.
This event, was it in a tent outside or was it inside the house?
It's not inside the house. It is in a tent outside.
So there was a marquee outside the house?
Outside the house.
And how many people roughly were there? You don't have to give me the exact number. Around 8 p.m. that day, how many people were there? More or less 20, more or less 40?
We planned for 20, but later as friends call one another, then you lose control of the situation. So I can't tell whether they were now ended up being 30, 50, somewhere there. But at that point in time, it's no longer a concern. The only thing is what is happening at that time.
So between 30 and 50, you say?
It's possible, less and even less.
And I'm assuming because it's an engagement party, people were giving speeches.
No.
What was happening?
What was happening is that because it was my sons,
yes,
with the friends and everything, so what we did was just to guide her on, like, for instance, when the lady comes, she didn't know. It was a surprise one. And as she didn't know, and this one had flowers and a ring, and then as she came, that's when it was like, wow, and then even the friends, most of the friends were here and everything, and that type of exercise when she shows that she's surprised, and then this one kneel down and then talk to her and then put the ring in her finger, and then from there they go in there. So I don't remember of the speeches mostly, but it was more of a celebration.
And I'm assuming, you would have no interest in your son's friends because they are the young crowd. Your focus would be on the older crowd, including your friends and people that you know and the people that you invited.
As I indicated, that I never invited even a single friend.
No, you said Cat must make a 10. That's an invitation. Whatever you call it, when you say somebody must make a 10 at your house, that's an invitation. And I'm assuming you invited Sergeant Nkosi because he won't just show up at your house uninvited. And I'm assuming General Shabiri, you also invited him because he won't just show up at your house uninvited. Same with General Sintumule. She wouldn't just show up at your house uninvited. So at least those 4 colleagues, 3 colleagues plus Matlala, were at your house because you said they must make a 10.
That I don't deny, but what I just want us to stress and keep in mind at all times is the fact that Cat is not my friend.
No, I didn't say he was your friend. I said those 4 people were at your house because you invited them.
That's correct.
And when you invite people to your house, as I said, you would welcome them because they can't just come into your house and you don't know who's in your house.
They will come and they will greet, and then I will show them where to sit. Yes. That's what happened.
So that part did happen?
With my colleagues, yes.
You did greet Mr. Matlala?
Like I indicated yesterday that he came in. Remember, as he came in, I wasn't waiting somewhere, waiting for his arrival and then him coming and me greeting him. It's not how it happened.
Yes, that part I accept because you said there was security at the gate that was ushering people in.
Yes.
I'm now concerned with your interaction with Mr. Matlala. You greeted him.
I greeted him. I did indicate that at some point we bump into each other.
And
I saw
you
him.
welcomed him and you said you can take a seat and be comfortable.
Yes, so I greeted him and then said, no, welcome.
Yes. No, I just wanted to complete that picture. Thank you.
General, good morning. The chat where Sergeant Kosi says Kat has arrived there, it suggests that General Shabiri expected that Mr. Matlala would be there or should be there. That's the only way that this message, Kat has arrived there, makes sense, because it's not preceded by anything that explains why Sergeant Nkosi would tell General Shabiri that Kat has arrived. I mean, if you look at the texts that start at 8:03:15, General Shabiri, and then Sergeant Nkosi says at 8:03:48, 30 minutes, I'm there. That's what Sergeant Nkosi says, if you're looking at this page. And then General Shabiri says night rider. And the next communication between them is Kat has arrived there. It appears a random chat that's not preceded by anything. And the reasonable, I want to suggest to you and hear your comment, that it is reasonable to read it as indicating that General Shabiri expected that Matlala would be there. That's why Sergeant Nkosi, without prompting from General Shabiri, tells him Kat has arrived.
I don't think there's a, nobody is denying that there's a relationship, some sort of a relationship with Matlala, with Shabiri, or with Matlala and Nkosi. So these are people, or even myself, let me include myself there. Because these are people who knew each other at that point in time. As to who is there first and who will be there, who is also coming, it's not a dispute, in dispute.
Okay. With that, are you saying there's nothing unusual if indeed General Shabiri would have expected that Mr. Matlala may have been coming to your house, that it wouldn't be unreasonable to say that because these are people that know each other?
Yes, simply because at that time Mr. Matlala was not in trouble and there was nothing really on the table, so nobody knew. I myself, I didn't know and I didn't expect. I wouldn't have taken a risk of inviting someone that we all know that is wanted or is under investigation, because my colleagues were also there. I would have been taking a big risk. But because at that point in time, we were talking about a man who is actually working with the police as a stakeholder, working with the police. So for me, really, at that point in time, now I can be killed now for that, but at that point in time, we were all innocent.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Singh.
Sorry, General, something you said, I was going to move off, but something you said prevents me from moving off this now, because you say, you would have had concern if you had known that there were allegations of criminality against Mr. Matlala. That would have been a risk. But leave that aside. You are aware that Mr. Matlala is a service provider, and you invite him to a celebration at your home. And as a service provider, bearing in mind this is not like service excellence awards or those kind of situations which are formal, professional kind of environments where service providers are. This is a private, intimate affair. Isn't that contrary to the SAPS regulations and national instructions that govern how you are to manage conflicts of interest? Because isn't that a risk? So quite apart from criminality, isn't it a risk that you may be seen to be biased in favor of a service provider?
I want to answer it in twofold. The first one is the fact that I'm a detective. And if Mr. Matlala is a service provider who works for supply chain, where they allocate tenders, or him supplying service in the detective space, I would be a little bit cautious in doing that. But the second thing that I want to...
sorry, before you say the second thing, can you just repeat for me? You said if something, then you would be cautious, but I didn't quite understand.
I said I would be cautious, or maybe apply my mind in having to invite someone that I know that is a service provider in the detective space, and I invite him to me. But the supply chain is a division on its own, which is far from where I am. I don't even know the people who sit on how tenders are allocated. So I'm far from that space. So I know him as a stakeholder in the police. And that being the case, it's not like it was the first time it's happening with Matlala. Moving to the second part and say, what applies to the goose must also apply to the ganders. And I tried to give such an example yesterday when Commissioner Balo says that, no, General, don't go there. To say I was trying to say, just to mention the same point and say, and this was also discussed at the ad hoc committee. When, if you remember, one of the members, Honorable Diko, saying she also attended a wedding where one of the senior managers of the South African Police Service attended a wedding of a service provider of Metropolitan. And I'm saying we've attended several incidents or events, including the 5th of March, where we were with the service provider who is actually the one awarded, I think, that the same tender that has been cancelled from Mr. Matlala. We were with that service provider, with the senior manager, because she came with those service providers. So I'm just saying, to me, you build relationship with stakeholders, and not because of they have to support you or give you something. As human beings, it happens normally, and not because there's any corrupt relationship. So I was just putting, lastly, the one that I want to put also strongly so, is the fact that even General Munazi himself met with him, and not to discuss any other thing. West of him, they were discussing on how he can help him to get more work. So I was just saying that, and I didn't even disclose it here. So I'm just saying it happens with all of us.
No, okay, I hear that. I'll ask you as we go forward and you answer to just stick to the questions as it applies to you, rather than saying, but so-and-so did this, and so-and-so did that, and so-and-so. That's the first thing. But now that you've given these examples, what is your point of giving the examples? Is it to say that they also committed wrongdoing, or are you saying there's nothing wrong with what they did?
I'm saying if it is wrongdoing on my part, it shouldn't be wrongdoing on my part when the next person can do the same thing and nothing being said about him. And in other words, you know, when George Orwell says all animals are equals but others are more equal than others, he refers to the same situation. I am standing here having to face to answer questions of knowing Matlala or having spoken to Matlala. But when others are doing it, it's not even a subject to be looked at or discussed. So it is my wish and my prayer that at the ultimate end, what do you call, I don't know if I'll quote it right, ruat justitia culem, let justice be done though the heavens fall. Meaning, when we leave this commission, let it not be because of ours lined up through this way of the questioning that didn't get to put all the other instances where others were involved in the same exercises are not covered. But in my case, everything they said about me is all exposed and covered. I'm just praying that we will get to that point where we say, yeah, but this man who climbed the mountain and say 1, 2, 3, 4 and threw stones at a glass house, his is more double than actually what he's saying. And then let the commission be able to assess everything and all at once, rather than having a situation where he went up to the mountain, he threw stones, he's the one now who's going collecting everyone's phones, deleting that what affects him, and then at the ultimate end, we are being prosecuted, or investigated, cross-examined, all of us. And in their case, even the report that gets then given and said for further investigation, get given to him again to investigate again. It's not fair.
Okay, so you've said a lot, and you've given, I think what you're trying to give me a lesson in how the commission should be run.
Justice.
You're giving me a lesson in justice, okay. So I am not going to engage with you on that. I just want an answer to the question, okay? When I said to you, are you raising these examples because they didn't do anything wrong, therefore you shouldn't be called out for the same behavior? Or are you saying they also, what they did was wrong and they should be called out? I mean, it's a simple thing and I don't want a lecture, please.
I didn't see anything wrong.
Okay, all right. And as regards your first part of your answer, you said that you're not in supply chain management. So, therefore, it's okay to have had a service provider present. I am making a distinction here between engaging with service providers as stakeholders in a professional gathering, that there's a difference. So just bearing that in mind, can your regulations and instructions dealing with conflicts of interest, doesn't it apply to every employee within SAPS, not only to some? So, meaning anybody who might be at risk of showing bias to service provider, even if you're not in supply chain management, that is something you need to be cautious about.
I'm not an expert in that regard or no have knowledge, deep knowledge around that aspect, other than to say that I'm sure as human beings, in the absence of being a policeman, I'm a human being. If I have a death case in the family, or I have an event, and then there's someone that I know, I have seen situations where someone says, hey, I can't invite you because obviously it's going to be questionable. That why did I invite this one or that one, maybe at the wedding. But in my case, at that point in time, I really didn't mind if he's coming because the main reason, the main purpose was to come to collect his wife per se. But I didn't really have any problem. So I guess, Chair, I don't want to waste your time, but I just want to say I may not have a deep knowledge in terms of what the standing orders or what the regulations are saying, specifically in relation to who in fact can be invited and who cannot and under what circumstances. If he was in supply chain and I participated in the process, I would also understand. But now that is something that is far from me.
Yeah, we've dealt with that. I've explained to you why it doesn't matter whether you're in supply chain or not. It's something that would bind all employees of the SAPS. But I hear you saying you're not aware of the standing orders or regulations or instructions governing this. That's what you're saying. I'll ask you one last question on this then. Isn't it incumbent upon senior management in the service to be aware of those regulations and instructions concerning conflict of interest, particularly so that you can set an example for subordinates?
It is, in particular, when you know that you shouldn't be mixing with this person because this person is a service provider in a space where you are operating, or that affect, or that is relevant to your work environment. Now, my work environment is completely different one. I'm not in HR, I'm not in supply chain.
I'm going to leave it there, Chair.
Can I just ask a question that I should have asked General, still to do with this WhatsApp? In the same vein as my last question to you, did you inform General Shabiri? We've established he was at your house. Did you inform him that Sergeant Nkosi would also be coming to your house?
I don't remember, Chair.
Yes.
I don't remember. All I know is that Sergeant Nkosi was the one actually who helped me, I think, in the mornings to put things together, and then he left.
Yes.
And then maybe he was to come later. Sometimes he would just help and go and say, I'll come back later, but doesn't come. And to me, as long as he helped me, so I didn't discuss the issue of, I might have said actually Shabiri may come or will come. I don't want to limit myself to like, no, I don't know, I don't remember, I don't know. I'm just trying to put...
You may have mentioned it.
I may have.
Okay. Well, the reason I ask is because if you look at that page 546, the very last message there, which is message number 8, it has General Shabiri asking, where are you? And then it says Kanji. And then if you turn to the next page, he corrects himself. And then he says Kante. And this is a message to Sergeant Nkosi. And that message conveys that he was expecting him to be there. That's why I'm asking whether you would have told him that Sergeant Nkosi would arrive.
Yes.
Okay. But you say you may have.
I may have, but may I comment on something?
Yes, sure.
The Sergeant Nkosi, Shabiri, they're also colleagues and they know each other and they're close as well. At work, you will have people that you have a good relationship with and that you may not have a close relationship. So, to me, it's not a surprise even when they ask one another whether you're coming or not.
Okay, to your house.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. And then before Ms. Hassim moves on to a different topic, let me just clarify something from the discussion that we had yesterday. And this relates to the circumstances in which Mr. Kaula was arrested. Ms. Hassim, are you still going to go to that, or you're done with that topic?
I'm done with that topic,
Okay.
Commissioner.
You explained to us the team, there's a team, I think it's Brigadier Ramangwa, who was responsible for this. And then clearly we know that Sergeant Nkosi got involved in the way that it is being described. What I wasn't sure about is how does that case, and this comes from something that you had said earlier in your evidence about some matters being provincial, being at province, being dealt with at province. How this matter of Mr. Kaula, how does it become a matter at national level? If you could just explain how the system works. Does it mean a complaint was laid at national head office, that it's not being dealt with by province, that you got involved in it? If you just explain those processes.
If you remember, Commissioner, yesterday I did mention that actually the matter, the warrant of arrest, it was reported and warrant of arrest applied for by the province office, number one. Number two, if, and I don't know how the warrant of arrest got to, or the warrant of arrest, which means it might have been sent to me as well, or to Brigadier Ramangwa.
Brigadier Ramangwa is where? At national or province?
At national.
Okay.
And then also working with the tracking teams, all the tracking teams. So in that capacity, he will get it as well because he's at national office and is able to disseminate it to different provinces that has got tracking teams to say he is at head office and we have a database of all the warrant of arrest and all the people that must be tracked down. So that is why he will have access to that.
And does that change? I mean, if because of where he's sitting, he then has access to the database, does that change this case from being a provincial case to being a national case?
No.
It remains a provincial case.
It remains the South African Police Service case. When I say that, it means that...
all right, please, General, let's not be facetious about it. I am asking the difference between a provincial, I know they're all SAPS cases. Please accept, I understand that. So I'm asking a different question. You've said that the complaint would have been raised at provincial. I'm trying to understand, how does it escalate to become a national case that now Ramangwa I think, is now dealing with, now Sergeant Nkosi is dealing with it. Now we know, I think he said Zungu is DPCI, and I'm not concerning you about all of those. I'm just trying to understand your processes. It's a provincial case. It's now in the hands of someone who is at national, who constitutes a team to go and arrest this person. I'm trying to understand, does it change from provincial to national? Firstly, maybe let me take it bit by bit. Did this case change from being a provincial to a national case?
No.
Okay.
But we are able to work together and become a joint project. And not only in this one, in many others.
Okay. And in this case, and I'm still trying to understand your processes. I'm not saying to you yet, if I will get there, I'm not yet saying something went wrong here. I'm still trying to understand your processes. So from how, now that Mr. Ramangwa or Brigadier Ramangwa is dealing with it, where is the role of the province to whom this complaint was laid? I mean, my layman expectation would be it remains a provincial docket. The investigating officer would be a provincial person. The one who constitutes team to go arrest would be a provincial, maybe assisted by national, but the in charge would be a provincial. That's my layman expectation. So I'm asking you to explain whether that's indeed what happened or this is different, and then we'll get to why.
It happens that when a matter is reported at provincial office, sometimes you find that because there are overwhelmed by the situation, bearing in mind the number of cases each investigator is having. Sometimes you find a difficult complainant or a complainant who's desperate or who is crying, who also reports to head office or to a minister or deputy minister or to the national commissioner, some even to the president. To an extent now, when head office gets involved, normally or under normal circumstances, it will come to me. From any minister, deputy minister, it will come to me because I'm the one now in charge of all of them. Now, when it comes to me, I will then also tell someone, allocate someone here at head office and say, follow up with the province and make sure that this matter gets the attention it deserves. Or if this is a matter that I see that this one we can make quick impact, if we jump in and work on it, all of us, we do that. A clear example is this one of Jerry Bushoha, Mr. Bushoha, and the one of the journalists that were killed in Mpumalanga, where the complaint comes. It's a provincial thing, but the complaint comes now to head office and say, not much has been done, please get involved, and then we get involved. That's how we got involved, not because of,
So for Brigadier Ramangwa to then assume the role that he played, it would have had to come, this from province would have had to come to you first.
That's correct.
Okay. Did that happen in this case?
I think so.
It came to you first?
I think so.
And then you assigned him to deal with it?
That is correct.
And when it comes to you, through whom does it come to you? Who at province brought this case to you?
Where I'm sitting, I can't remember now how it came to me. If I was in the office, I was going to ask to say, did it come through an email? Was it reported by the policeman? Did it come from the client, the complainant, or how did we get it? I would know, but at this present moment, I can't remember how it got to me, or whether it came to me, or from the province to Ramawa or to me, because they are also on the ground, they are working with the provinces. So at this present moment, I'm really not able to say that for sure it came from province to me, or from the complainant to me, or from the complainant to Ramawa, or from the complainant, maybe, I don't know if Fanny got it from who, Mr. Nkosi got it from who. So it's something that I cannot with absolute certainty say in such a way that at the later stage, then there comes a record or proof and say, no, but this is not how it happened. This is how it happened with evidence that I don't have where I'm sitting.
Yeah, I think, General, that last part, don't be concerned about it for now. That's why I first asked you about processes. The way I think part of the evidence that we've had and emphasized over and over is there's a command structure. You know, people don't just go about doing their own thing. So I would expect, and please tell me if I'm wrong, that communication to you from province has got a structure. There's a way of communicating, a command, I think. That's what the language that has been used, that a police officer who's sitting in Sentin police station can't just pick up the phone. That's not how your command structure works. They can't just pick up the phone and say, General Sibia, there is this. Am I correct in proposing that?
Commissioners, the space we are working in is I don't want to say it's very funny. It's doable. It's possible sometimes for an investigator and say, I have an interference here, or it look like so and so has got interest, or the people I'm working with, some of them are close to this type of a person or around that, and say, can you take this docket? I don't mind. Then the an investigator can arrange that this docket go up there. Like, it just can happen any way. It's not always the case where I have to write a letter to the provincial commissioner or to the deputy provincial commissioner. It's how it's supposed to work under normal circumstances. Or from the provincial commissioner to head office. Like in the case of Mr. Boshoha, I personally contacted the Deputy Provincial Commissioner. I don't know whether it was in writing or telephonical, but I did speak to him, and then they did, initially for quite some months, in between, or weeks, they were not sending it, and nothing was happening on the case. Up until I then, or it was after I got that call from, a visit from Mr. Boshoha's brother-in-law. That's when I called them now and say, we want that docket, and I think they give us a duplicate, but they didn't give us everything. They did give us a docket, and then that's when I allocated a bigger team to run with the matter. So what I'm saying, Commissioner, is that there's no hard and fast rules on the process itself. It may have some gaps in terms of communication or in terms of how, strictly speaking, things could work. And another last example is this one. Let's say from KZN, initially when they say we got a call from organized crime, they needed assistance. Then organized crime says, we never. And then comes the issue of, no, General Kumalo from CI made it what do you call it, from intelligence. And then we then intervene from that angle as from General Kumalo.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. You see, General, you say, and if you don't remember, you don't remember. I can't press, and for you to remember things if you don't remember them. You say you can't say who spoke to you about this, and then you spoke to Brigadier Ramangwa. At least that much you accept. You spoke to Brigadier Ramangwa, and that's how he gets involved. But you say you can't say whether you got a call from the client who is the complainant, whether you got it from someone at province or the police station. That's fine. I can work with that. But the difficulty then is that Sergeant Ngosi remembers that you called him and said you are under pressure from the deputy minister. The deputy minister, when he was asked who's the deputy minister, I think he said Deputy Minister Matale. I think that's what he said. So we will have to, he will come back and testify, and he'll be asked further questions. But if he's firm, he remains firm in his evidence that you told him that you were under pressure from the deputy minister, when in fact you say you don't remember, then I think it would be fair, and maybe that's what I'm putting to you, that it would be, on the one side you don't remember, we've got a witness who says, I firmly say this is what he said to me, that it may well be reasonable to accept that in fact that's what happened, because you don't remember, so it may well be the deputy minister who called you. That's what I don't remember means. It means could be anyone, and now you've got a witness who puts a name to it. And that name is you told him that you were under pressure from the deputy minister. Do you want to comment?
I was never under pressure from the deputy minister. Of course, you do sometimes will get that pressure from the deputy minister. And I don't say Deputy Minister Mantala, or from the National Commissioner, or from the minister. In this sense, if the family complains, we also don't know how they get the telephone numbers of the ministers or deputy ministers. If the family keeps on crying on to the minister, and the minister knows that I've assigned this matter to the detective, to General Sibia, and we haven't been able to contact the family or deal with the family. And the deputy minister get a call again from the family and say, I haven't been contacted. Under such circumstances, you will get a call that says, but General, I spoke to you about this matter, and the family keeps on complaining that they are not being attended to. And what do you mean when you talk about service delivery and the Batopele principles? Why can't you just really deal with this thing, or must I?
Maybe, General, let me stop you. I do accept that you possibly do get calls, even from members of the public who happen to have your number.
Yes.
So I'm not quarreling with that. May well be your everyday experience, and I expect it to be like that. What I'm putting to you, or what I'm discussing with you, is that you don't remember how you got involved with this. Who called you? Was it province? Was it the complainant themselves, or somebody else? You don't remember. And that's your evidence. And I'm not challenging that you say, I don't remember who. I don't challenge that. All I was putting to you was, well, you don't remember. We have a witness who says you told him it was the minister. So you've got those, and so we have to, it may well be that in the end, it's his evidence that stands, because he says, I remember, this is what happened. So you can't dispute it, it seems, because that's what I don't remember means. It means you don't dispute when Sergeant Nkosi says you told him it's the minister, deputy minister, who's putting you under pressure. And I was just asking you to comment on that.
I never got any pressure from the minister.
Yeah.
I never told Sergeant Nkosi that please do this. I've got pressure from the minister. Not even at the level of Sergeant Nkosi. I would understand if it was Brigadier Ramangwa saying that. But in many instances, I would also tell them that, guys.
But what do you mean not at the level of Sergeant Nkosi?
The level of Sergeant Nkosi is at the lower level. I can't say to him that I'm getting pressure from the minister. I would say let's say to Brigadier Ramangwa, please, any query that comes from the National Commission of Ministers or Ministry, let's also make sure that we don't get the second complaint on the same issue.
You deny that you spoke. Can I understand from what you're saying that not at the level of Sergeant Nkosi? Maybe I don't remember your evidence yesterday. If you have answered, if you were asked this question and you answered and you can repeat it, do you deny that you spoke to Sergeant Nkosi at all about this matter?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Ms. Hassan.
General, I'm going to take you to another part of the WhatsApps between you and Sergeant Nkosi. Can you go to file 7, page 390, please?
390, same file.
File 7.
Page?
390.
390. Before I go there, I haven't opened it yet. I want to ask, Chair, I just needed 1 minute with my senior counsel to ask something from my senior counsel that I wanted to speak about, but I want to hear her advice. If it's doable. If the chair says no, I will then proceed. But I just wanted to ask for 1 minute.
Please do that over the lunch. I'm sorry, tea break, General.
Okay.
Yes.
It's because of, it is maybe in relation to where we are at this present moment. So I wanted to just ask her that will it be fine if I go this way, or what is your advice? But it's okay.
Are you able to anticipate the question, or does the issue apply broadly?
No, Chair, it's fine. I'll go on this one. I haven't even opened. I don't know what is coming, and I'm not worried about what is coming here. I just wanted to make sure that based on 1, 2, 3, 4, can I put this or shouldn't I? So that's why I wanted to.
All right, General, we'll adjourn and we'll come back when it's indicated to us to come.
Just 2 minutes will be done.
I will wait to be told to come back. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's adjourn. General, you are ready to proceed, eh?
I'm ready to proceed, Chair. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Most welcome. Thank you.
Okay, General. So it's file 7, page 390.
Is this or is this one?
Yes.
I'm on it.
Okay, so it's chat number 1 that I'm referring you to. You'll see that this is a conversation between you and, the chat is between you and Sergeant Nkosi, as you know, and you forward him this message. Could you just read that message into the record, please?
Hi, General. My apologies for the break in protocol and the direct approach, but it is an important matter, and trying to understand which spokesperson is on duty will only serve to delay us. I need to afford you right of response regarding a story which will be published tomorrow. It is based on an urgent court application brought by Vusumusi Matlala and his security company, CAT VIP Protection. My Matlala names you in his document specifically. I guess it was a typo to say Mr. Matlala. That he was questioned on whether or not he knew you. He said he did, and that you gave permission, organize that his X-ray machines be stored and used at the SAPS college. Important context is that his company, Medi 24 Tshwane District, recently was awarded a SAPS health service tender. Technically, court documents are protected speech, but I reach out to you anyway to see if you want to respond. Feel free to do so via the spokesperson. I can accommodate this up until 9 p.m. tonight. I will also send you relevant excerpts of his court documents.
Okay, before I ask my question on this, the next chat is a screen. You can see it's an attachment, and it's the clearer version of it is at page 446. So can you go to 446 to look at it? Alternatively, you can look at it on the screen if you don't want to lose your page.
For 46, I've got it.
Is this the excerpt of the affidavit deposed to by Mr. Matlala?
I don't know. I haven't seen it.
This is the affidavit that was sent to you together with that message. Did you look at it?
Yes, I see it.
Yes, so, okay. You forwarded both the message and this attachment to Sergeant Nkosi. I take it this was from a journalist, is that so?
Yes.
Do you recall the journalist who sent this to you?
I don't know, I don't recall the journalist, but I do admit and accept that I did get this.
Did you respond to this journalist who asked you this question? There's a deadline of 9 p.m.
Under normal circumstances, I respond because what I've learned about journalists, if you don't respond, then they'll put it as is, and it's your problem that you didn't respond. So I do respond so that at least my version is heard.
So did you respond to this?
I did, I guess. I take it that I responded.
You say you take it that you're saying you think you would have responded. Is that what you said?
I think so, because, Chair, I think, I don't know how many times I've said it, I'm operating from my memory. I don't have my device.
You say your practice is always to respond
Is
to
to
journalists.
respond.
And on that basis, you say you must have
I
responded.
must have responded. If I don't respond, it will be one or two incidences where I think this one is too personal and maybe working with the people that are trying to destroy me. Then I just leave it sometimes.
Okay, so the content of this message to you is about Mr. Matlala naming you in these court documents.
Yes.
Why did you forward it to Sergeant Nkosi?
I might have to say, look what this man is saying, and it's not true.
Did you have any conversation with Sergeant Nkosi about it?
No.
About this?
No.
No, okay.
I don't remember having any conversation with him about it.
Okay. So I just want to take you to what happens at the same time. This was on the 22nd of December. If you go to page...
Sorry, Chair. I want to ask a question, Chair. I'm in this screen now. I want to also the public to know what is my response to this question, because now I'm just get shown this message, then I leave this message and they take to another conversation. But that what is being said by Mr. Matlala in that message about me, why can't I be given a chance now to say, okay, what was your response on this message? I'm not running ahead, but I'm also saying the line of questioning must also afford me an opportunity to clarify things that the public also need to know. But at the ultimate end, this is not true, because I never gave Mr. Matlala any permission to put X-rays or whatever. I never gave him such permission. It never happened. I took what Mr. Matlala came to the National Commissioner. The National Commissioner rejected it. I gave feedback. So which means that what the journalist was inquiring about was squarely false. So
Right.
Then we can get to the next level.
Right. Can you now just please turn to page 139?
Same file.
Same file. Okay, so you'll see on this page, chat 1, 2, and 3. This is the chat between Mr. Matlala and Sergeant Nkosi. Okay. The first chat, it's also on the 22nd of December, and it says there's a news article regarding a certain general in SAPS whom they're trying to associate with me in our court application. I said I was told to ask him to grant us permission to utilize the hospital inside the Pretoria West SAPS College from a certain brigadier. The reason they referred me to him is because at the time he was acting as a national commissioner. Is there a way we can rectify the statement, because now it looks like I'm very close? Somehow that will compromise his reputation. And now they're publishing the story tomorrow on News 24. So this is a message, there's 3 messages here that go together. This is the first one that is forwarded to Sergeant Nkosi, and it appears to be a message that he had sent to his lawyers to correct the affidavit. And you'll see that in chat number 3.
Yes.
Yes, you'll see that in chat number 3. where he forwards the screenshot of his conversation with his lawyer. And that screenshot, if you want to see it more clearly, is on page 447.
I'm on it.
Okay, and it's a conversation between Mr. Matlala and his lawyer. His lawyer says, okay, how do you want to rectify the statement? And then he explains how he would like it to be rectified. And he says, and I'll, for your benefit, read it out, that the brigadier who is in charge of recruitment from SAPS suggested that I ask permission from the National Commissioner to utilize the hospital which is inside SAPS Training College to conduct medicals for new recruits. And by that time, General Sibiya was acting as the National Commissioner. So that's how I knew of him that day, because his name was mentioned to me once, not that he gave me permission to use the hospital. And then his lawyer says, okay, I follow, I understand. Okay, so he's explaining how he would like his statement, his affidavit that he had filed, to be revised. And then, finally, if we go back to page 196. Oh, sorry, not 196.
We were from
139, thank you.
Yes.
139.
Yes. If you go back to 139, you'll see the message from Mr. Matlala to Sergeant Nkosi saying, please forward this to him. I asked my lawyers to rectify that mistake. Do you see that's chat number 2?
I do.
Right? So he says, please forward this to him. I asked my lawyers to rectify that mistake. Again, we're still on 22 December 2024. Now, if you go to page 196, okay?
Chair, just to ask a simple question. I understand, I'll respond. It's just I'm looking at us going from, go to page so you read this chart, then go to that page, read this chart. Is it not possible to go, as we go into this question where you say, this is the one that this is, please send it to him, what is your comment? To that one, please
No,
your comment. I'm just asking.
No, please let me do the questions.
Right.
Don't tell me how to ask questions.
No,
I'm going to give you an opportunity.
I'm not telling how to answer the questions. I'm just, my concern is just, I see myself now moving from read this chart from 132, go to 447, go to 139, go to 446. So that's why I'm just asking that now. I find myself paging, but I understand as well. This is the line of
what I'm
question.
doing by going through these is to put the full picture to you so you can see. I don't take you by surprise. I'm going to put the full picture to you so you've got the full set of chats. And then I can put my question to you after that. So you will have an opportunity to respond to all of this. I'm not going to leave it behind. It's page 196.
And my apologies, Council, that you, it shouldn't be like I want to tell you how to ask questions. It's just that even myself, I sometimes feel a little bit.
No, that's fine, General. That's why I'm explaining to you why I'm doing it this way. I'm not leaving. It's one topic, but I want you to see the full picture.
I'm at 196 now.
196. So this now is between Sergeant Nkosi and you, this conversation. So what we had seen on 139 was Mr. Matlala saying, please forward these to him. I asked my lawyer to fix it. And now what happens here, we see in 196 that indeed Sergeant Nkosi forwards you those messages from Mr. Matlala immediately on the same day, 22nd December. So you'll see the set of chats from number 1 to number 4. It's all messages. The first is, there's a news article, please forward this to him. I asked my lawyers. Then the screenshot with the lawyers, please show him. Meaning, please show you this. Okay. So my question is, why? Well, let me first say this. Let me take a step back, because you wanted to respond, and I think you have, but let me give you the opportunity again. Did you assist Mr. Matlala in obtaining access to the training college or to the use of the training college in a particular way at this point in time in 2024 or in January 2024?
No. And I'm far from that process as well. So I could not, even if I wanted to, from where I am operating, I can't even put my finger there. It's far from me.
Okay. And you say that's what you would have told the journalist in any event at the time?
Yes.
But then you forward this to Sergeant Nkosi. He then forwards it on to Mr. He then has this conversation with Mr. Matlala, this exchange. And then Mr. Matlala sends these messages indicating that he's recanted his affidavit and he wants Sergeant Nkosi to show it to you. Comment on this if you can. Why was Mr. Matlala concerned that you need to see that he rectify it? Why was he concerned not to upset you? Because that's what it seems like.
Because he knew that was not true, and then he could also know that this thing is they're actually trying to destroy me. Those that went to the journalist and gave the journalist some information, they were trying to destroy me. So you could see that they are using him to try to destroy him. That is why, or to destroy me or him. That is why he would say, look, this is what happened. So that is why, the reason why.
Why do you say that somebody went to the journalist with this to try to destroy you, with the story that's not true?
Because journalists don't wake up one day with a story and just send to a person for inquiries unless they were approached by someone.
Well, no, well, you do get investigative journalists who are following a story, and what it seems like here is this journalist had access to this affidavit, and in the affidavit, Mr. Matlala did say that you had facilitated his access to the training college. So Mr. Matlala did in fact say that. The journalist wasn't given information by some third party.
Now, the nicest thing about the whole thing is the fact that it never happened. He was never given any accommodation or permission, even anything from. He came to see me as an acting national commissioner. And then what he said to me.
General, I think it was yesterday when I asked you to please respond to questions directly, and that if you do so will make a lot of progress. What you are saying now does not answer the question. Please repeat your question, Ms. Hassan.
Thank you, Chair. So my question to you is, you said that there were third parties who were trying to smear you, and a journalist would not have raised this otherwise. What I put to you is that what this shows is that the journalist had access to Mr. Matlala's affidavit, in which Mr. Matlala said that you facilitated access. And I'm not commenting on the correctness or not of it at this point in time. I'm just saying he did say that, that you did give him access. So on that basis, do you accept that it couldn't, why do you still persist? Do you still persist that it was a third party that approached the journalist rather than the journalist coming upon it herself?
No, I am reminded, I take it that it came from the court papers.
From the court papers?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then my question was about Mr. Matlala seeming to be concerned, not to upset you. I think you've answered, but do you mind just repeating your answer to that question?
Well, at this point in time, I can't say why in his mind he felt that he didn't want to upset me, but he knew the truth, that in actual fact he never got assistance from me because he never had access, even for one day at the college or anything in writing to assist him to get access there. So it's a transaction that, or it's something that never happened at all.
I think your answer was you wanted to set the record straight by telling the truth. I think that summarizing, I think that was the essence of your answer.
Thanks for the assistance, Chair.
Thank you.
And he wanted to show you that he's setting the record straight.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Can
Thanks.
you just do this? Because several times now you've mentioned that the meeting happened when you were an acting national commissioner. Can you just give us the exact dates when you were the acting national commissioner of police? I'm assuming there would be a letter appointing you to say from this date to this date, you are appointed in General Masamula's absence as the acting national commissioner of police. Do you have it, or do you have the exact dates?
I think the people who can assist us to give us that letter, either the commission's investigators or us writing to the. I'm saying it because I don't have anything.
You don't remember the date? Within
that date, he came to see me. I know I was the acting national commissioner at that time. I don't have anything that I can show because I don't have it. But I was at that time the acting national.
Yeah. The reason why I'm asking is, remember, we've moved. Sergeant Ngosi said it was December 2023. You at some point said it was in January, and then you changed to say it was in February. That's why that date becomes important for me, because I need to know when exactly you were the acting National Commissioner of Police. But I'm sure we can find it, so let's not, if you don't know, let's not delay.
Perhaps, we can find that out, of course. But do you remember for how long you acted as National Commissioner at that point in time? Was it a few weeks or a few months?
No, normally it will be either a week or either 3 days. It's only when the National Commissioner is away or not around. So sometimes it will happen that it's on leave, maybe for 14 days or for 10 days. It does happen. So I don't have a clear record for how many days, but it was few days.
A few days, a week?
It could be 3-4 days. It could be 2 days, somewhere there. I'm not sure.
Well, we'll find out. Okay, thanks. I'm going to move off this to another topic, Commissioners.
Let me ask my question. General, when you forwarded this question from the journalist to Sergeant Gossi. What was the reason for that?
As I indicated to her, that I just say, look at what this man is saying about me in court, and you know it's not true. Saying to Nkosi, you know it's not true.
Yes.
And it was purely based on the fact that he knows him very well. I knew they were close.
Okay. And you didn't send it to him with the expectation. You say you knew that they were close. You didn't send it to him with an expectation that he would raise the matter with Mr. Matala.
I knew that he would. In situations like those, you also avoid to confront the person, because it looked like now I'm confronting the person. So I just sent it to you and said, but this never happened.
But you knew that he would. You say you knew that Sergeant Gossi would raise it with Mr. Matala.
Yes, and to me it wasn't really, I knew he would at the ultimate end.
Okay. And so when Mr. Matala, in page 196 that you looked at now, there is that message which seems to be a correction of Mr. Matala's way of correcting what he says in the affidavit. And then the next message, I'm looking at page 196, Mr. Matala says to Sergeant Nkosi, please forward this to him. I asked my lawyers to rectify that mistake. So now Mr. Matala is directing Sergeant Nkosi to engage with you about this. You see that?
Yes,
the text says he must show this to you.
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. And you can comment if you want to, but I pick this up in the context of yesterday's discussion, where we had a conversation about Mr. Nkosi, or Sergeant Nkosi rather, appears to have been the go-between between you and Mr. Matala. In this case, you decided, you explain, you say, I didn't want to confront him, I didn't want to raise it with him because I don't want it to look like I'm confronting him. I think that's what you said earlier on. You say you expected that he would, because they know each other, Sergeant Nkosi would raise this with Mr. Matala. Indeed, he does raise it with him, and that's why Mr. Matala responds and says, please forward this to him. I asked my lawyers to rectify this mistake, so obviously they have discussed this. It does lend itself to, in fact, Sergeant Nkosi, when he says it was agreed that you would be the go-between, we see this consistent conduct where he's dealing with Mr. Matala on matters that concern you, and he reports to you. He conveys things between the two of you. It seems that his evidence that there was that agreement may well be the truth in this case.
All I can vehemently deny to this commission is that there was never a meeting, nor an instance where we sat down and we agreed that Mr. Nkosi will be our go-in-between. Yes, I do accept that I actually was talking to him. And in most instances, I didn't even know that some of the things that I'm talking to him, he would automatically just send to him. Some of the things was just meant for me and him, maybe, because of our usual communication. But what I just want to stress, Chair, is that there was never an instance where we sat down and agreed that he will be a go-in-between, even though the circumstances and the whole picture being painted may seem like that, but a meeting never happened.
Okay.
It is not being painted, General. It's emerging. There's a big difference. A picture that is emerging, not a picture that is being painted. Do you follow me?
I follow what the Chair is saying. Chair is experienced and has dealt with this since for a very long time. So my putting of words may not be adequate enough or explain exactly how it emerged. So I respect that, Chair.
Thank you.
No, that's fine, Chair. Let me maybe then put it differently, General. You say there was never a meeting so you differ with Sergeant Nkosi on his account of what he says happened. But can I then put this to you for your comment that there may not have been a meeting on your account? You say there was never such a meeting, but it's what appears is at least there was that kind of conduct. So it may have happened because of how people were behaving amongst yourselves. You were behaving that way without having an agreement about it. But in the end, what seems to have happened is Sergeant Nkosi became the go-between, maybe by default, because you happen to talk to him about matters of concern. He's close to Mr. Matala, and he also has conversations with Mr. Matala, and then he feeds back to you. That's the picture that emerges. And I'm not insisting that you sat down and had a meeting. I'm speaking more to, in practice, it seems that's what happened in fact.
What Commissioner is saying is 100% correct. What I just want to put on the table, Chair, is that, yes, this was the case maybe with Nkosi in terms of how we were talking and how it was happening. But what I want to put just on the table, whether it is accepted or rejected, is that let's take Sergeant Nkosi and put him in the center. Let's draw the same communication to General Munazi, to General Sintumule, the attendance of the events, the biking together, the communication, the same approach. If we look at it, I'm just trying to say, I'm going to be left in a picture where, yeah, there was this agreement, there was this meeting, and there was this thing, but it was just a norm, a normal practice where he was a socialite and talking to many senior officials. I was just putting that on the table, Chair. That's all.
All right. Thank you, General. I mean, I put it to you because that's what Sergeant Nkosi says. I think I want you to understand that the discussion with you right now is about what Sergeant Nkosi has said about you and Mr. Matala. So to the extent that you don't hear me in my engagement with you now mentioning anybody else, it's because we're not discussing those other people. We're discussing what Nkosi said. And these exchanges that seem to confirm that, in fact, he did become the go-between. You say no meeting like that, but at least you accept that by conduct, maybe because of his close relationship to both of you, by conduct, he became the go-between effectively. That's all I was checking with you.
So,
thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Ms. Asu.
Thank you, Commissioner. We'll come back to the issue of the relationship and the important sort of role that Sergeant Nkosi appears to play. And perhaps we can look at it in relation to the next topic that I want to take you to, and that is at page, in the same file, page 232. Chair, I noticed it's 11 o'clock. I'm not sure if you want to take the adjournment now or later.
Let's continue until 15:15.
Are you at page 232?
Yes.
Okay, again, we're back now to a conversation between you and Sergeant Nkosi. And chat number 4 is what I want you to have a look at. And that's on the 22nd of March, 2025, where you sent Sergeant Nkosi a copy of you forward to him this message from a journalist. Could you just read that message into the record, please?
So I should kindly read this message?
Yes, please.
Of chat 4.
Yes.
Good morning, Nonkululeko. My name is Abraham Mashego. I'm a journalist working for the City Press newspaper. I'm currently working on a story based on the audit findings that recommended that Police Commissioner Fani Masemola should terminate the contract with a company owned by a businessman, Usumusi Matlala. The recommendation was made in January and it further recommends criminal charges to be laid. I'd like to know from you what has happened since the recommendations at the City Press is aware that Matlala continued to receive payment from SAPS. My deadline is by 15:30 today.
Was this message sent to you by the journalist, or was this forwarded to you by, I think it might have been, and you might want to look at the following messages, by Major General Pokane? Do you remember? If not, we can just go through the next few messages.
It might have been sent by Nonkululeko Pokane because it's a SAPS. It's a SAPS she's in charge of communication at SAPS. Maybe, I don't know for my response or whether there's anywhere where I fit in, I'm not so sure, but I could really, maybe if I was having my own gadget, say some things with absolute certainty. At this present moment, I'm weak in coming out strong on some of the things.
Okay, no, that's fine, but if you have a look at number 5, I think this is a forwarded message again, number 5, and then number 1 on the next page. So, number 5 says, good morning, General, Lieutenant Generals. Kindly find above media inquiry received from Abraham Mashego at 10:21 this morning. I will engage the relevant division and share the response shortly. Regards. And then the next message on the next page is, good morning, Mr. Abraham Mashego. This is an internal matter regarding SAPS and suppliers. We reserve our comments for now. Regards, Major General Nonkululeko Pokane. So these are a set of messages that are forwarded to you, it seems. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
Do you know anything about the audit findings against the audit into the contract that was awarded to Mr. Matlala?
No. I have never seen even the report at this stage until now.
Okay, well, if you go a little further down on page 233, you send to Sergeant Nkosi at chat number 2. The last page of the preliminary audit report recommending the termination of Mr. Matlala's contract. Now, let me just tell you where you'll find a clear copy of that. It's at page 300 in the same file. You can take a couple of minutes to look at it. You'll see that it's the last page of the preliminary audit report. You see the heading at the top right of the page.
Yeah, preliminary audit report bit 19 of 1/1/9/1/94 TP.
That's
yes.
right. That's right. And then it's the page with the recommendations, recommending that the expenditure be declared possible irregular expenditure for further assessment, that the bid should be terminated, that evidence of procurement irregularities were observed in the bid, etc. You see that? So you forwarded this to Sergeant Nkosi. But why do you share with Sergeant Nkosi this confidential preliminary audit report?
I don't think it was a confidential preliminary report because this thing, I think it was on the media. That's why you see Abraham Mashiho, I think, because it's not something that was given to me or that I had. It's not a confidential report. It has been in the newspaper, even now you will see where there is IGI and maybe certain faces, Kumalo, General Kumalo, Masemola, so it's something that is on the newspaper. So when you share with a colleague that you work with closely, because I did send it to him. If I did, yes, and I don't say I didn't. But it's because of the fact that this is something that we've always known that is happening or is going to happen at some point.
You've always known. Since when did you become aware that this was happening?
Remember, we come back to from the charts where we were reading the thing that come from court where they say I assisted Mr. Matlala to have access to the coalition and all that. So
No, but that was different. That had nothing to do at all with the contract or any audit or any investigation into the contract. That affidavit was what Mr. Matlala filed in December in an urgent application where he was seeking the return of what he alleged were stolen items when his office was raided. That's what that affidavit was about.
this one.
No, yes, the one that you just referred to. You said we already knew, you said you referred to the affidavit we looked at earlier about the training college. I'm saying that isn't correct because that was about a different issue. It wasn't about the contract.
You see, in today's world, where we all know that you do know so-and-so, you do know this kind of a person or this person, and you come across something like this from the media or from the newspaper or from wherever it was from, and then maybe I shared it with Nkosi. It wasn't really a confidential document. It is. I don't see it somewhere marked confidential or secret or top secret. So,
General, the
There's a watermark.
The watermark says it's confidential. So why do you
The
say
whole
you don't
across the
see
page.
anyway?
my apology. Normally, because when you do it on top and below, so this one slipped my mind.
But do you accept that this one says it's a confidential
It was a
document?
confidential document, but
And it's not an excuse. You see, if somebody has leaked a confidential SAPS document to a journalist, and you come into possession of that document, it's not an answer to say, somebody leaked it before, so I can also leak it. That's not how it works. If it's confidential, it's confidential. So you don't perpetuate the leak.
Here, once it's in the public domain, it's no longer confidential. I understand if it comes from everybody who's in this room who signed the confidentiality, and then this document leaked from inside here, and then one of us leaked it to outside. It's a leak. But once now it is something that is either in the newspaper or is going to be in the newspaper, then I think that is.
No. Okay, finish, sorry.
I see this document, and unfortunately for me, is that because of the fact that I'm operating where I could say, but when I look at my phone, I can't find it. or I don't think it comes from me, but I'm accepting it because I've been accepting all the communications that did come from me. And I'm saying, to me, Sergeant Nkosi is a colleague. He's still in the police. And a confidential is not like a top secret document that cannot be shared by any other person. Confidential within the police, it can still be shared within the police. If I gave it to Nkosi, maybe I send it to Nkosi, it's possible that I might have sent it to him, and if I did, in my mind, I might have really not taken into consideration the fact that, but this is a confidential document, and even if it comes from a journalist, still I cannot send it to any other person. It's just like when there is a social media saying wrong things about the person, then you forward it also to another person and say, but why did you continue forwarding it? So I'm just saying that.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hassim. Under normal circumstances, General, that would be a cogent explanation. But you have said a few questions back, I think you were being engaged by my co-commissioner, Commissioner Baloyi. You said that when you shared some communications with Sergeant Nkosi, you understood that because of their proximity, he would probably share those with Mr. Matlala. Do you remember saying that?
I do,
Yes. So now you are saying that you were sharing this with Sergeant Nkosi, SAPS member to SAPS member. You confirm that?
I do, Chair.
Yes. Now, bearing in mind your previous response to Commissioner Baloyi, surely then you must have expected that Sergeant Nkosi would probably share even these communications with Mr. Matlala, correct?
That's correct, Chair.
Yes. So it cuts across this idea that this was a SAPS member sharing with a SAPS member as if it would then be contained within the two SAPS members. Do you accept that?
I do, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, General. So when you shared this with Sergeant Nkosi, what is important is when you shared it, you didn't say to him, well, let me take a step back. Are you aware of any national instructions or policy that governs the SAPS, that governs the manner in which information, confidential information, is shared amongst members of the service?
General, think about that policy or those prescripts over the tea break, and let's come back at past. Let's adjourn. Thank you. Ms. Gillian, do you have any idea where the general is?
Thank you. I'm informed by my instructing attorney that he deviated to the bathroom.
Thank you. General, we've just been informed that you went to the bathroom. For the future, please do the bathroom duties a good few minutes before the starting time.
Will do, and my apologies, Chair. I never thought you were already seated, so I really apologize.
If I say past, we usually come in 2 minutes before the time.
I apologize profusely, Chair.
But this time we came in at past, so.
I really apologize, Chair.
Apology accepted, General.
Thank you, Chair. It won't happen again, Chair.
Thank you.
General, before the adjournment, I was asking about whether you're aware of any prescripts that govern the SAPS and sharing of information, confidential information.
Yes, Chair. I am aware. Chair.
Were you aware at the time when you did share this information?
I was aware, Chair, but to as far as I'm concerned, I was aware that a confidential document that is already out in the public space is not really, it doesn't carry the same weight as if it is not in the public space. Because once the cat is out of the sack, it doesn't carry the same weight. It's no longer really as confidential as it is.
Is that according to your prescripts?
It is the way it is.
And would you agree that if a story is in the public domain, so, a journalist writing about that there's an audit, that this journalist is aware that an audit has been conducted and that recommendations have been made, but there's a delay in acting on the recommendations, but doesn't actually circulate the journalist, or the article doesn't actually contain the audit report itself, right? If it doesn't do that, in those circumstances, is it appropriate? Is it still in the public domain? And can you still circulate it?
Once it is with the journalist, it's already in the public domain.
Once the report is with the journalist.
Yeah, and especially when the journalist is using it and to make inquiries, the confidentiality thereof is already broken.
But if the journalist hasn't circulated it in the public domain, so journalists often come across confidential documents that they report on, but they don't share the actual documents. So if the actual document is not shared, you're saying it doesn't matter, the fact that it's known.
From the user, who was supposed to keep it secret, the user, the only person who marked it, and then he used it to the National Commissioner or to me or to any other person who is part of the discussion or to whose attention it must go. That person, those people remain confidential. It remains a confidential document. But the moment it's let out now to a journalist, and the journalist who's beginning to make inquiries about it, already the confidentiality is broken. So now, as far as I'm concerned, there was nothing wrong on my part to share with a colleague of the same organization on a document whose confidentiality has already been broken?
Ordinarily, that would make sense somewhat. But in this instance, it cannot. In this instance, rather, it cannot, because you've already accepted when I engaged you earlier that here you actually foresaw that probably Sergeant Kosi would share this document with Mr. Matlala. You accept that?
Chair, please make me understand the question.
When
I hear the
yes.
question, I'm just trying to
Yes.
understand properly, Chair.
When I engaged you earlier, do you remember asking that? You did realize that in all probability, Sergeant Nkosi would share this document with Mr. Matlala because of their proximity. Do you remember saying so when I engaged you?
Yes, Chair.
Yes. So now I'm saying your response to Ms. Hassim cannot make sense because you cannot say this was sharing between two police officers. I say this wouldn't make sense here because you actually foresaw the probability, not even just possibility, the probability of Sergeant Kosi sharing this document with Mr. Matlala. You've already admitted it, so...
No, if the chair say, I foresaw that you will share it with Mr. Matlala,
Yes.
it's something else. But
Okay, maybe let me take out foresee and use words that are as close as possible to what I said when I engaged you before the tea break. I said probably Sergeant Kosi, on your understanding of the proximity between Sergeant Kosi and Mr. Matlala, Sergeant Kosi would probably share this document with Mr. Matlala. You accepted that before the tea break, correct? Be careful not to change what you said earlier.
No.
You accepted that probability.
No, Chair. Remember, Chair, even if I said that initially, it doesn't mean that in everything that follows that I shall have shared with Nkosi, it means that everything was meant to be shared with
please don't try to anticipate where I'm going. Please don't try to anticipate. Do you accept that before the tea break, you accepted the probability that Sergeant Nkosi would share the document with Mr. Matlala? Do you accept that?
Yes, Chair.
Yes. So now what I'm saying is you cannot now, in response to Ms. Hassim, say this was sharing SAPS officer to SAPS officer, because you've already accepted that there was a probability that the document would be shared with Mr. Matlala. So you cannot just stop at sharing SAPS officer to SAPS officer because there is the probability that you accept. Is that correct?
It's correct, Chair.
It must be. Yes, Ms. Hassim.
Thank you, Chair.
Advocate Hassim,
I mean,
can
what
add-
makes it
Sorry,
problematic?
Advocate Hassim, can I add one thing to what Chair has said? The other thing about this document is that it concerned Mr. Matlala himself. It concerned Mr. Matlala's company. So it's different from any other documents. This one, the expectation would be that because it is dealing with Mr. Matlala's company, Captain Nkosi would share it with him. You must have expected that.
Can I ask, Chair? You know, Chair, if we are close, maybe in this case, Chair, I want to say if I'm close with maybe the three commissioners, and one of the commissioners is very close to a particular person, and then we know that here is something that we're reading on the news about this person. And then I say, hey, see what is coming or what is happening on this person because it's from the newspaper. This is what is going to be on Sunday newspaper city press and whatever. It has become a norm or normal for people to share something they see about a specific person. Many people see a lot of things about me. Sometimes they share it with my wife, sometimes they will share among themselves, but others know that it will reach me. So I must just accept, Chair, that it happened. It may be reckless or negligent or an oversight, but it happened that way. And I don't know now this time, I must say, as far as I'm concerned, it is just that the risk is not as I was sharing it myself in a meeting, from a meeting that I was sitting in to Mr. Madlanga. It was a question of now, it comes from the journalist, it's already in the public, the cat is already out, and now sharing it with a colleague really wouldn't carry the same risk as the original risk.
Can I say
Is the
first
answer
of all,
yes? I think before we leave this, the answer must be yes. You had no reason to believe that he won't share it with Mr. Madlanga.
Yes.
Yes.
But
Sorry.
you see, General, here's my difficulty with your insistence about sharing between police officers. I would understand your point if you had shared with Sergeant Zulu of Matatia, whom you knew not to have any connection whatsoever with Mr. Madlanga. I would understand your point. But here you knew that you were sharing with Sergeant Gosi, who has a certain proximity with Mr. Madlanga, and you have accepted that there was, to your knowledge, a probability that Sergeant Gosi would share with Mr. Madlanga. That's the difficulty I have with your insistence about sharing between SAPS member and SAPS member. You may comment if you wish to. I made the point earlier and you accepted it. I was just making a follow-up to, again, your response to my colleague, Commissioner Kumalo.
Since the Chair said I may comment if I so wish to, can I take this opportunity to comment?
Yes.
Chair, just to say that if I shared it with a Sergeant Zulu from somewhere that I don't know, it should be concerning. Why did you share it with Zulu? Because you're not. Why? What would be the reason with Zulu? Why Zulu? But now with
that actually buttresses my point. Then that doesn't assist you.
I'm trying to come somewhere, Chair.
All right.
But with Nkosi, I do know that he knows Mr. Madlanga.
Yes.
And that is maybe probably why I sent it to him. But if at the ultimate Chair, the Chair is going to rule, and then and even when the Chair, the assess evidence is in the Chair's hands. So it doesn't really matter. What mine is just to accept that the Chair's pointings, I must also regard it as guidance.
Yeah, let's leave it at your acceptance more than once. Your acceptance that there was, to your knowledge, a probability that Sergeant Kosi would share with Mr. Madlanga. Yes, Ms. Asim.
Sorry, can I just ask my question? General, if it was in the public domain, as you say, why would you need to share it with Sergeant Kosi? He has access to the same public space as you.
It's because, Chair, Commissioner, it's because at that point in time, I think, because it was at a point where it was still between whoever sent it to the journalist and myself. And then I think this is what could have happened because it was not yet in the Sunday newspaper.
No, but you couldn't have thought that, General, because you got the question from the journalist, you forwarded it to generals, and there was a response to it, responding to the journalist, Mr. Mashiko, from your Ms. Nonkululeko Pokane, and all of that you forwarded to Sergeant Nkosi. So you knew the SAPS communication was dealing with it. So your answer can't be that because it was still between whoever and the journalist, you knew that the SAPS is officially dealing with it. And so that cannot be a reason. You couldn't have shared it for the sake of sharing it. You have to be sharing it for another reason because you knew that the SAPS is dealing with it.
Commissioner, I thought I responded when I said because it was with a journalist already, even though I knew SAPS was dealing with it, SAPS was responding. And the fact that it was with a journalist and SAPS responded to it, it's already in a public space. If it was not the same topic, a different topic within a report, from my angle I would understand. But now we are talking about one and the same thing that was sent to a journalist, the journalist from the journalist to the SAPS communications. Now SAPS communications have communicated. Now I know that this thing is already public because it's going to come. Normally when they run the story, they don't wait for Sunday. They also run it online. So yes. That is what I'm saying.
No, but exactly my point. It is already in the public domain. Sergeant Gossi has access to the same public domain. Why do you need to send it to him? Unless you thought this is still internal, which is the problem that is being discussed with you, that you thought it is internal, he's not aware of it, and so you share with him to alert him to something that is still internal. That's the one possibility. But going with your version, which is, well, it was in the public domain, so I was free to share it. I did nothing wrong because it was already out there. It necessarily raises the question, well, if it's in the public domain, as you say, why are you sharing it with Sergeant Gossi? Because he has access to the same public domain. Remember, your story is, it was in the public domain. This report that is marked confidential, you say it was already in the public domain. So you either correct it was in the public domain, and I'm going to ask you, why do you say it was in the public domain? So you're either correct it was in the public domain, in which case you have to have had a good reason why you're sharing it with Sergeant Gossi, because it is in the public domain, this confidential document. Or it wasn't in the public domain, that's why you share it with Sergeant Gossi. And you share it with the expectation he will share with Mr. Matlala. In fact, I want to place it higher than that you share it with the anticipation that he will share it with Mr. Matlala. But let me go back and break it up. Why do you share it with Sergeant Gossi if it is in the public domain already?
I think, Chair, to be fair, people circulate messages, TikTok messages that are in the public domain, but they share them anyway among
General,
one another.
I'm not talking about people and I'm not talking about messages in general. I think you have to answer directly the question, because otherwise we end up losing a lot of time.
Okay.
My question is a direct question. You send a document marked confidential. It's an SAPS document. You say, but it was in the public domain. And I engage you on that basis to say, well, if it's in the public domain, why did you send it to Sergeant Gossi, who has access to the same public space?
The point I'm also trying to raise, Commissioner, is that when there is a message that has been circulating, that is out in the public domain, people share them anyway.
General, you're avoiding to answer my question. Let me ask you my next question. Why do you say this was in the public domain? Where do we see that it was in the public domain?
As far as I'm concerned, if I'm not the author of this document, and none of us knew about this document, but this document found itself where the confidentiality has been broken, sent to a particular journalist.
Why do you say that? Why do you say this document was sent to a journalist? We have the question that was sent to you, and maybe let me try and move it forward. The question doesn't include an attachment of this document.
Yes.
So you do have the question from Mr. Mashiko. It doesn't have an attachment to it.
Commissioner, can I just add to that before
Sorry,
you close
Chair.
your question?
Sorry, Chair.
So I just want to draw something to your
No,
attention.
I want to raise a point as well that I want to raise. You know, Chair, Commissioner Baloyi asked me a question. And whilst I'm responding to the question, just to proceed, then jumps in and then say, no, General, then takes it further and continue on this one. Now I'm trying to also respond, then just as I'm listening to this one, then she comes in and says, just on the same point. All I'm asking is, let me not be overwhelmed by the fact that now respond to this, and then all the communications. Commissioner Balu, I'm trying to be fair to you as well, as you are the person who's here to ask me questions on probe. I must respond, but I'm just asking one favor. That when you ask me a question, allow me to respond and finish as well.
Yes. General, I gave you a chance to answer my question. I asked you the same question twice, thrice, and you're telling me about how people communicate and distribute things, even after I said to you, don't tell me about how other people communicate. Don't tell me about other things that get distributed. Tell me about this which we are discussing. You were repeating, we don't have the whole day. I have only limited time to ask you questions. I accept your answer. If you don't want to answer a question and you prefer to go the long way, I don't think you have a license to be indulged to speak as long as you want and to answer irrelevant things. I didn't ask you about what people do. I asked you about your explanation for distributing this to Surgeon, because it's a direct question. And if you repeat it the third time, I'm sorry, I'm not going to allow you to keep on doing that. And you can keep complaining about me. I will ask you my questions. I'm going to repeat my question before we get to Ms. Hassan. General, I'm going to ask you my question again. And I will interrupt you if you don't give me a direct answer. My question to you is, this document that you say you circulated, you gave to Sergeant Nkosi because it was in the public domain. My question to you is, if it is in the public domain to which Sergeant Nkosi has access to, why do you send him this document? That's my question. That's my first question to you. So maybe try and answer, and we'll come back to Ms. Hassan on my second question.
My question is this, Chair. If the document is already out there in the wild, I take it that the cat is already out of the
Like the impalas.
of the sack. You see, what I don't want to say. I don't want to say she's being arrogant, but she's
just making a joke
no,
with
you
you, that's
started
all.
it, but. Chair, we need to really respect each other and try to be modest with one another in a platform like this and be professional. So if she goes that way, I'm going to take the different route as well, and it's not what we want. So please give me the same respect as well, and let's do it professionally. Now, my answer is, sharing it internally with colleagues wouldn't really be carry the same risk as it was initially. So I have shared it with General Nkosi. If the chair rules that I wasn't supposed to, I will accept that as well, Chair, without me having to go deeper into the subject. If I was not supposed to have, as far as I'm concerned, it was out in the public space. and sharing it with a colleague wouldn't carry the same weight as if it never was.
Okay, let me ask my second question then. Why do you say this document was in the public domain?
Like I indicated earlier, that the moment from the writer to the journalist and to the communicators already, and then back to the journalist, already the cat is out of the sack.
Okay. We have the question from the journalist here. It doesn't include an attachment, so we know that this document was not, at least from this message, the document was not attached to the question addressed to you. Why do you say it was in the public domain if it wasn't attached to the question?
Personally, this document, this one, I never got it myself because I still don't have a report even now. So this document, the questions of the journalist, I think, relates to this, if I'm sure. But I'm not so sure because I don't have anything that I can refer to myself. I'm just following the line of questioning with what I see. So I say these questions were already in the public space because there are those that I can show the report.
Okay. Let me stop you. Maybe you have answered me. You are saying these questions were in the public domain. You're not saying the document was in the public domain. Because that's what you've just said now. You've just said these questions were in, I never got the document myself. That's what you say. You say, I never got the document myself. These questions were in the public domain. So I want to clarify so that I'm not unfair to you. You are saying these questions, when you say it was in the public domain, you mean these questions were already in the public domain. Is that what you mean?
As you were asking a question, Commissioner Baloyi, I was in my mind. I was thinking of a report of the Inspector General of Intelligence on allegations against, where he mentioned allegations on individuals, but it was out in the public domain. But in the meantime, you were asking, so I missed the question.
My question is, and it's on the back of what you've just said. You've said now, these questions, in fact, you've said two things. You've said you yourself never received this report, this audit report. That's one thing you say. And then you say these questions from the journalist were in the public domain. So I'm seeking to clarify, therefore, that when you've been engaging with the chair, with Commissioner Kumalo, with Ms. Hassim, and you say it was in the public domain, you mean the questions were in the public domain. Is that what you meant?
Yes, Chair. And the other concern that I'm just having on this document, I wanted to see whether is it a forwarded message also to me, or where does it come from? Because it's just a clean page but you don't see that it come from a particular...
Do this, General. Pull out that page, and then go to page 232. But remember to put it back once you've answered the question.
Go to page?
Pull out that audit report recommendations page.
Yeah, to page.
And then go to page 232 in the same file. That's where your WhatsApps are.
So, General, if you go to page 232, and this would have assisted you, I was trying to assist you earlier when I said, let me add something here. If you look at those messages, go to page 232. Okay? You'll see that there's a string of messages that are sent to you. The first is the query by the journalist, and that's in chat number 4. The second is in chat number 5, and this, which we dealt with, I took you to this, from Major General Pokani. She says, "Good morning, General, Lieutenant Generals." So she is only addressing herself now to the senior management right, within the service. And she says, kindly find the above media query received. I will engage the relevant division, etc. And then over the page we went, and she says, she forwards then the message, her response to Mr. Matefo. If you see that, number 1. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay, you're following the thread that I'm taking you to, because it's a set of messages that Major General Pokane forwarded to you, including this one, which her response to the journalist. She says it's an internal matter and we reserve our comments. And then finally an attachment, and that's in number 2, chat number 2, if on page 233, if you have a look at it. Right?
Yes.
Now, because that is hard to read, the attachment needs to be, it's an attachment, as you know, to a chat. And so what you're looking at, the big page, is that image. Okay, so this was forwarded by General Pokane. And she's sending it to the senior management, general and lieutenant generals, because she obviously wants you to be put in a position to understand where these questions are coming from.
Are we able to see to who of the senior management was this sent to?
We don't know. All we know is that she sent it to Good Morning General and Lieutenant Generals. So I suppose all of the Lieutenant Generals would have received it, and the General.
Well, I'm not sure to say all the Lieutenant Generals, because to all the Lieutenant Generals, even the one in the provinces, are Lieutenant Generals. So I'm just saying...
Oh, I'm sure it was at head office that this was being dealt with.
But General Sibia, we know it was sent to you. So
from
let's not worry about 20 other generals. From this, we can tell that it's been sent to you. So you are one of the generals, however many. Maybe there were 5, maybe there were 10, maybe there were 15. The point is, you were one of the recipients. And that's how it finds its way into these chats that we are looking at. So let's not go to the northwest. Let's stick to where we are.
I wanted to check where is a good morning Lieutenant General, so and Lieutenant Generals, whether my name is there.
General Sibia, just looking at these chats, we can see that it reached you because you sent it to Captain Ngozi.
Yeah.
You wouldn't send it to Captain Ngozi if you didn't have it. Sergeant Ngozi, sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah. Because the only way you can send it to Sergeant Ngozi is if you have it. If you don't have it, you can't send it to him.
No, it's why I'm asking, it could have also been forwarded to me, not necessarily coming from Ms. Pokane, General Pokane. It could have been also sent to me, but nevertheless, I take the point. Commissioners, I can respond to the next question or your question.
What I'm putting to you is that What I'm putting to you is that Major General Pokane sent you the attachment. And it seems she probably sent it to all of the senior management. So why do you say it was in the public domain? This didn't come from the journalist to you.
I don't know. I don't know whether I received it from a journalist or from Major Pokane, but I will accept that I received it from Pokane. If I received it maybe from General Pokane, and obviously having received an inquiry from the public, I mean from an inquiry from the journalist, and maybe I shared it with Ngozi. To me, I never intended it to go there. Or for him to disseminate. But If he did share it, I will also accept that one.
Okay, I think we've already covered the ground of you sharing, you knew that he would communicate with Mr. Matlala. And the worrying thing, which is where I wanted to go to with this, is that you are sending a document that is about the cancellation of a contract with a service provider to Sergeant Nkosi, knowing it will get to that service provider. So it's not just any member of the public that's receiving it, it's the person who is affected by that internal SAPS document. And that's the concern. Do you see that?
I do.
I'm going to move off this to, well, not entirely off it, because what happens next is you'll see that, let's get the right page, it's file 9, I'm afraid.
I don't know if you are still going to touch on this, and if you are, please stop me, Ms. Hassim. General, to my mind, the timing of this is quite important because the contract was cancelled in June of 2025. May of 2025. I'm thinking of the award. The award was in June of the previous year. So the cancellation was in May 2025. And these chats are in March of 2025. So in a situation where you see the probability of these documents, these chats, these communications reaching Mr. Matlala through Sergeant Nkosi, you were basically sharing, and I suggest this to you, you were basically sharing with Sergeant Nkosi to alert Mr. Matlala as to what was happening. And what was happening, with hindsight now, eventually resulted in the cancellation of the contract. So you are upfront alerting Mr. Matlala through Sergeant Nkosi. You are basically saying, hey, be aware, there's trouble brewing. That is what I'm suggesting to you.
I'm just trying to read what is contained in the page 300. The
audit report suggests that there were irregularities in the award of the contract.
Yes.
So naturally, that can quite easily lead to the cancellation of the contract. In fact, that audit report says in so many words that there should be a termination. So I'm suggesting to you that you were indirectly alerting Mr. Matlala through Sergeant Nkosi that, look, there's trouble brewing here.
In my case, Chair, I was not indirectly informing Mr. Matlala, I was sharing with Nkosi. That is what I can say.
I will leave it at that because you've already accepted when I engaged you earlier that, to your knowledge, there was a probability that through Sergeant Nkosi, these communications would end up reaching Mr. Matlala. I will leave it at that.
General, can you go to file 9, page 1040, please?
File 9, page
1040. Actually, it starts at 1039. Can we start there? It's at the bottom of 1039 is where it starts. It's chat number 5. Now, this is the conversation between Sergeant Nkosi and General Shabiri. What happens here is Sergeant Nkosi forwards the same set of messages we've already read that came from General Pokani, okay? The set of four messages, including the attachment of the last page of the audit report. I just want to make sure you see that.
That General Shabiri sent to Nkosi?
No. That Sergeant Nkosi sent to General Shabiri.
Okay.
Okay. So he now forwards what you sent him. He sends it to General Shabiri. Okay. And then you'll see at chat number 4 on page 1040. General Shabiri says, good morning when he sees this. Good morning, is too bad.
Chat number?
4.
Yes.
Is too bad. Now, I accept that this is a conversation between Sergeant Nkosi and General Shabiri, but it is a theme that seems to be emerging here of the communications between you, the three players that are present as at 14 September 2024, General Shabiri, yourself, and Sergeant Nkosi, and of course, Mr. Matlala in the midst of all of it. So I'm pointing out to you that here's another pattern here of communication that is now involving General Shabiri. And General Shabiri's response to this is that it's too bad. What knowledge do you have of General Shabiri's involvement with Mr. Matlala and his interest in this contract?
I don't know if General Shabiri's got any interest in Mr. Matlala's contract, but I do know that they know each other. Yes. But in terms of the pattern of the three of us, myself, Mr. General Shabiri, and Nkosi, I'm not so sure whether in that what was found in Nkosi's phone only included me, Shabiri, and Nkosi, and no one else. Because now a picture has been painted here of only the three conspirators, 3 people only. Whereas Nkosi had many others.
Accept this. On matters relating to Mr. Matlala, the pattern that emerges from the WhatsApps is of the 3 of you. There may very well be discussions with other generals on many other things, but on matters relating to Mr. Matlala, that's what the pattern shows. Just so that you limit it to that and we don't talk about every general at SAPS.
I don't know if the commissioner has the benefit of the communication of Mr. Nkosi's phone and any other general.
Yes, we do.
In relation to the same matter?
Well, we have everything from Sergeant Nkosi's phone. So we do have sight into his conversations with other people, including other lieutenant generals.
That's fine. Let me leave it there.
You see, you send this message to Sergeant Nkosi, and you know that, let me just put it this way, that he will probably send it to Mr. Matlala, or he may send it to Mr. Matlala. You haven't said why you sent it to Captain Sergeant Nkosi. You say you just sent it to him, but there must be a reason why you sent it. There's an interest in that contract.
I did respond that is because I saw something about someone that we all know.
Okay, and then the same sharing of information involves General Shabiri, and he says it's too bad. Now, one would think, I want to know if you would agree with me, that if you are a senior member of the police service and you see an audit report that raises very serious concerns, well, let me start. Do you agree that the audit report raises very serious concerns regarding Mr. Matlala's contract?
I do.
And if those, well, the recommendations should be acted upon?
Yeah, yes.
But what General Shabiri says here is it's too bad, suggesting that he has sympathy for Mr. Matlala rather than maybe actually outrage that Mr. Matlala would have conducted himself in a manner that brought him within the purview of the audit in the way it did.
I'm trying to understand your question in terms of the outrage.
Well, what I'm saying is General Shabiri says it's too bad.
Yes.
Which sounds like he is sympathetic towards Mr. Matlala's plight,
Yes.
rather than concerned for the SAPS.
Yes.
And the consequences of an irregular, all of the irregularity, right, that the audit report showed. That would be a problem, right?
Yes, but when a person says that's too bad, sometimes you empathize with a person, sometimes you sympathize with a person, sometimes it will be, it's too bad that it had to happen, but if it must happen, let it happen. So this is how we responded. I mean, we don't all have a channeled way of responding or same mindset that says, and this is, under this situation, this is how you must or you will react.
So you're saying that it's possible actually what General Shabiri meant here was just that this is a bad outcome?
So this is too bad. It's unfortunate.
Perhaps more importantly, General, you are very, very, very close to Sergeant Nkosi. You have told us so in your statement, and we see from the kind of material that you're exchanging and things that you're asking him to do. Why would, and I ask the question because you're quite close to Sergeant Nkosi, why would he share this that comes from you about, and all of it is about Mr. Matlala and his contract? Why would Sergeant Nkosi share this with General Shabiri? They were all at your house, so you're clearly all close to each other. Why would he share this with Sergeant Shabiri, who is not involved in this contract?
I'm not really in a position to answer why.
I guess I'm asking you to speculate if you don't know. Why do you think communication from you? Firstly, I would expect you to be outraged that you share this stuff with Sergeant Nkosi, and now you discover it went to General Shabiri. I would expect you to be outraged about it. You are not, or at least you haven't expressed to us your disappointment, your anger with Sergeant Nkosi, that he disappointed you, he betrayed you. You haven't. So I assume you're okay with this because they're all your guests at your house, where you said Mr. Matlala should take a 10, where General Shabiri asked, where is Matlala? Ask Sergeant Nkosi at your house. So you're all a circle of SAPS people who are more than just colleagues, clearly. So you didn't give him the go-ahead. You didn't say to him, share this with Shabiri. So I'm asking you to speculate. Why do you think, now that you know he's done this, why do you think he would have shared material from you about Mr. Matlala with General Shabiri without your authorization?
I really don't know why, and I don't think I'm in a position to speculate.
Okay, that's a fair answer. Thank you. I want to suggest that he shared it. Firstly, as the chair says, you sent all of this, and most importantly, the audit page that final page that you shared, which was given to you by a SAPS official properly. You shared it with Sergeant Nkosi, understanding and expecting that he will share it with Mr. Matlala. He'll alert him that there's talk of termination of his contract, as the chairperson says. And you shared it with him with anticipation, and you are not surprised that he shared it with General Shabiri. It fell within your expectations of who would get this kind of communication. You say you don't know why. I'm merely suggesting to you that I think that's what happened here. You can comment.
If the commissioners will then rely on that speculation, is still in the hands of the chair.
It is called inferential reasoning, not speculation, General.
I was using the words that were used by the commissioner.
I was inviting you to speculate because you said, I don't know. And I said, okay, speculate then. And you said, I'm not doing that. And I accept your answer. I'm not going to force you to speculate. And the chair is explaining what is happening now. It is we have these facts as I've sketched them out. They were at your house. You invited Matala. You invited Shabiri to your house. Shabiri had an interest in Matala being there. We know from their communication where he asks Nkosi, where is Matala? So I've put these facts to you, and then I say, well, the conclusion to draw from that is that you knew, one, that Nkosi will alert Matala about, Mr. Matala, about this audit recommendation to terminate the contract. You knew that. That's why, that's the purpose you sent this to him. Two, you expected that he will share it amongst your circle of friends, which is General Shabiri. And the chair is saying, well, that's inferential reasoning from the facts that we have.
Yes, Chair, if the chair is to make that inference, quite honestly speaking, that one is beyond my control. And I don't think it's something that I can also argue with because the discussion all along has been consistent.
Thank you.
Can we put 9 away?
Yes, Commissioner. We're going to go to file 8 next. General, can we go to file 8, page 632? File 8. (632). Are you there, General?
It's page 632.
Yes.
Yes, I'm there.
Okay, so let me just explain to you, we haven't looked at these before. This is a conversation between Sergeant Nkosi and a person saved in his phone as Bra R. Steve, and in brackets, Mswazi. When Sergeant Nkosi testified before the commission, he confirmed that Bra R. Steve is a person by the name of Steve Matsumi. Okay. Do you know someone named Steve Matsumi?
I do.
Who is he?
He's a businessman that I know.
He's a businessman.
Yes.
In what business?
I think he's in the business of construction and also lending money, and then also associated with the taxi industry somehow. I don't know in what way.
Okay. How close are you to Mr. Matsumi?
Not close.
Do you meet with him? Do you see him? Do you call him?
I think I've met him twice.
Do you recall when?
No. I can't.
Okay. Okay, so what we see on this,
Before you do that, yes, in what context and circumstances did you meet him? In both occasions that you say twice.
When I met Steve, we were working with on a project, extortions. The extortions in the construction, but mostly in the taxi industry. Now, I asked to meet, because the project of the taxi industry is the most dangerous one, because if you deal with what we call the bucket system, the bucket system is a system at the taxis where you find that there are certain monies that are being collected every Monday. I don't know whether it's still the Mondays or how it happens. And that money is collected and then will take into either the chairperson of the taxis, or I don't know whether it's the owner of the taxi rank or how it works. But as we're considering different type of extortions that we're dealing with, that we had to attend. And then we realized that, and the advice that I got was that because now you are entering into the space of the taxis, which is dangerous, you need to find a way of how can you get this thing in such a way that you can still address it without it bringing any danger to anybody, including yourself.
Can you just explain what you mean by danger?
Maybe before that, General, I might have missed it. You say you were advising Mr. Matsumi.
No, I said I was advised that before you embark on this one of the bucket system, because it's another form of, and I have a document here that explains what is a bucket system. I think I'll read it. We had it earlier, but I'll find it now.
Was this bucket system extortion? Because
it's a form of extortion as well, and then within the taxi industry, and we are receiving a lot of complaints. Some people are being killed within the taxi industry because they don't want to contribute to this. They don't agree with it. It's a form of extortion. So then, since we had to embark on this journey of fighting this bucket system, it was rather better to do it from the top in such a way that you get to understand who are the best role players that can assist you to deal with this situation. Then I asked Mr. Nkosi, who I knew very well that he knows Mr. Mswazi, that can I...
Nkosi, you mean Sergeant Nkosi?
Sergeant Nkosi.
Oh, okay.
Then he introduced me to Mr.
Matsumi.
Mswazi. Now, I went to see Mr. Mswazi.
Is that Mr. Matsumi you're referring to?
No.
No.
Mr. Mswazi.
I'm asking because...
The late
Mswazi.
Yeah.
The reason I'm asking for clarity is because in the chats, Sergeant Nkosi has Mswazi in brackets next to the name Bra Steve. So I just want to be clear who you're referring to when you say Mswazi.
I'm referring to Mswazi. It was known as Mswazi.
Is that Mr. Msibi?
Yes, because he's a person who was in charge of the taxi. I don't know whether to call it in charge of the taxi industry throughout the country or working with all the bigger structures throughout the country like KZN, all the provinces. But if we were to go and start challenging a system like this, when you deal with something that affects the taxi, And the words that says nothing about us without us. We had to make sure that we engage. So we went to meet with him, with Mr. Mswazi, to say, we are receiving lots of complaint on this issue. And we want to attend to this issue.
When did you meet with Mr. Mswazi?
When?
When? You said when we went to meet with Mr. Mswazi. When was that?
It was within the 6 months before he passed on. Because I went to meet with him, and then he explained that, look, you can't just jump into this thing that affect the taxes and you're not understanding the circumstances under which this money is being collected, because the problem is that in some instances the money is being collected to pay lawyers, to deal with certain insurances and everything. So now, he then suggested that, but I'm not well. As you can see, I'm not well. The person that I suggest that you speak to will be this one, who I meet regularly. This is the person who I meet regularly. He was talking about Steve. Now, I then said, okay, I will then speak to, he referred me to Steve. That's when I met Steve on 2 occasions. Now, to meet Steve...
So just before you move on to that, was that the only meeting you had with Mr. Msibi?
With Mr. Msibi, if I remember, yes.
Okay, you can continue.
Now, I met Mr. Msibi at that time, and then I started then meeting with Mr. Matsumi. Mr. Matsumi, I met twice or thrice. And why I say twice or thrice? Twice I met him at the Inanda Hotel. That's when we were discussing the issues of the taxi issues. The last one is another one where I met him now too. Is after I was also now working on these allegations that kept on coming about Mr. Matlala, that Mr. Matlala could be involved in the Mr. Boshoha's matter. I will address
kidnapping. Oh, matter. I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm very sorry, General.
Yes.
So, I thought you said murder.
So maybe I'll address that at that time. But this is how I met Mr. Steve. And then for him, it was just to advise me that, look, in a situation like this, I think I can put together a team of the senior people in the taxi industry that could advise you how a bucket system works so that you can understand it. He said to me, I'm not that deep in the taxis, but if I can put people together, this is most probably the most sensible way of dealing with this situation, rather than you going to arrest that one for the bucket system. In the meantime, you're causing a lot of fights and confusion within the taxis. That's when he said, I will organize people that can talk to you about this. That's how it happened.
Okay.
Sorry, Advocate Asim, the question you asked in relation to 632, I thought we wanted to know who Bra R. Steve, and then in brackets Mswazi is. And then General went on to explain that actually there are 2 different people. One is Mr. Mswazi Msibi, and then the other one is Stephen Matsumi Bra Steve. What is still not clear is whose phone number this is, because it says Bra Steve and then in brackets Mswazi. So
Now, at the outset, Commissioner, I said that it is Steve Matsumi, and we know that because I referred to Sergeant Nkosi's evidence here, that's who this is.
So we must disregard the Mswazi part in brackets.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. He explained it when he was here, that this is Steve Matsumi.
Okay.
I think when you save a number, sometimes, Chair, you find that you've got two Steve or Stevens, or for you to be able to remember a particular person, you'll also write where you know that person from.
Oh, is that the reason?
I think so.
That's okay.
Sorry, there's just one thing. You said, you mentioned 2 meetings. One at Inanda Hotel. Do you know when that was?
I said 2 at Inanda Hotel. I can't remember the date.
Oh, 2 at Inanda.
Yeah, I'm not good with dates.
And then you said the last one related to having a discussion with him about Matlala's alleged involvement in the kidnapping.
Yes.
And how would he know about that? Why would he be of assistance to you with Mr. Matlala?
What was happening is that we were investigating this thing of Mr. Boshoga, and the teams were running all over everywhere, to an extent that they even went to Polokwane and they followed the car to Polokwane where he was going and hit a house in Polokwane. Apparently it was now at the wife's home, or him, I don't know, but somewhere there. They followed and hit that place there. Every direction they were given by the family, so they were going. So in my case, I then, because I wanted to find someone who can say to me, but because when I asked the team when we were sitting like this, but the family keep on talking about Matlala, and they tell the reasons why they say Matlala. But could Matlala be involved in this thing? Because to me, he appears to be a gentleman that you see, businessman. Now, I then sought to speak to Steve, because remember Steve knows Matlala. Because apparently Matlala was the bodyguard of Mr. Mswasi, so he will know him. Now, in my case, I wanted to know whether, do you think this man is capable of this? Can he go to this extent? And if you can talk to him, maybe even in our absence, are you able to see if he can really assist in making sure that these people are, if he knows about it? And it is not only about, it wasn't even only, if I remember very well, about this one alone. It was also, there was another case where
General, can you please try to be as brief as possible? It cannot be that in response to each and every question, your answers are as long as this one is. I'm not saying you should not give explanations that are necessary, but it cannot be that in respect of each answer, you are as long as you always are. Can you please try to make your responses briefer?
It's fine, Chair. It's just that she asked me under what circumstance, so I was trying to explain the circumstances. But if it's too long, I apologize, Chair, and then I'll cut it there.
But no, please do finish your explanation.
I just wanted to say, where there was a mother and a child kidnapped, that one touched all of us. And at some point, I also heard that there was a prayer session, but I can't remember in terms of the timelines now. But I've had a meeting with the father of the missing wife and child. He also came to my office. And then the name of Matlala was also still Fishery. And then I went to discuss with Steve and said, but I mean, I've got...
When was that? When was that, when this came to your knowledge and
I don't know the time when they came to my office, but I remember there was a point where we were looking for both, and it is around that time, and the both relatives were in my office. So as to when was that, I can't commit to the timelines. I'm lost.
Was it in 2024 or earlier?
It will be in 2024, I guess.
General, it sounds like then that's the fourth time you meet with Steve, because you said the first two meetings at Inanda were about the taxi issue, and then you met him again about the Mr. Bushoka's matter, and then there is this other family kidnapping, and you had a discussion with him about it as well. That counts to 4.
I think it was both. I think it was both.
As in the same meeting?
Yes.
Okay, all right. That's
yes, I know that it didn't happen both at the same time, but Mr. Matala's name, initially the team investigated. Remember, it started a long time, first being investigated by Gauteng, up until the relative came, and then we jumped in. And then as we started working around that, now the team was now getting more involved in this thing. Then this other one was also kidnapped. So it is, where I'm mixing issues, it's unfortunate on my side, but those meetings were around that.
Right. No, I think I've got that for now. And we may return to it as we go on. But this, if we go back to what we were looking at, what we see is Sergeant Nkosi, that same set of messages that came from Major General Pukane that you forwarded to Nkosi, including the audit report, gets sent to Steve Matsumi. If you have a look at the page I referred to you, 632.
Page 632, yes.
632, and then it goes over to the top of 633. That's where the audit report was sent. Now, you were aware that Sergeant Nkosi is close to Mr. Matsumi, right? You've said so. Did you expect that he would forward this to Mr. Matsumi as well?
No.
These documents?
No.
Do you, and again, based on as Commissioner Beloy was asking you, your relationship with Sergeant Nkosi, why do you think he shared this information with Mr. Matsumi, given that it has to do with Mr. Matlala's contract? What interest would Mr. Matsumi have in this?
I wouldn't know, and Commissioners, quite honestly speaking, it's the same approach as that one of why Nkosi sent it to Mr. Matlala. So even in this case, I never expected that you will forward it there.
Just ask more directly, did you ask or authorize Sergeant Nkosi to share this, your communication or the SAPS communication that you gave him, to share it with Mr. Matsumi?
No.
Did he report to you or tell you that he is going to share or that he has shared this with you?
No.
Okay. Now that you know, you didn't authorize him to do this. Now that you know, what's your comment about it? I mean, he has shared with you, I mean, with other people, your communication that was directed just to him. I expect you must have words of disapproval or condemnation. Or you're okay with it?
Of course, I feel let down and disappointed that he did that. But it's something that already happened and that I find myself in, and it's so unfortunate for me at this point in time, but I feel let down.
Thank you. Mr. Singh?
General, do you know whether, because you've met with Mr. Matsumi a few times, You've told us that you discussed with Mr. Matlala with him and what he knows about Mr. Matlala, etc. Do you know whether Mr. Matsumi had any interest in Mr. Matlala's business, Medicare 24?
No, I don't know.
And you wouldn't know whether he had any interest in this particular contractors?
No.
Okay, so I'm going to move to another section of these documents.
Can I just ask one question before you leave this section? Did either General Shabiri or Mr. Matsumi come back to you and say, hey, Nkosi has shared this document with me, what is it?
It's possible with Shabiri, but with Mr. Matsumi, I don't think so. Because he might not even have wanted me to know that Nkosi shared something with him. But with General Shabiri, it's possible. I don't say it happened, but it's possible.
Thank you. Thank you, Advocate Hassan.
Thanks. I'll come back to Mr. Matsumi again. But for now, can we just... whatever I'd like to take you is file 7, page 337. Do you have it?
I've got it, Chair.
Okay, so we're back now to the chat between Sergeant Nkosi and yourself. And if you have a look at number 5, chat number 5, on 21 April 2024, Sergeant Nkosi says to you, indeed, good day, General. I think that's in response to a message, perhaps a greeting that you sent him earlier.
Yes.
He says, I have a meeting with Tagati and others in regards to Mama issue. And you respond at 12:49 on the same day, but I also want to meet them urgently. I am sitting inside the plane to Brazil and coming back on Friday. Please arrange the meeting. We go on to 338, chat number 2. Sergeant Nkosi says, okay, when should I make appointment for the meeting? Chat number 3, you respond to say Friday night, and he says sharp. Can you tell us who this meeting, who's Tagati?
Tagati, I don't know whether it's Steve. I think it's Steve, because when they say Tagati, I thought it's Steve because it was not the first time I hear the name of Tagati. So I thought sometimes they call him RR, sometimes they call him Steve, sometimes Tagati. I'm not sure. So in my mind, it was the same person.
So when Sergeant Nkosi says, I have a meeting with Tagati and others in regards to Mama issue, you say Tagati is Steve Matsumi.
I don't say so. I say it could be.
Well, did you have this meeting? Because he sets it up.
No, I never had that meeting.
You never had the meeting?
Yes.
Okay. And who are the others when he says and others?
Remember that the promise was that he's going to put the meeting for me to discuss this issue of the bucket system. and then where possible, the construction mafia issues. That's where it happened.
So it was Steve Matsumi and other people from the taxi industry
Yes.
that he was...
That is what I was expecting.
Okay. And what's the mama issue?
I don't know.
You don't know what it is. Sergeant Nkosi says in regards to mama issue, and you say, but I also want to meet them urgently.
Yes.
You didn't ask what is the mama issue.
No, it could be his own private thing.
It could be his private thing.
Yes.
Okay. So he says, I want to meet them. You say, I want to meet them urgently. He says, when? Friday night. And you saying that this didn't take place, this meeting?
I think so. I don't remember meeting those taxi people.
This was in April last year. Did you meet them after April last year?
What I know, I've never met a group of people other than Steve that I've met on the occasions I said I met, because at some point we were arranging to meet, and then as we were arranging to meet, I was still held up in meetings, and at the time I said I'm on my way and I'm leaving, and they were already gone. And they said to me, no, look, we waited for too long and we couldn't wait anymore, so it didn't happen.
Let's go to that one. We're going to get to that. But before we get...
I just need clarity on the identities, Ms. Hassim. General, you appear not to be sure whom Tagati is. Is my understanding correct?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure, thank you. And although you did respond to the question as to who the others were, that is the other people referred to by Sergeant Nkosi, please just tell me again, who do you say the others were? The people that Sergeant Nkosi says he wanted to meet together with Mtakati.
My request was that...
No. I'm talking about the people Sergeant Nkosi is referring to. Who are those people?
Yes. I'm basing it on my request that I want to meet them. I was still referring to the taxi people.
No, that comes after. Who is Sergeant Nkosi referring to? Tagati and others in regards to the mama issue. Who in response to Ms. Hassim did you say the others are? Or I should not confine you to that response. Let me just ask you broadly. Who are the others?
Is Nkosi saying and others?
Yes. Look at the chat 337, chat number 5.
I saw it.
Yes. Who are the others then?
I think Nkosi is the one who can explain that, Chair. Who were the others?
No. That poses a difficulty for you, because you then say in chat number 6, you also want to meet, open quote, them, close quote, urgently. So you know who he is talking about. So you cannot say that I should ask Sergeant Nkosi. You were referring to the same people. He is going to meet Tagati and others about the mama issue. And you then say, I want to meet them urgently. So who are the people that you wanted to meet, and who happen to be the same people that Sergeant Nkosi wanted to meet about the mama issue?
From where I'm sitting, because when I wanted to meet, and he said, I'm going to meet, he said them and him and others, I don't know, and I said, okay, I want to meet them urgently, but I was on my way to...
Do you accept that that obviously means that you knew who those people were? You cannot want to have an urgent meeting with people whose identities you have no idea of. So you knew who Sergeant Nkosi was talking about. It's only logical, correct?
It is correct, Chair.
So who are the people you wanted to meet then?
In my case, the only people that I know.
It cannot be other people. It must be the same people that Sergeant Nkosi wanted to meet. So it cannot be my case, all of a sudden my case, and you talk about people who may not necessarily be the same people that Sergeant Nkosi was talking about. Sergeant Nkosi says, I want to meet Tagati and others about the Mama issue. And you say, I also want to meet them urgently. So there's a correlation. You are talking about the exact same people. So I'm asking you, who did you want to meet?
Who I wanted to meet was Steve.
So does that mean that Sergeant Nkosi also wanted to meet Steve?
I take it that, Chair.
And is Steve Mtagati or is Steve in the others?
And the others too, as far as I'm concerned, I thought it could be those people still of the people that I wanted to meet.
So, as at the time, Sergeant Nkosi wrote this to you, did you know who he was talking about? Because now you seem not sure who he was talking about. And you appear to be talking about the people that you wanted to meet, who might not necessarily have been the same people that Sergeant Nkosi is talking about. Am I making sense?
The chair is making sense?
Yes. Now, as at the time, Sergeant Nkosi wrote this to you, did you know the people that he was saying, I want to meet Mtagati and these people? Did you know who he was referring to at the time?
Oh, Chair, I can't really think at that time who was it, but
all right, if they could.
Sure.
You say, but they could. Please finish your sentence.
Sir, what I know, the people that I would always want to meet was...
No. I'm saying as at the time, did you know those that Sergeant Nkosi wanted to meet? Let's park you on the side for a minute. Did you know, as at the time, did you know the people that Sergeant Nkosi wanted to meet? You've already said you've already given an answer, and I think you said you are not sure.
Yes, I'm not sure, Chair, but why I'm saying I'm not sure, I do know that I was going to meet Steve.
I've said let's park you on the side for a minute. I'm talking about Sergeant Nkosi. Do you not know now, or did you not know at the time, as to the people that Sergeant Nkosi was referring to? Do you get the difference?
At the time, I didn't know.
You did not know?
Yes.
Why did you not ask him? Why did you say, who on earth are you talking about?
I really didn't know. As I was saying, maybe I was in a flight now to Brazil. I think I was going on official duties. But when I say I want to meet them...
You want to meet them being people that you did not know, whose identities you did not know at the time. I want to meet them. I don't even know who they are, but I want to meet them. Is that what you are telling us?
No.
What are you telling us?
What I'm trying to tell the chair is that I know that when you spoke about Mtagati, in my mind it was Steve, or it was Steve. In my mind. Did you
know Steve to be known as Mtagati?
Interchangeably so. Sometimes he spoke about Mtagati, sometimes he spoke about RR, sometimes he spoke about Steve. So there were many names, sometimes referring to the same person. So I don't know if there are different people. I'm not so sure, because I can't point out a person by the name of Steve.
How then should I understand your earlier response, which was that you were not sure who Tagati is, and that you also did not know who the others were? If now you say you know Steve to be also referred to as Tagati, how should I take your earlier response? Or how should I understand your earlier response?
I'm lost a little bit, Chair.
Earlier you said that and I think that was one of my earlier questions. And I was asking it on the back of a response you had given to Ms. Hassim. And I asked you, are you saying that you are not sure whom Tagati is? Do you remember saying you were not sure?
I'm not sure.
Yes. Now, all of a sudden, you appear to be sure. You say that Steve is also referred to as Tagati. And also as, did you say R as well?
Yeah,
also as R.
Chair, I'm not saying with absolute certainty that Steve is Tagati. I'm not saying that. But the name of Tagati is not the first time I hear. Now, when he says I'll be meeting Tagati and others, in my mind, it came as, you know, sometimes they can call you this name, but also call you Tagati. So it came like that to me. So I'm not saying it's the same person. Where I'm wrong, I'll be wrong. That there are two different individuals. I'm just saying, to me, it's how it came about.
All right. To cut this short, General, I will suggest this to you, and please respond at the end. I will suggest to you that in ordinary communication, you would only say that I want to meet those people urgently if you know or if you knew the identities of those people. I'm going to meet Tagati and others about the Mama issue. And then you say, I also want to meet them urgently. In ordinary communication, you would only say that if you know the identities of those people. Otherwise, it simply does not make sense. I suggest that to you. Your response?
My response, Chair, is that when I said, okay, it's because he said, I want to meet Tagati and others. And then I knew he was referring to the same person or people who would be with, and say, I would want to meet them when I come back. And when I say them, I was referring to Steve and those that we agreed that is going to arrange for me. So I wasn't really.
Had you made an arrangement to have a meeting about the Mama issue?
No.
So Sergeant Nkosi was going to meet people about the Mama issue. Are you suggesting that the people that he was going to meet about the Mama issue were the same people that you wanted to meet?
No. In my case, he was just telling me that he's going to meet them.
About the Mama issue?
It's fine.
Yes.
I understand that.
Yes.
That I'm going to meet them about the Mama issue.
Yes.
He will be the one to explain about the Mama issue.
Then how do those people become the same people that you wanted to meet? The people that he wants to meet about the Mama issue, how do they become the same people that you want to meet about something else altogether?
I'm not, from where I'm sitting, I'm not connecting the Mama issue.
Exactly.
Where I'm sitting, I'm not connecting the Mama issue with the meeting that I wanted to have.
Exactly.
So I'm saying I also want to meet them as soon as possible.
Them being people that he is meeting about the Mama issue, and you want to meet these people about something else. Is that not correct?
Yes.
Where's the correlation? How do they become the same people?
It's just that, I'm trying to explain that as Sergeant goes, you are telling me about something, and I say, but I also want to meet them urgently on something else.
Thank you, General.
Can I raise another possibility that you can think about during lunch, General? I know it's lunchtime, about this engagement, and we can discuss it when we come back. There are two possibilities in this statement, and the chair, in this exchange, and the chair has discussed with you the one possibility. The other is that you didn't know these people, as you say, you're telling us. You didn't know them, but you wanted to meet whoever he's discussing the mama issue with. So it's about the mama issue. When I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. There are two possibilities. You either knew whom Tagati is and the others, and you wanted to meet them for whatever business. Or if we go with your version where you say, I didn't know who these people are, but I wanted to meet them urgently because that's what your message says, then the emphasis is on the mama issue, that you knew what the mama issue is and you wanted to meet whomever he was meeting to discuss the mama issue. You understand the distinction I'm drawing? Yeah, I think we can discuss it when we come back because I'm also interested in the discussion.
Let's adjourn and, according to my co-commissioners, come back at 2:10. Let's adjourn.
phones are off, thank you.
Yes, Ms. Hasim.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So we were still on page 337, and it's the chat referring to Tagati, right?
Yes. Sorry,
Okay.
sorry, Chair. I don't know whether this is the appropriate time to raise what I want to raise, but it's just a correction. Over lunch, I made few calls to try and find out whether am I talking about one and the same person when I talk about Steve or Tagati, and I was advised that those are two different people. So I just want to say I'm correcting it. It's not one and the same person. And whatever question that may follow, I'll follow that. But I was just fixing that part.
Thank you.
Okay, you say you, over the lunch break, established that it's not one and the same person.
Yes.
Were you able to establish who it is?
Yes, they say it's someone else. It's not the same Steve.
Who's they?
When I say they, I say I made few calls, and it's not one and the same person.
But still you said they say. So Ms. Hasim wants to know who's they.
Oh, I made few calls, but I managed to find someone who says, no, I know them both. To say to me, no, this one is not this one.
Maybe I'll come back to that, but let me ask you this for now. Do you know a person named Ignatius Pielo Motokati?
No, I don't know him.
You sure about that?
I'm sure about it. I don't know him.
Because over the adjournment, over the lunch break, what I've been able to establish and our investigations have shown that in Sergeant Nkosi's phone, right, this number that's saved as Tagati, spelt exactly the same way as you see it in the text. The number he has saved under that name is a number for a person named Ignatius Pielo Motokati. So it seems to be that who he may be referring to is that person. He spells it exactly the same way in the text.
I won't deny it's a person I never met.
So you accept that it could have been the person named Ignatius Pielo Motokati. You don't know who he is, but when Sergeant Nkosi says, I'm meeting Tagati, you say, yes, I want to meet him too, urgently.
Well, when I said that, I wasn't necessarily meaning, remember, in my case, I had earlier asked for an appointment to meet Stephen in relation to the project that we were working on. So when he was saying he was going to meet him and others, as far as I'm concerned, because of the fact that I thought he was still talking to Steve, about Steve, that's when I said I want to meet them too.
Okay, but why would you think Tagati is Steve? Because in what context would that have come about? Why did you assume that that is Steve?
I know someone who's been called a name and then also having a nickname.
But why would Steve have the nickname Tagati?
It's possible.
I think, General, what you're being asked is, why do you say at that time that Tagati is Steve? the person referred to here, at the time when you say, I also want to meet them urgently, why did you decide that Tagati there is a reference to Steve?
As I said, I was under the impression that it is the same person. So I was wrong.
And the other people were who?
Is the people, in terms of the meeting that I asked.
Yes, but you didn't know who they were.
Yes.
Did you know who they were?
No. From my side, I know that you are supposed to make me meet certain people of the taxis.
Well, yes, except that the conversations don't happen one after the other. Unless you can show us something that on that day, at that time, you were talking to Sergeant Nkosi about meeting with Steve Matsumi, so that when you get this message, you assume that's what it is. If you can show us that, then I can understand where you're coming from. Are you able to show us that?
It's true, I assumed. And in my assumption, it happened that I was not correct. So I accept that part.
No, General, it's not about you were not, you accept you were not correct and you made a mistake. It's not that. You are sitting in a plane flying to Brazil, so you will remember who you were talking about on that day. I suggested to you earlier that you either know whom Tagati and others are, and you are not being open with us to tell us who they are, or you don't remember, but then you know what the mama issue is, because then this message doesn't make sense from Sergeant Nkosi and your response to him rather, when you say, but I also want to meet them urgently, then it doesn't make sense at all. You know who it is. You know whom Tagati is. One, at least that's what I'm putting to you. You know whom Tagati is. You know who the others are. That's the only way your response of, but I also want to meet them urgently, that's the only way it makes sense. Yeah, underlining them, I want to meet them urgent. So the also must be underlined, because he's telling you, I'm meeting these people. And your response is, I also. So just as you are meeting them, Sergeant Nkosi, I also want to meet them. But I want to meet them urgently. So you know whom Tagati is, you know who the others are, but I actually go so far as to say, you also know what the mama issue is about. He conveys to you something that he knows you would know. You would know what he's talking about when he says mama issue. He doesn't elaborate, he doesn't do anything. So he expects you know the mama issue, but I'm proposing to you that these people are related to the mama issue and you want to meet them for your own business or for the mama issue.
Chair, the Tagati part of it, I've never met Tagati. I've never even spoken to Tagati. Even my phones, you can check them. I've never actually communicated with the person. I can't point him out. So I don't know Tagati. I'm putting it here now. I don't know. I've never spoken to him.
So who did you want to meet with when you said, I want to meet Tagati? Who were you going to meet with?
My explanation earlier was to say that I was under the impression that it is one and the same person.
General, no. Well, you know my position. I don't accept that you're being truthful with us about this. I don't.
General, I will say this before you answer. Logic and common sense tells me that if you were mistaken, Sergeant Nkosi would correct you. But he goes along with your suggestion. He says, okay, should I set up the appointment? You say Friday. He says sharp. If you and him or one of you thought you're talking about Bra Steve, he would have said to you, my general, that's not the same person. My general, why do you want to meet Mtagati? Because you and I have not had a discussion about you meeting Mtagati. The fact that he goes along with your suggestion suggests that he knows that you want to meet Mtagati and you want to meet him urgently. He's even willing to set up an urgent appointment to which you agree, and the conversation ends at it will be done. And that's basic common sense. Even if you were not there and you don't know, from a neutral, that's basic common sense and logic.
I really don't agree with that perspective, Commissioner, because the fact that I said, okay, I also want to meet them, it automatically goes without saying that it means that I know who he was with, who he was going to meet. In my case, I say, I want, because coming from the impression that I'm talking about one and the same person, that is when I said I also want to meet them urgently, because me, where I was just thinking work, in terms of that project that I spoke about. So that's what I was referring to.
If that's your answer, let's leave it there.
Yeah.
Thank you, Advocate.
Maybe let me try. How did you think Sergeant Nkosi would know who you're talking about? Because clearly he has his own idea. You have your own idea of whom Tagati is. You also have your own idea of who the others are, because you want to meet them in the plural. So you have your own idea. If you were thinking it's Mr. Matsumi and the others that you're not telling us who you thought it was, how did you think Sergeant Nkosi would know who you are talking about when you say, I also want to meet them urgently? Because he's told you who he's meeting about that issue. Again, now you know you've been told that you're actually wrong. So I think it's a fair discussion to have with you. You've now been told you're wrong about who you say to the commission you thought Mtagati was. So I'm asking you, how did you think Sergeant Nkosi would know who you have in mind? Somehow he knew, he came to know, because there he's arranging a meeting for Friday, and you're all agreed about it. But my question is more directed at you. How did you figure that he would know who you are speaking about?
Having responded to this question, Commissioner, I said, because of the fact that I was under the impression or I assumed that we're talking about one and the same person, he never got to ask me, who do you want to meet, or why do you know who they are? We never got to that part. I just had arranged a meeting and I said when and all that, and then from there I was already in the flight. I was sitting inside, maybe. So it's not a discussion where we're now toing and froing.
So you say he knew who you wanted to see. Is that your evidence?
May I have the question repeated?
So you're saying Sergeant Nkosi knew who you wanted to meet. From your response, he knew who it was you were talking about.
I take it that he knew because he never asked me questions.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, General.
Can I put it to you in a different way? You say you don't know who Tagati is. That's where we started with this. You didn't know. You made some assumptions, but you didn't know this name. Now, and you didn't know the Mama issue, right? But if it was someone, Tagati, you didn't know, and Sergeant Nkosi is sending you this message, right? He's saying to you, I have a meeting with Tagati, okay? If it was someone you didn't know, about an issue you know nothing about, why would Sergeant Nkosi send you this message? He wouldn't send you this message because it's got nothing to do with you. You don't even know what the Mama issue is, you don't know who Tagati is. So I'm putting it to you in a different way to say it doesn't make sense that Sergeant Nkosi would send you a message about things you know nothing about.
What won't make sense is when you look at this message in isolation and not taking into account maybe various other communications and during the day or throughout the day, whether it be telephonical or a message. So if at some point we did speak with Nkosi and then later he says to me, I'm going to meet so and so and so and so, and then I respond and say, I also want to. So there could be a background or something that might have been discussed much earlier. So unfortunately for me, I don't know, I can't remember that long back.
Okay, so but if there was a background, then you would have known who Tagati is and what the Mama issue is. If there was a background. You were saying, as you sit here, that you didn't know.
No, the Mama issue could be Nkosi's issue.
Do you know what it is, or are you just not wanting to talk about it?
No, I don't know. You see, I think Nkosi is the one who can clarify.
Okay.
Well, General, before you move, you say that if you look at it out of context, it doesn't make sense, but can we then look at it in the context of page 337, because that's what we know, 337. That's that page. So you have a communication with Sergeant Nkosi on the 19th of April, and the next communication on this page is on the 21st of April at 12:35.
Which is file number?
The one that we had, file 7. It's the one that was in front.
File 7, page 337.
Yeah, that's where the text about from Sergeant Nkosi about Tagati and others in the Mama issue. That's where it is. So if you look at chat 3 is on the 19th of April. And I think we've been told it's a call or something. And then chat 4 is a different date. It's the 21st of April. So you spoke on the 19th. The next time you spoke is on the 21st. And there's that picture there that is sent at 12:35. And then the next thing at 12:37, so that's 1.5 minutes later, on the same day, he then sends you that chat that we are discussing now, the Tagati and others chat. And then you respond in chat 6 at 12:49 to say you're sitting in the plane. So just on the context of this page, and I want you to underline the context of the page because you said context. In the context of this page, there's no other communication. The last was on the 19th, and the next time you spoke is the 21st, according to this page. So you didn't have a conversation with him earlier in the day, we know from this. That would explain that message there. So just in context of this page, is he's reporting to you a meeting. We don't have anything before that. He reports to you a meeting, and then your response, there's nothing intervening. Your very next response is, I also want to meet them urgently. So there is no context for he knew and understood who you were speaking about except Tagati, others, and the Mama issue. There's no other story on this page on the 21st. That's what I'm saying to you. And it's important, the sequence of conversations that is within minutes of each other after you last spoke on the 19th. So what I'm suggesting to you is the only context, there's no other context other than He reports to you for the first time on the 21st about this meeting, and then your answer is, I also want to meet them. You must have been talking about the same people that he's talking about in his chat.
When I look at the communication, the chat on the 19th of April 2024, 11,
Yes.
which is chat number 3,
Yes,
it's just 2 days ago.
yes,
There's a difference of 2 days.
yes.
Now, if maybe whatever that we might have discussed at that time, and then he now comes back to me on this time
Yes.
and say, I am going to meet Tagati, and then I have a meeting with Tagati and others in regard to Mama issue.
Yes.
Now, Mama issue, I don't know whether it could be the issue of whose Mama, whether it could be the wife of somebody or whose Mama, I don't know. But on my side, I then also said I also want to meet them, hoping that, and urgently, hoping that, or thinking or assuming that it is the same person, Tagati Steve, hoping that it is the same person. So that's what I requested.
Right. Thank you, General.
General, what was so urgent about the meeting that you wanted to have?
What was urgent is the same thing the issue that I discussed, because I know I was going to work, or I was working on a report that I was in dealing with that project that we were dealing with.
You were working on a report.
Yeah, we're working on this issue of the extortions.
How long did you go to Brazil for?
I'm not sure whether it was 3 days or 4 days or a week, but
Okay.
it wasn't a night or two.
The 21st of April was a Sunday. So when you are on the plane, and you want the meeting for Friday, so it would have been one of the first things you wanted to do upon your return.
Right, yes.
Okay. And that you wanted to do, you say, has to do with Matsumi, Mr. Matsumi.
With the meeting that I
Yes,
asked
that
with
was
him.
urgent.
Yes.
That needed to happen urgently.
Yes.
Okay. Can we go to the same file? If you go to page 343, okay, this is now in June 2024. It's still conversations between you and Sergeant Nkosi. But it's now in June, and he sends you a message, you'll see in chat number 2, where he asks you time for meeting, and you say 6 to 7, I have a meeting at 7:30. He says, let me forward to them, and then he says to you 6 o'clock, it's confirmed. Okay, now just before we go further, he says, let me forward to them at 3:27:08. If you go to file 605, file 8, at page 605.
Got it?
This is the chat between Sergeant Nkosi and Steve Matsumi. So you'll see in chat number 9 at at 3:42, there's a message from Sergeant Nkosi to Stephen Matsumi saying, forwarding your message. 6 to 7, I have a meeting at 7:30. Do you see that?
Yes.
So he forwards that to Steve Matsumi and they have a phone call. Okay, and then you have to go back now to the previous page, 343 in file 1. He gets back to you in chat number 5 to say, 6 o'clock, it's confirmed. So he is arranging the meeting between you and Mr. Matsumi.
Yes.
Okay. Let's just continue with this before I ask you questions about it, just so we have the complete picture.
Can I raise just quickly something that I want to let the commissioners also look into? Whilst I understand maybe the line of approach or the questioning, I'm in between. I look at the date and the month. It's not like it was a streamlined type of communication on a daily basis every day, because it will be one message once in a month. Another one will see that it is in April, another one it is in May, another one maybe is in June, because when you look at the month, they are scattered. I'm just trying to say, let's bear that in mind, that whilst you read this message and that message where you set up appointment on different timelines, different days altogether. So I'm just trying to put it in such a way that it shouldn't be that one was not working, just focusing on arranging meetings with Nkosi, with Mr. Matsumi. I was just putting that.
No,
aspect.
thanks. Jen, that's not what I'm suggesting at all. So that's not my line of questioning. I'm not making any suggestion about whether you were working or what your preoccupation was. I'm not, that's not the reason why I'm going to these chats. And in these chats, the timeline I'm putting to you is between, it's showing Nkosi as the middleman, arranging the meeting between you and Mr. Matsumi. And this is the context. I jump between the two because the chats are in one file, but it's all at the same time. That's why I showed you the time. The last message with you, I think the message to, Mr. Matsumi was around 15:48 or 15:47, and then 15:49 he comes to you and he says it's confirmed. Okay?
And your point about different chats on different dates does not apply to what Ms. Hassim is taking you through now. All of these are on the 5th of June 2024. So the chats between you and Sergeant Nkosi are on the 5th of June 2024. And the chats between Sergeant Nkosi and Mr. Matsumi are also on the 5th of June 2024. And what Ms. Hassim drew your attention to is the fact that under chat number 9, Sergeant Nkosi is forwarding your message to Mr. Matsumi. Your message being the one where you said 6 to 7, ? I have a meeting at 7:30. That's your message to Sergeant Nkosi. Sergeant Nkosi is forwarding it to Mr. Matsumi. All of that is on the 5th of June 2024. So you see that your point about different dates and so on does not apply to what Ms. Hassim is dealing with now.
I respect what the chair is saying.
Yes.
But just to refer the chair for an example, let's say to page 605 in file 8 of 10. And you may want to look at the different charts of course dating from, let's say 590, you'll see is March, and then we'll find in April, we'll find in May. Now we are in June. I was just trying to rest that part or bring it home. That says, I understand, Chair, I heard what the Chair said.
Yes.
I was just saying that most of the communications will be If ever, it will be once in a month, maybe, if it happens. Not that it was like constantly, they are scattered, but now as it is being presented.
Yeah, I hear that, but I'm not sure of its relevance in the context of the point being made now. Perhaps let's just proceed, General. Yeah. Yes, Ms. Hassim.
Thanks, Chair. So let's just keep going down. Now we were 6 o'clock, it's confirmed. Right, that's still at page 343. The next message from you on the same page is at chat number 8 at 1641, where you say, still with the National Commissioner, let's see how it goes. Okay. Then the next message is, and just to be clear, I'm going to put all of the messages to you so you see the whole picture before I ask you questions. So I'm not trying to bombard you. I'm just trying to give you one coherent picture. Okay? So he says to you, Sergeant Nkosi, at 1642, should I let them know? You respond at 1724, yes, but let us see. Okay? And then that's at 1724. I have to take you then to that page we were at, 606 again. That's the chat now with Mr. Matsumi. Okay. And again, he forwards your messages to Mr. Matsumi. You'll see that in chats number 4, 5, and 6. Should I let them know? Yes, but let us see. Sentimule is still presenting. And then there's a phone call between him and that's Sergeant Nkosi and Mr. Matsumi. Okay? And then we go back to your timeline on page 344 at 1827. Page 344, chat number 4.
Chat number?
4. And then at 1657, there's a phone call that goes out from you to Sergeant Nkosi. At 1858, you say still here, I think you mean, with General Sentimule and the National Commissioner. And at 1937, Sergeant Nkosi sends you a message saying, are you winning? You respond at 1939, we just finished now, are they still there? Sergeant Nkosi responds, yes. And then he asks you at 1945, how far? And you respond, as you go down the chats, you see this, right? How far? You respond, give me 30 minutes, on my way. Okay, so that's the component, the full component of the chats on this. So this is a meeting, obviously, that's being set up by Sergeant Nkosi between you and Mr. Matsumi, right?
Yes.
But in this chat, you see that he refers to, and you say, are they still there? You refer to they and them. Who are the other people that you were meeting at this point?
If I remember,
or planning to meet.
If I remember very well, the meeting that I asked to discuss the project that I wanted to discuss is I expected him to have put a team to, the people that I'm going to actually be able to speak to that can guide me and assist me. That's what I know. And that's exactly the meeting that was planned.
This is the meeting that was planned. Okay, so this was this was the urgent meeting you were wanting.
I take it so.
Okay. It's quite some time since April to now in June having this meeting.
Yes.
So had the urgency worn away, or how do you explain the urgency now?
Is because when I came back, I don't think it happened. It never happened because the meeting never happened, never took place, and even here, as you could see, there was a little bit of impatience. Are you winning? How far? And because the time was supposed to be much earlier, and others had their own other arrangements. So, as I was saying, I'm on my way. Then, and it was like, you know what, Chief, let's postpone.
Oh, so did it never take place, this meeting?
I don't remember. It never happened.
So you took me down another, you went down a different road. You didn't answer the question I asked you, which is, what happened to the urgency that you had in April? You're telling me now that you were trying to get there and then this meeting got postponed. Okay, I hear that. But what I asked you was, you said that this meeting was the meeting you were talking about on the plane to Brazil, right?
Well,
and I'm saying that was urgent. You said it was urgent, so urgent that you wanted to have this meeting as soon as you returned from Brazil. And now we're in June. So what happened to the urgency? What made it lesser? Why didn't this meeting take place sooner then?
It's just that, Chair, I'm quite honestly speaking, because I'm talking, the timelines will hit me hard here, but remember that there are instances where I said I wanted to talk about the Boshoga matter. Because from where I'm sitting at this level, as the team is running, investigating and conducting investigation, but I think I can assist by speaking to someone who can call Matala or say to Matala, but do you know anything about this thing? If yes, why can't you release the person? I mean, in my case, we spoke to him. I asked him and he denied. And yet the family was of firm view that he could be involved. Now, what I don't know in terms of the timelines is whether it is around about the same time when he was already kidnapped or not, Mr. Boshoga. But I've met them on two different matters. The first one is the one that I spoke about, and the second one is I had to meet him on the Boshoga matter, and the other surname I forget, where the mother and the child was kidnapped, but it was on a different time.
Okay, so first when I asked you what was the meeting about, you said it was about that, this is the meeting you wanted to have, that's what you were referring to when you were on the plane to Brazil, right? It was about the report on extortion and the bucket system within the taxi, broadly speaking, industry, okay? And then when I asked you, but then if that was urgent and it was a report you were preparing, what happened to the urgency? Now you're saying that actually what this meeting was about Jerry Boshoga, to talk about that topic. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm saying, I might say that was the case. I'm speaking from where I'm speaking, from relying on my memory of something that happened in the past, I'm sure 2 years ago. Now, I'm saying I know that I met him on two different issues. 2 or 3 different issues. When I say 2 or 2 different issues, I'm saying once I'm talking to kidnappings, and then also that one of, I said he's in construction, but I also spoke about Jerry Boshoga, I mean, the taxi bucket system.
Okay, I'm just pointing out to you that at first you said it was about one topic, and then you said, well, maybe it could have been about this other topic. But also what you said is, when you met them, this is now not just, if it's about Jerry Boshoga, I would think that you would want to have that conversation with Mr. Matsumi, not with a group of people.
Not with a?
Group of people. Because when you first spoke about this earlier today, your explanation was that Mr. Matsumi knows Mr. Matlala well, and you wanted to probe him and to get information on what's going on, right? And what are these allegations all about? What information, you would want to get information from Mr. Matsumi?
Not to probe him, but to check with him if you could really assist.
That's fine, that's what I mean. It's to get information,
Yeah.
to assist in understanding what was going on. Fair enough. But now when I asked you about this meeting, you said when I met with them. And if you were meeting with, if the topic of discussion was Jerry Boshoka, it would have been with Mr. Matsumi alone, not with a broader group. Isn't that so?
Yes.
Okay. So the meeting now is about what then? What is it about?
Which one?
This meeting in June.
In June.
Yes.
At this present moment, I'm not sure whether it's still the same project we're working on, or at that point in time is when I was now going to discuss the issue of Mr. Boshoka. But the timelines are the ones that would hit me there, but I don't know.
Okay, well, I can tell you I'm advised that Mr. Boshoka was kidnapped in November 2024, so it couldn't have been about that.
All right. So which means it was still on the bucket system.
So it was the bucket system.
Yeah,
the urgent issue.
In the construction, yes.
But, and then you say that meeting never took place.
It never took place because when I finished late, they were gone.
So so let me just go back to that. You say are they still there, 1939? And he says, Sergeant Nkosi, 1945, yes, how far? Give me 30 minutes on my way. And then you went to the venue. Sergeant Nkosi didn't come back to you to say, sorry, it's too late. They've left.
I think we spoke over the phone and said, no, they said we must postpone.
Okay.
Yes.
So if this meeting was about the report that you were working on, that's work-related. That's a work-related meeting.
Yes.
Why is it that it's Sergeant Nkosi who is the person who sets up these meetings? Let me put it a different way. Normally, when you set up meetings, you have a professional environment where you're setting up meetings with people, whoever it is, for this purpose, but for the purposes of work, you communicate through a PA, or you communicate directly with the person. Why is it that you communicate via Sergeant Nkosi? And in all of these, I've taken you through quite a few now of these meetings and arrangements that are being made, and it's always Sergeant Nkosi who's the person who is the go-between.
It is not in all instances where you have to communicate through the PA, because some meetings are meetings, like for an example, meetings with informers, it won't be with PAs. And in the underground or underworld or organized crime system, where you are able to get information from other criminals, you do get such information. I mean, we've met with criminals who are involved in cash in transit and then who assist with information on other criminal activity that will tell you about the particular matter that happened somewhere. So in that kind of a scenario or a situation where you meet someone like that, it's not like a question can be asked as to why didn't you arrange that meeting through the office, because it's not everybody wants to be known to be talking to you.
So is Mr. Matsumi involved in organized crime?
I don't say he's involved in organized crime, but he's involved in assisting And also, if you need information to some, you do approach certain individuals, considering the fact that he was given to me by Mr. Mswazi to say, as I'm ailing now, I'm not well, I'm giving you to this person to that you can talk to. If needs be, he will be the one to contact me. That's how I went.
But can I just ask differently the same question, General? You have met, you say you met Mr. Matsumi through Mr. Mswazi, Mr. Msibi. So you've already had an engagement with him before. How is it that Sergeant Nkosi is the one that's arranging these work-related meetings now? And keep in mind that you have said to us, Sergeant Nkosi is not in your office. He's 5 levels down, he's not in your office. How is he playing this role where you were referred by Mr. Msibi, not by Sergeant Nkosi, to Mr. Matsumi, and yet Mr. Nkosi, Sergeant Nkosi is so inserted in arranging meetings between you and Mr. Matsumi? Explain how that comes about.
I really didn't see anything wrong to ask Sergeant Nkosi, because these are the people that he knows very well. And to say to him, I would like to have this meeting, please assist me in getting an appointment. I saw nothing wrong.
So, and yeah, I think there's also, I do struggle with what appears to be a conflation between his role in your life. At some point, you're dealing with him as a SAPS officer, and hence my question now. When you share documents with him, you say, well, I was sharing with a SAPS officer. So I asked the question in that context, that you have a SAPS officer who's significantly your junior, who's not in your office. How is he arranging business meetings with you when you've got other people who are closer to you in terms of how they work by rank and in other respects? This is not a social gathering or get-together, you're telling us. It's a work-related meeting. You may not see anything wrong with it, but please explain it so that it makes sense to us, because we are investigating these relationships where serious allegations have been made. So we do need to understand from you, why is Sergeant Nkosi arranging meetings for you with a person that you have been introduced and you've already met? And so presumably you have his number. And I don't want to suggest yet what I want to propose to you is happening, because I really would like to hear an explanation that, for lack of a better word, that makes sense. Why is Sergeant Nkosi involved in arranging work meetings for you?
I preferred talking to him about these people because he was close to, so it was easy for him to call them anytime and to arrange meetings. So that's how I prefer to work.
You were not using him to communicate because he is your dedicated go-between between you and the people that are involved with Mr. Matlala,
No.
or that are in Mr. Matlala's world.
No, he made it easy for me. It was easy for me to say, please arrange a meeting between myself and so. It wasn't with any other person. Each and every one of them had his own role. If, let's say, for instance, one was to deal with a problem in Wheatbank mining area, I knew who to contact.
Was Sergeant Nkosi involved with those Wheatbank meetings? I mean, it's what you're starting now is only relevant if you want to show that Sergeant Nkosi, you didn't just use him for the Mr. Matlala-related group of people. You also used him with other groups, and he was the communicator. If that's what you're saying, and you're going to give us evidence of that, then that's fine. Maybe it proves your point. But if it's to tell us about you had other people who were the go-between in other communities, it doesn't help us understand why Sergeant Kosi is involved here.
It's unfortunate that the focus is on Sergeant Kosi and Sergeant Kosi alone. But I had many people in the office that I work with that could, or that assistant in many other directions. But to just give another practical example, he's from Soshanguve, or he grew up, I think he testified, he grew up from there. Now, there was a lady whose car was stolen at some point, and I also got a call that says, hey, so-and-so's car has been stolen, please assist. I called a number of people to assist within organized crime to let them know the syndicates that steals car, or maybe where cars that are stolen have been taken to.
But Sergeant Kosi is not one of those people.
He's the one who assisted, in fact.
Yes.
I called him. He was one of the people who actually assisted to trace that car.
Yes.
That day.
Yes, we do have text about you and him talking about tracing somebody's car, and the car has been found. In time, I guess it will be discussed, but there is something like that. But please keep in mind the discussion we are having now is you have an undeniable group of people who are a Mr. Madlanga kind of group. You have General Shabiri, who's, we have what connects him, or apparent connections to Mr. Madlanga. You have you speaking to Mr. Matsumi about Mr. Madlanga because you thought you could speak to Mr. Madlanga, so there is a connection that you are giving us there. So Sergeant Kosi comes up in that way, in the context of this particular group of people. And the question is, why is he so in the middle of making arrangements for you when you could be dealing with these people directly? He's not an informant. You're not dealing with Sergeant Kosi as an informant. You're not dealing with Mr. Matsumi as an informant, unless that's what you tell us. You've met him before, you have his number. Why are you not arranging your own meetings with Mr. Matsumi? He will pick up your phone. You've met. You've exchanged numbers. Why are you not calling him? Arrange your own meetings.
I think this question is coming. It's more than, I don't know how many times now, and we kept on responding to say that I preferred to tell him to assist me to arrange a meeting, and then he would do it.
Okay, General, if you feel you've answered it, let's leave it at that. I'm happy to leave it.
All right.
I'll just add one thing, and it's because we've gone through a few of these examples, and each of them have their own features. And this particular exchange, what's happening is you are in a meeting, and it's sort of a fluid environment, okay? And meaning it's fluid in the sense that you're not sure exactly what time you're going to finish, and only you know when. Once you are ready, once you are done and you are on your way. The easiest way of communicating in that kind of scenario is to communicate directly with the person you are meeting, rather than via an intermediary, because you can't even be sure that the person you're going through will receive your message fast enough, will communicate with the other party fast enough. Then they have to come back, via back to you. So it's to me, it's a strange. I hear what you're saying, that Sergeant Nkosi did this for you, many times. But this is a situation where it would have been much easier if you just called Mr. Matsumi directly and said, or sent him a text directly. You were able to text because you were texting Sergeant Nkosi. To just send Mr. Matsumi the text directly to say, this is where I am, this is what's happening, and I'll need another 10 minutes, another half an hour, etc., etc. until such time as you get to the meeting, in which case maybe the meeting would have happened. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's unusual.
I do understand, but I think it's the same question repeated many times still. And I'm still saying it's a matter of preference. I preferred to just tell him because it made it easier for me to just tell him and then he will do the rest. So to me, that's how I preferred.
You say you preferred to communicate through Sergeant Nkosi.
It was easy for me when I told him to say, man, I'm trying to secure an appointment with so and so and so and so and so. Please see if he's available or he can meet me.
Yes. On these issues, have you had communication directly with Mr. Matsumi? Or was it always through Sergeant Nkosi because he knows them, as you say?
I might have 1 or 2 times or 3 times. It might have happened. I can't say it never happened. It's just that some of the people, you don't prefer to talk to them all the time directly, simply because of the fact that you don't want to have that talking relationship. I used to speak to Mr. Nkosi simply because of the fact that to me it was easy when I'm sitting in a meeting or when I come to the office. I say, man, I have an issue that I need to discuss. Maybe he can assist me. Please talk to so and so.
And then the same question about Mr. Matala. Have you have a record of communicate? When I say record, I mean, do you have a history of communicating directly with him or not?
If I have, it would be less than 5 times, less than 4 times. I've never really, there's never been a person that I communicate to.
Okay. Thank you.
Why I'm saying it is because I don't want to say never. In the meantime, you find 2 or 3.
You say in the meantime, we find. No, we rely on you, General, to tell. We shouldn't have to search for it. Thank you, General. Thank you, Ms. Kassim.
Okay. I still maintain, General, that while I hear you when you say it might be easier sometimes to say arrange an appointment for me, it's not easy in this scenario to go via somebody because it's this kind of constant communication, which is easier to be done direct. But I'm leaving it at that.
Unless, of course, General, Sergeant Nkosi was already there with them. Because if he was there with the people you are going to meet, then it makes sense that you communicate with somebody who's there. But if he's in another location, Advocate Hassim's point is that why go through a third party to communicate with people who are waiting for you? Was he there with them, Sergeant Nkosi?
No, not necessarily like that, Chair. Commissioners. Of importance is that when I have few people that I'm relying on in the office.
General, let's do this. Let me interrupt you. I'm asking about the specific day, not generally. So generally, you have a few people that you're relying on. On this specific day, there were people waiting for you somewhere because you were supposed to meet with them. And the question you are being asked is why you are communicating with them via a third party. So I'm raising a possibility. I'm not saying this was the case. I just need to know, was Sergeant Nkosi there with the people you were supposed to meet? Is that why you were communicating through him? And the answer can be yes, he was there, or no, he was not there.
I don't know. I wouldn't have asked him, are you there? But if he arranged a meeting for me, and then maybe he communicate with them, and then even if he asked me how far, maybe he wouldn't have been there himself, but he's just asking me how far so that he can tell them.
And the reason I'm asking is some of your questions are they still there? As if he's sitting there with them waiting for you. And I could be wrong. That's why I'm posing it as a question and not putting it as a fact.
It's also possible that when I ask him that are they still there, then you will ask them, are you guys still there? Can you still come? Then he will say, no, they are still there or not.
All right. Thank you.
Just before we leave Steve Matsumi and this context, when General Sonona came to the Commission, he expressed, in fact, he requested that he does not mention Mr. Mutsumi's name in his evidence. And that was in the context of a text message that Lieutenant General Munazi sent him, okay, where Mr. Mutsumi's name was mentioned, and your name, but we'll get there. But it was particularly Mr. Mutsumi's name that General Sonona said he fears for his security, for his own physical safety, if he were to mention that name. Do you have any idea why that would be the case? Is Mr. Matsumi a dangerous person?
I really don't know.
Okay. All right. I'll leave it at that. I was just wanted to put it to you that this seems to be somebody who causes some discomfort and fear. It was a very clear request from General Sonona, please don't make me mention that name. And it actually took a ruling from the chair for General Sonona to mention Mr. Mutsumi's name. You're not aware of anything circling around Mr. Matsumi, any reason one should be afraid?
I don't have any reason.
General, what do you know about the nature of the relationship, the relationship and its nature between Mr. Matsumi and Mr. Matlala?
Mr. Matsumi, as I was referred to Mr. Matsumi by Mr. Msibi, and also having heard that Mr. Matlala was Mr. Msibi's VIP protector. This takes me to the next point of saying that, but if everybody says this man is involved and is denying it, who I can speak to, who can actually sit him down and say, are you involved in this thing? Do you know about this thing? So it was, that's me applying my own approach and my own mind into making sure that I get assistance in being assisted to get this man released in case Mr. Matlala is involved.
So is your answer that you did not know what relationship they have other than you were referred by Mr. Msibi to Mr. Matsumi and you knew that Mr. Matlala is VIP protection of Mr. Msibi. You didn't know anything about their relationship?
I don't know about their relationship other than the fact that they know each other from Mr. Msibi.
Okay. So when you spoke to Mr. Matsumi, as you say you did, about Mr. Bushokha and Mr. Matlala, what was being said, the questions you were asking, what you were doing it blind, what did you expect? Why did you think that Mr. Matsumi can be of assistance if you don't know anything about their relationship other than that they're both connected to Mr. Msibi?
It happened many times in this type of work that I'm doing, where you find that sometimes you find someone who can speak sense to somebody, who can assist in the investigation or even give guidance and say, I think I'll call him and I'll sit down with him and I'll tell you whether he knows he did it or not.
So you thought that Mr. Matsumi has the ability to call Mr. Matlala and sit him down and talk about this.
Yes.
That's what you knew about their relationship.
Yes.
Okay, so you knew that he's got that kind of ability.
That kind of proximity.
Okay. And did he speak to him? I mean,
yes.
And did you get the kind of answers that you wanted?
He said the man is denying, he says he's not involved.
Okay. I think somewhere in your evidence you then also say you did speak to Mr. Matlala about Mr. Bushoka. Am I correct?
Correct.
In what context? Were you in your office? Did you call him into this? Is a detective now. I'm assuming you're not being friends now. Where does this happen, and in what context?
If you remember, Chair, at some point he did say that he came to my office. When I called, he did come to my office. He said, is when I was asking him about that. I don't remember when, in terms of the timelines, but...
When you say, you remember, he said that he hasn't appeared before us, so maybe be a little more specific where you're recollecting him. I mean, we haven't followed all of his evidence wherever he's spoken.
He was talking. He was speaking at the ad hoc committee. That at some point I called him. I did call him to ask him
into your office.
Into my office.
Yes.
And then he categorically denied about his involvement in this thing. Instead, he assisted me with further information that actually assisted the team further.
So this was a formal thing when you called him to your office?
It was a formal thing that when I called him in the office, but having denied and in realizing that, but this man sitting in front of him, when I look at him like this, he appears normal, he appears like a gentleman, and he says that doesn't know, but still the family is of a firm view that this man is the one. And rumors and many saying, hey, but this man could be involved. Then that's when I said, you know what, let's look into other.
So there would be a record of this interview or this discussion with him, because you did this, you were performing your duties. He came to your office. That's the clearest sign that you were executing your duties. There has to be a record.
There will be a record somewhere. Whether it's at head office, I don't know at head office security how they do it.
No, I'm not asking a record of did he come. I'm asking a record. I imagine you would have taken notes. There has to be a record that this person was called in. You had a discussion with him. There's a record of a note somewhere of your discussion with him, the questions you asked him, even if not point by point, but this is what was discussed with him, these are the answers he gave. That's the kind of record I'm asking about.
There will be a record because he gave me of 3 scenarios and say, I'm not involved here. And the reason why I stopped assisting these people is because, remember, I know Jerry and I've grown up with Jerry. He's been a close friend of mine. But let me tell you, Jerry doesn't have money. He didn't have money. I have more money than Jerry. So I wouldn't be involved in the kidnapping of Jerry. That's the first scenario. The second scenario he gave and the third scenario he gave. Okay. Those scenarios, I gave all of them to the investigating officers because it was a team. And the scenarios, those scenarios that he also gave, some of them he testified about at the commission. There's another one that is a little bit, which is a scenario that he gave, but I gave it to the team, but it's sensitive.
Okay. Don't disclose anything that you shouldn't. Just finally, I just want to be sure that I understand your answer and we're talking about the same thing. I'm specifically limiting myself to the day he came to your office when I say there is a record. So someone in your office should be able to pull, if we wanted a record, should be able to pull a record that shows on this day you met with Mr. Matlala in the office, and it has a date to it, and this was the subject of discussion. I'm asking you that kind of question.
It should be, although I no longer have an office because it's...
Yes, no, I know you're not in the office, but sure, these are SAPS records, right? So even if you're not in the office, there should be a document there somewhere.
I so pray.
Okay, so if we ask for it, we'd be able to find something like that. That records you had a meeting with Mr. Matlala on this date in your office, and this was the discussion. And you asked him this, and this is what he said to you.
I don't know who the commission will ask from, but looking at the kind of relationship that I have with my employer currently as it stands, I don't expect anything positive to come out of that.
Okay,
So,
but the principle is there is a record there. You're saying you did have a record. You didn't just sit over a cup of coffee and had a chat, is what I'm asking. It was an official meeting.
there should be...
You asked him questions, you recorded it, and if everyone did their job to keep records, there is a record, and they're honest about it, they will give us a record of that discussion if we ask for it.
There should be commissioners, but I want to say don't bank on the fact that if it doesn't get produced, then it's like I never told the truth.
Don't anticipate that. You and I hope that we will get it. Let's for now leave it at that. Your answer is there is a record. It was an official meeting. And if the commission were to ask for it, we will say on this day you testified and you said you met with him. You just don't remember the date. You say.
I don't remember the date, but I'm asking to give one example of what I'm talking about, Commissioner, if I could be allowed.
If maybe you can make your example, but
One example.
Let me say this, that for purpose of our discussion, please do not focus on we may not get it. I understand what you're saying. We may not get it because maybe there are shenanigans, maybe it's not there for whatever reason. So that part I understand. That's what you're saying.
What I know is that I asked my legal team to ask for information from the SAPS. It was never provided, including the minutes of the meeting of the 1st of November, wherein the National Commissioner actually was heard saying this is just a task team. It was never meant to.
They fear the chairperson more than your legal team, so don't worry. The chairperson has more power than your team.
What I'm saying is that we asked, and to date, I don't have anything that I could also play here and say, listen to the National Commissioner, but we asked, we never received.
Okay.
Now, I'm saying I'm not hopeful. If it's not there, I'm also not, the chair must not hold it against me if they say there's no record, because I don't expect anything positive.
Thank you,
there.
General. I hear your answer. Thank you. Ms. Aston?
Question that requires a yes or no answer. And I'm prefacing it so that we don't get a long explanation. Has there ever been an occasion where yourself, Mr. Matlala, Mr. Matsumi, and Mr. Msibi were together in one place?
Not at all, not even once.
At a farm, somebody else's farm?
Not at all.
You've never been with the three of them together?
Not at all.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move on. Can I ask you, please, General, to have a look at, I think, the same file that you have in front of you. It's page 321, though. Page 321. Do you have it?
Yes.
Okay. So there's just one message here that I want to draw your attention to before we move, and that's chat number 5, where you sent to Sergeant Nkosi the following message. The National Commissioner of Eswatini just died here at OR Tambo. I'm going there now. Right?
Yes.
You sent that to Sergeant Nkosi. Now, if we were to look on the same day, I'm going to need you now to open file 8. And go to page 730.
Page 7.
File 8,
Page
730.
13, not 13, not
730.
30. Oh.
Okay, so that's a chat between Sergeant Nkosi and a number that he has saved in his phone as Mswazi Taxi Boss. When Sergeant Nkosi testified before the commission, he confirmed that Mswazi Taxi Boss is actually Mr. Msibi. Okay? He forwards the message you sent to him about the National Commissioner of Eswatini having just died at OR Tambo. He forwards that early in the morning, half an hour after you sent it. So he sends it at 5 a.m. to Mr. Msibi. And then he follows it with a message saying, "Morning, Baba. It was SMS from number 1 this morning." So the reference to number 1 here is you.
I'm not sure about it. I know I'm in trouble, but I can laugh about it. I'm not sure whether I'm number 1. Number 1 is the president. That's what I know.
Okay, so that's why I first went to your message to Sergeant Nkosi. You send it to him, he forwards it to MCB, he says it came from number 1. Which means that it also assumes that Mr. MCB calls you number 1, or that he knows.
I wish I was
you
number
are.
1, but I'm not number 1. I assume, let me accept that maybe perhaps it was me. I didn't know they called me number 1, but I accept maybe it's me because I did send a message.
In that circle, not above.
Did you know that Mr. MCB and these people, the circle, as Commissioner Kumalo puts it, called you number 1? Were you aware of that?
I wasn't aware because Mr. Msibi is a well-respected person in such a way that he's not the one that to call me number 1. So I didn't know I'm being called number 1.
Is there any reason why you think they would call you number 1, even if it's behind your back?
The National Commissioner will be number 1, but this one I don't know the reason why.
General, the National Commissioner would be number 1 in other communities, maybe in the SAPS.
In the SAPS.
Yeah, but here it's a completely different community that is discussing your being number 1. And it seems that it's fair to suggest to you that Mr. Msibi seemed to have known that you are referred to as number 1, because that's all that Sergeant Nkosi says when on forwarding your message. It's from number 1. It doesn't say who's number 1. And so reasonable to assume that Sergeant Msibi expected, rather Sergeant Nkosi expected Mr. Msibi to know who he's talking about. I see you nodding. Do you accept that it's a fair?
I accept, Chair.
my question is really, what reason would they have to call you number one?
Maybe Sergeant Nkosi can explain that better.
Okay, you don't have anything more to say on that?
I've heard in other instances they call me Skoko.
I saw that. I wanted to ask you about that.
And then Skoko, I thought always was referred to as to the minister, former minister, because he wears a hat. I've got a communist hat that I wear all the time. And then I don't know whether that was the reason I'm being called Skoko, because that is the hat I wear. Now, one moment it was Skoko, and then this one of number one, I saw it for the first time here.
Okay, I'm going to leave it at that.
General, you said number one would be the National Commissioner.
Number one of the police is the NOSCO.
Maybe they were projecting that for you.
Not at this
That
stage.
you would be number one.
Not at this stage.
Okay. So, what we've seen so far are these communications and a pattern, as I explained to you, what I see as a pattern of communication between you and other people via Sergeant Nkosi, and the role that Sergeant Nkosi plays in doing things for you. On that theme, I want to turn to a different topic within that theme, though. So I'm going to take you to a series of pages. But let me begin first at page 339, so it would be file 7. Right, so it's page 339, and it's chat number 3. It's from Sergeant Nkosi to you, 6 May 2024, at 15:39.
Where are we? I was still reading at 340. 339.
339, it's chat number 3. So it's Sergeant Nkosi to you on 6 May 2024 at 15:39. He sends you a notice of payment saying it's done. Now, I just need you to go to see that proof of payment. You need to go to page 440 in the same file. 440, 440. Let me know when you're there.
Yes.
Okay, I want to handle this with care, so I'm not going to mention names. But what this is a proof of payment for a school, right?
Yes.
And it's for a beneficiary whose name is there.
Yes.
Okay, so what is this payment about?
It's a person who asked for assistance because the person wanted to assist, for the child at school, and then asked for assistance, and then I said, okay, let me give you the money to give. And then I said, so normally I would either give him money. Now from where he's sitting, he will just pay it over himself, and then, but in my case, I gave him money to assist.
No, this is not a payment from you.
Yes.
This is not you making a payment.
Yes.
This is Mr. Nkosi making a payment.
Yes.
Right. So explain that again, because he is making a payment to this person for the school. And he's sending it to you, the proof of payment, to say it's done?
Yes,
Right.
yes.
So that doesn't help me. Your answer was sometimes you assist. But how are you assisting if it's Mr. Sergeant Nkosi who's making the payment?
What will happen is that he will say to me, I paid it. Or I shall have said to him, please pay for me and I'll give it to you, and I'll give it to him.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Sometimes I sit with a person and say, I have to send a e-wallet to this person, but I've got cash. Can you please send the e-wallet, then I give the cash.
Okay. So this is an example of you asking him, can you please make the payment and you'll pay him back?
Yes, and there's records in that regard.
There are records of you paying him back for this?
Yeah.
Okay, I'd appreciate it if you could provide us with that record. Do you know who is this person?
Yes, I do.
The reference on beneficiary statement.
I do know the person.
What's your relationship with this person?
The person used to work for me as a manager. When I was fired, I opened a security company. And then, because I was also working and also operating a security company, I asked the person to run the security company for me. But now the monies I owe the person felt that, look, you still owe me money in terms of the salaries. And then I'm also suffering because of my child must be at school. And then I had to then pay, assist with the school fees where I needed to assist. So as a result, when I came back to the police, I resigned from that company, and left the person to run with the company.
This person runs the company?
Yeah, but finally she couldn't proceed because it died. But she ran that company.
So you opened a security company in what year? 2017 or when?
Somewhere around there. And it pushed through for quite, I don't know until when.
What was the name of the company?
High-tech Special Operations and Risk Management.
Okay. And you say you resigned?
I resigned because even when you check record, it's there.
You resigned as what? Are you still a director of the company?
No.
Are you sure about that?
I'm sure about that because I resigned a long time ago. When I had to go back to the police, I had to make sure that I'm clean.
Right. So when I ask, are you a director, if you say I no longer run the company, I don't manage it, I'm not the boss, the CEO, the executive director, I appreciate that. But are you still registered as a director?
No.
Are you still, do you know what I mean? Are you still linked to this company?
No.
Okay. Now, your explanation for having to make payments is because this person was complaining that the salary was too low and she needed money to pay for school fees. But why are you still... If you'd resigned, what is your responsibility? Why is it your responsibility?
I owed the person money because of the salaries that could have been paid, that weren't being paid at some point.
When did you resign from the company?
I don't have a record of that now. But if the investigators can check, because I give them the name, and then, or given an opportunity, I can ask the person to check.
Okay.
But I don't know whether it's SIRA or where the register of companies, they can check for us.
Okay. But I'm asking you, and yes, we can check, but do you recall, did you resign when you started working at the City of Johannesburg? No.
So I don't want to...
Did you resign when you started?
I don't want to commit to a date, but I know I resigned.
I know, but you said earlier that you resigned because you had to resign. You couldn't have the company anymore. So there's an event that you can at least tell us about that caused you to resign.
Yeah, I did resign. The only problem is that I struggle to get to to give a firm date.
I don't need a firm date, even if it's a month or a year, this month in that year, or even just the year.
Chair, I think it is sufficient if I say we can get the record. And the record, I won't speculate, I won't be giving a missed date. I'll be giving the date that shows that we resigned on this date.
I accept that. I don't need an exact date. Give me a year. What year did you resign?
I don't want to make a mistake. What if I say I resigned 2020, before I went back to the police?
Okay, no, that's I think what I'm trying to say. I thought that maybe that's what you were wanting to say is when you returned to the service, that was 2022. You would have resigned at that point, isn't it?
Not at that point, before that, long before.
So before
that.
2022.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. But now this is 2024. So it's some time since you've left the company and you still owe the person money, you say?
Yes.
This is according to this?
Yes. And then, or sometimes if a person asks and say, I'm asking to be assisted, child must go to school, and then I assist. And I assist many. So
no, okay. I accept
I
that.
assist.
Well, what you said was that you owed this person money because of the salary was low, etc. And so because you owed her money, this is what you were doing to assist.
Yes.
Right. So if you resigned before 2022 and you no longer had anything to do with the company, my question was, a few years later, you still owed this person money that you were still paying off in this way.
Yes.
That's what you were doing. So that's not assisting, that's just paying back what you owe.
What is important to note, commissioners, and you can send the investigators to go and verify. There's a relationship with Mr. Nkosi and this person as they are from the same place. They are all close relatives, so they know each other very well. So that is why it's easy to work with Mr. Nkosi on this one. And they can go and verify independently. They will see in terms of how they relate and how they know each other. They will come across that information.
Okay, so there's this payment. I'm going to take you to another. And it's at page 158.
File?
158. It'll be file 7. I think that this is the same transaction. It's the same, I think it was sent to 2 numbers. Do you have more than one phone, right? So this was sent to your other phone. Can you confirm that?
Yes.
Okay. Then can I take you to page 341, still in the same file?
Sorry, Ms. Hassan. May we see counsel outside very briefly, please?
Yes.
Let's adjourn. Yes, Ms. Asim.
General, I took you to a page that was a page of another payment like the first one. I'm not going to go through each one of the payments, but could you just have a look at page 441?
Which file?
The file 7, the one that you have open, file 441.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, 441, 442. 443. And 262.
262.
262.
Yes, I've got
Okay.
it.
Now, I'm not going to display the next page, but I'd like you to go to page 163.
163.
Yeah. And that is chat number 7.
Yes.
You read that, and then if you can read the next page, chat number 1 and 2, and actually 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Which page? 163.
So, sorry. I think I took you to 163, and I asked you to read chat number 7. Okay? The chat continues on to page 164. If you could just read that exchange of messages on page 164 between you and Sergeant Nkosi.
What I want to ask, Chair, I will read. Do I have to repeat this name here, or can I
No.
skip the name?
No. The reason I'm not displaying it and I'm not asking you about the contents right now is because I don't want you to read the names.
Oh, I thought you said I must read it loud.
No.
I've got it.
No, we've got the pages for the record. I really just want you to read it so you are familiar with the contents here, and then I'll just have a question at the end.
I've read it.
Okay. You've read the whole of page 164.
Yes.
Okay. Can I take you then to page 196? And at 196, actually before we go here, the payments and the chats that you've just looked at, those are all for the same person, is that correct?
Page 196.
No. Before you look at 196, I just want to pause. Remember, I took you to a series of payments.
Yes.
And then those chats that we didn't read.
Yes.
all of those payments that are reflected there, is that all for the same person you were talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And those payments were made by Sergeant Nkosi on your behalf?
Yes.
And you say you repaid him?
Yeah, money come from me.
Okay, and you'll be able to show us that there was a reimbursement?
I think so.
Okay. Could you check?
Not now, immediately.
No, that's fine. You can let us know through your legal representatives afterwards. Okay, now we're at 196. And we have at chat number 6. You'll see there's an attachment there.
Which page?
Page 196.
I'm at 196, chat number?
5.
Yes.
Okay. That's on 24 December 2024. Now that attachment is at page 271. So you need to just flip forward a bit to page 271. This is an invoice. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is this a payment that Sergeant Nkosi also made on your behalf? It's for a fridge.
It's not for a fridge. It's the people that fix my fridge at home that I know that normally are the one that services my fridge. He doesn't even know them himself.
Okay. So was this for servicing the fridge?
Yeah, it is 3 fridges.
Right. 3 fridges. Your fridges.
Yes, it's the one in the house and the deep freezer, and then the one for the gardener. His fridge was not working, so they had to refill the gas and all that.
Okay.
But it's one person who comes and fixes the fridge.
Okay. So so let's just look at each invoice. The first is at page 271. That's what we were looking at. The second is at page 272. Okay, so the first one is for 9,100. The second is for 2,535 rands. And then there's a proof of payment on page 273.
Yes.
And that payment was made by Mr. Nkosi.
Yes.
Okay. And you say this was done on your behalf and you reimbursed him.
I gave him money. Or you may find that I was not even around, maybe when I asked him to go and do it for me. But I paid for it. He would not be in a position to pay for me all these things. I was giving him money.
But the payment, the proof of payment, if you look at page 273, is a payment that's made by Sergeant Nkosi.
Yeah.
So you reimbursed him, is that what you're saying?
Yes, I do give him money.
Okay, and you'd have proof that you reimbursed him?
Even if, as you are sitting here, commissioners, and we give the telephone number of the person now, and they communicate with him, he will actually better tell them what happened. Then they can ask him any question they want to. and consult with him, because this is what he has been doing over years. Is the person, is a kind of a fridge that needs it's a Samsung fridge, and then it only needs certain expert. It's a person I've been working with over a period of time. So now, due to my schedule, the person that I relied on was him to help me with certain. You can't bring everybody into your space, but the person that I could rely on to assist me in case I'm not able to get there, it was him. So sometimes you give him, let's say I gave him money, I never knew that he's using or he's transferring from his own account. But quite honestly speaking, they can, even the person now, the investigators now, can go out now and speak to the person for however long they will get what they want. So I'm just saying I was the one paying.
Oh, General, I heard you say I gave him money. He would not have been able to pay. Did I hear you correctly?
Yes, I mean all this payment continuously for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would you give him the money before so that he could pay using that money, or would you only give him the money afterwards?
Many a times it will be vice versa. Sometimes you find that he'll say, General, I thought I paid this thing, then you will give me. Or I will say, please pay for me, come get the money. Or sometimes I will send a PA from the office when I'm not there. And then sometimes I have cash, but I can't send e-wallet. And then I ask someone, say, can you please e-wallet for me? Here's the money.
And what do you mean when you say he would not have been able to pay?
When I say he would not be able to pay, let's say 9,100, to ask from a junior person to pay 9,100 is a lot of money. So I gave him money to pay. And then even now, this person, they can confirm how it was done. In fact, I thought I paid cash because I gave cash.
Thank you, General.
You say you normally pay him back in cash,
Yes.
so you wouldn't have then a record of the reimbursement.
Of there?
Reimbursement. There wouldn't be a record if he pays these amounts and then you give him the cash.
Yeah, I don't think so, because they don't give a receipt that shows his investment. But in his case, if I gave it to him, I didn't need a receipt.
And why did you not do electronic transfers? Why did you have to give him cash?
Why would I give him cash, Chair? Is that coming back to the police, my salary went down very bad, to an extent that if I even when I get salary, I have to wait until certain debit orders go through. Otherwise, if I don't, and I start using money, you find that the lot bounce back. Now the cash I have, because I have other businesses that actually are declared, that some of them are cash-based, in such a way that I will get that amount of money in my own hand.
Thank you, General. Yes, Ms. Hassan.
Can you go to page 274? It's another payment. It's for 5,000 Rand, and I take it this is for the same person.
This one is like the previous ones that we were reading at, yes.
Okay. So again, you're saying, how would you have paid Sergeant Nkosi back for this payment of 5,000? This is on 24 December 2024 as well.
I gave him money. As you can see, even the reason down there, what was it for, but I did pay the money. It was coming from me.
Okay. So these payments, this you say that he does, this you say is part of what he just normally does for you. And it's sort of a favor that he does for you.
Yes.
He helps you out.
Yes.
Okay. And if there are records of reimbursement, initially I thought you said there would be if we asked the investigators, and then you said, well, actually you pay cash. So I'm not sure which one exactly it is, but if there are records, could you provide it to the Commission?
Look, to say, because as far as I'm concerned, these are some of those transactions that really you want to see it through. And if I give money, it is paid. I didn't expect that Sergeant Nkosi, will give me a receipt, because it wouldn't be of any assistance if it is in his name anyway.
Okay, so all of your payments to him were in cash?
This one, in these instances, yes.
In all of the instances I put to you?
Yes. If let's say, for instance, it was a big transaction, then I would understand if maybe the commissioners will be worried and say, so much money to buy this cash. But now this is a small amount of money that I have. Because I have livestock in the family, I have to keep on buying food for this, food for that, food for this person coming to fix this and that. Some of them you find that there are people from outside the country, they want cash. So I will have that type of cash. These are small, relatively small amount of money. So it's doable, and unfortunately, is how it happened.
Okay. I'm not going to ask you any further questions on these payments. So unless the commissioners have, what I want to ask you is, you mentioned the company, High Tech Special Operations and Risk Management, I believe. Do you have any other companies, or are you a director in any other companies?
Chair, because of the fact that I've been knocked down different times in life, and as you go out, you register a company, you start something, then you go back to the police, you fix your life again, and then you resign, and then you get knocked down again, you have to start something again. So I know very few. We also owned a bus that was transporting school kids to school. We also had an Uber. We have rooms. I'm just trying to say, this is how I would get to some of this. So the question was very simple. Do you have any other company? Now, you will have a company that transportation business will report under a particular company. So
you said we. Who's we?
It will be me and my wife, but sometimes it will be my wife alone. In some instances, I owned a jazz cafe and a tax shop, and I've had a number of businesses along the way as I go along, businesses.
Are you currently a director in any companies other than High Tech?
I'm not a director at any company, as far as I can remember. I know of different trading companies that I've had. And then as far as I know, I am I've resigned. If ever there could be one, it must have been deregistered by now. But I don't remember, I'm not a director of any company now other than working for the South African Police Service.
And the other companies that you were director of, what was the name of those companies?
I remember Mongrish Trading Enterprise, I remember High-Tech Special Operations. Some I don't remember really. I may have one or two more, but they all didn't happen all at the same time. Each one of them do have its own time period, and not necessarily meaning that they all operated or were in active business. Sometimes you start something with the hope that it's going to take off, then you secure the name, then you don't get there. I have tried to register one not so long ago, but I don't think we got to a point where now it is fully registered. I've paid SARS, I've paid all the dues, it's in my name. So there is something that I can't really, with my whole weight, say I have one or I don't have one. All I know I don't have. If ever there can be some or one more that I'm still a director, it will be a negligent on my part that I did not cancel it, or remove myself as a director, but I don't know of any.
So the companies would have to, in order for you to register these companies, you would have had to open bank accounts for these companies, right?
Yeah.
So those bank accounts, are they still in existence, or did you close those bank accounts if you say the company is no longer?
Personally, I don't have any bank account of any particular company.
You don't?
Yes.
Besides companies, what about sole proprietorships?
I don't have any, Chair. I tried at some point also to even register a trust. It's such a long and tedious process, and then you end up nowhere in between. So I even ended up, I've paid money, but I ended up not knowing how far it went.
Do you know the name of that trust?
It will be the same, I think, the one that...
Mongrish. Is it a trust?
Family trust, something like that, but it never took off.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to move to a different topic.
May I ask my question? General, your explanation for Sergeant Ngosi making these payments on your behalf, can you just repeat that? I may have missed something that you say, why it is that he's making these numerous repeated payments on your behalf instead of you making them directly? I think you said something about debit order, your salary, and I just don't want to misrepresent what your answer is.
It was easy for me to use him and my staff officer, not my staff officer, my driver protector, the two of them. So mostly you find that now I'm with the driver where I am, and then Ngosi will be the one that I could call and say, please assist me with 1, 2, 3. Then as and when I come back or whatever, but I will make sure that he gets his money back.
Okay. You said something about your salary having dropped when you rejoined the police, and with the consequence that some of your debit orders, you would have to wait for debit orders to go through before you pay. Was that part of your reason to have Sergeant Ngosi do this for you?
Not because of I don't have money to pay that, my salary dropped, no. I'm saying just to avoid bouncing back of certain transactions, you end up making sure that when it is month end exactly, you don't rush to start paying, and then later you find that you are on the minus, and then some bounce back. So I don't use that mostly, but I would use on a cash base.
So you would allow debit orders to go through, and then Sergeant Ngosi is making these payments for you, and then you pay him in cash. Is that
Yes.
is that what you're
Yes,
saying?
I would pay him cash.
And this cash, you say, drawn from where? Where? Did you have what kind of other income did you have?
I did explain that I have. Firstly, we have rooms for rental.
Sorry, you had it?
Rooms for rental.
Okay.
We've got flat. I had an Airbnb. So that is why I will have cash most of the time that I have. It's not large sums of cash.
Yeah.
Like now, as we speak, I do have a lot of eggs-laying chickens, and we do sell eggs as well. They can go and check, or it's there as we speak.
Yes. Sorry, you want to say something?
Just on the egg laying, because that I understand how it could be a cash transaction in the sale of eggs. Sorry, Commissioner Baloy.
No, please carry on.
Just but the other businesses you say you have on the side, Airbnb, rooms for rent, and Uber, the scholar transport, those kind of things wouldn't normally be cash operating businesses. An Airbnb, it would be EFT.
Not always.
You would be paid in cash for...
No, you do find walk-ins. You do find walk-ins that says, people who walk in and say, do you have a room? You say yes. And say, then can I book a room for tonight? Yes. It happens.
And then they would just put cash down?
Yes.
Okay. I would imagine it doesn't happen often, though.
It doesn't happen often, but I have rooms at home that I have. And
in your house where you live?
No, at the village. Mm-hmm. From home where I come from.
Yeah?
Yes.
And that's what you rent out?
Yes.
And you get paid in cash?
Per month. Well, some will deposit in the amount and the cash. Someone will give the money to my mother.
And the scholar transport?
Scholar transport, although we sold the bus, because some will pay in cash, some will pay in deposit, but it's something that is no longer there. Remember, I was just mentioning the lifestyle, the different lifestyle that I passed through.
So it doesn't exist anymore, that business?
No.
And the Uber?
Even the Uber was more problematic, actually, and then we tried it, and then we realized that this one is problematic.
Your business interests, the Airbnb and things like this, would you have disclosed this in your in your register of financial disclosures?
I would have disclosed it at the city of Joburg, because remember, at the city of Joburg, when I resigned, knowing that I'm now coming back to the police, I then sold the one in Sandton before coming to the police, and then it was bought by a businessman who took occupation immediately. So that's when it all stopped.
So you sold all the businesses when you went back to the SAPS?
I sold what belongs to me, yes.
So you wouldn't have had anything to disclose, you say?
Anything?
You would not have had anything to disclose?
Yes. What I've disclosed to the police is what I have, what I own. This business of the rooms for rental that I'm talking about, they are disclosed.
That you've disclosed, okay. And that's your cash business?
Yes.
And then the eggs are also your cash
The
receipts.
eggs, well, animals, it does happen that the person comes and say, I'm looking for a white goat for a specific traditional something, and then they will come and I will sell it. I also buy a lot of them and then keep as well. I don't make it my habit to sell them. I keep them to slaughter for the family and just to own them. But if sometimes it happens that the person say, I'm sick, or so-and-so is sick, and then we need this, and then they buy, I give.
Okay. Sorry, Commissioner Beloya, I interrupted you.
I think you've covered quite a bit of what I was going to cover. General, I think what I wanted to point out or to clear with you was, and you've now clarified it in your engagement, that the payments that you've been discussing with Ms. Hassim, they are in 2024 and I think 2025. And I wanted to say to you, well, at this point, you are now the Deputy National Commissioner. This is at this point. So your debits and your explanation is, I thought I had understood it earlier, that the reason Mr. Nkosi was carrying these for you on the basis that you refund him was because your salary wasn't as good as it used to be, so you were managing your debit orders vis-a-vis your daily expenditure. I had understood you to say that. So can we just clarify, in the period that you make these payments that Ms. Hassim is discussing with you, or has just discussed with you, in that entire period, your only source of funds other than your salary is your egg selling business and the rooms that you say you have. Are those the only two sources of income? Okay, all right. Thank you. Thanks, Ms. Hassim.
Just a moment. Can you please look at page 180 of file 7? Are you there? Yes. I needed to ask you, are you going to deal with it? Because I want to leave it for you if you're going to deal with it.
No, you may deal with it.
I had a question on this.
You may deal with it, Commissioner Khan.
All right. General, are you on page 180?
Exactly,
yes. Remember when we put to you what Nkosi's version is about the meeting you had at the office with Mr. Matlala?
Yes.
And his version was that you asked him to go collect Mr. Matlala and bring him up to your office. You remember that?
That's correct.
And you said that is not possible because in your office you have PAs. So you could not have asked him to bring Mr. Matlala up to your office. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Now, if you look at chat number 3, starting from chat 2 to chat 3 on page 180.
Yes.
Just read chat 3 into the record. You can read it loud.
This guy Imran wants to see me. He's downstairs. Can you please go get him and let Brigadier Ramangwa interview him? You beg, even bring him at the National Commissioner's boardroom so that he can see that I am busy with shortlisting.
So is this not an example of you asking Sergeant Nkosi to go fetch somebody for you downstairs and bring him to your office?
I don't deny that, Chair, and I don't mean that it never happened before. I wasn't really saying it never happened at all. But what I mean is that it wasn't my practice that he will be the one to go fetch people, because Sergeant Nkosi is an investigating officer. He's mostly outside. So I take it
So the reason I was using this example was to show you that what he says about what happened on the day you met Mr. Matlala is actually possible, because it has happened in the same year that you have asked him to go fetch one of your guests downstairs and bring them to your office. And this chat is an example of that.
But because I consulted with my PA on that specific day, the one of Mr. Matlala, they say, no, General, we are the ones who went to fetch him, and from there we took him to Brigadier so-and-so when they were done. And I guess the Commission can still call her to come and explain that part.
So on the issue of the specific meeting with Mr. Matlala, you stick to your story that it never happened.
I stick
that
to
Sergeant Ngosi went to pick him up.
I stick to my story, Chair.
All right, thank you.
But General, I have a difficulty with this response now. My impression when you testified earlier in relation to Mr. Matlala, you said you do not do this. You do not send Sergeant Ngosi to fetch people for you because you have your own staff. And I did not hear you to say that, but there are exceptions. You just said, I do not use Sergeant Ngosi to fetch people for me from downstairs and bring them up to my office. And you even gave a reason, so you did not just say, I do not do it. The reason was because you have your own staff, PAs and so on, and that those are the people who would do this for you. Now suddenly when you are confronted with this, and you asking Sergeant Ngosi to do exactly this for you, but in respect of someone else, now you suddenly suggest that there are exceptions where you would ask him to do this for you.
Chair.
From where I'm sitting, you appear to be contradicting yourself.
No, Chair, no.
Yes.
No. Chair, in a normal course of duty, it happens that sometimes even the staff, the PAs are all busy. Sometimes I've sent even Brigadier Ramawa, even Sergeant Shianguli, I've sent many people to go fetch someone, or sometimes they've sent a messenger. So it's possible that it can happen. It is not strict.
But did you say so when you were engaged a couple of days back, when you were engaged on this by Ms. Hassim? Did you say this? Did you say, but there are exceptions?
I might not have said it, Chair, but it happens everywhere, especially in the police, in our office, to find someone who is, one of them could be standing there and say, please bring so-and-so is downstairs. It happens, Chair.
You even said, if I'm not mistaken, I hope it was in the same context, you even said that he does not work in your section or something like that, and that he works elsewhere, even though in the broader scheme of things, he is still within your section. But you said he does not work with you or for you, and that is even way down in terms of the hierarchy. And if I'm not mistaken, I think it was exactly in the context of what Ms. Hassim was engaging you on with regard to Sergeant Ngosi fetching Mr. Matlala from downstairs to your office upstairs.
In my case, Chair, honestly speaking, I don't see a contradiction, because I'm being honest when I say anybody can be asked to go fetch somebody who is in the office, and it happens all the time. It has happened many times. It can be confirmed.
But do you accept, though, that there would be a contradiction if you did not suggest in the earlier engagement that there are exceptions? And you only now suggest an exception upon being confronted with an instance where you do ask a Sergeant Ngosi to fetch someone for you? Do you accept that there would be a contradiction?
No, I don't.
No. If, General, you did not suggest that there are exceptions, if your answer was categorical and it was that No. I would never send Sergeant Nkosi. And the reason for not doing so is that I have my own staff. I have my own PA and other people who work closely with me. No exception. So there would be a contradiction if you did not suggest exceptions or an exception. Do you accept that?
I don't, Chair. I don't. Because I know that, let's say, failure to elaborate further, when I could, let's say I gave a short answer that says, no, I have staff.
You never give short answers. You hardly ever.
My apology, Chair. What I'm saying, Chair, is that in my office, there are always people that comes in and out. Sometimes even in between the staff themselves, the support structure themselves, someone is typing something, was on the phone and something, and they say, so there is so-and-so down there, can you please go fetch him? Then my staff will ask or arrange with one of the guys that are around, roaming around in the office to go.
You see, General, that now is articulating an exception. I'm saying to you, suppose you had never suggested that there are exceptions and that your answer was categorical that you would never send Sergeant Nkosi because you have your own staff, PA, etc. Now, if your answer was that categorical, do you accept that that would be contradictory to a situation where you later suggest that there are exceptions? It's a very simple question.
It's a very simple question, Chair, but where it hurts me is when the Chair says to me, now when I'm confronted, now all of a sudden I say...
Let's forget, All right, continue, please respond.
All I can say, Chair, is that in all our offices, even the National Commissioner, it's not only one person
that's not what I'm asking.
Who goes first.
That's not what I'm asking, General. Oh. That's not what I'm asking. I'm saying, suppose your answer is categorical and it says that there is no way I would ever send Sergeant Nkosi because I have my own staff, my PA, and other people who work closely with me. And then so that categorical answer does not admit of any exception. But later you give an answer that suggests that in fact there are exceptions. My question is, do you not accept that the two would be contradictory? One that says there are exceptions, one that's categorical and says, I would never send Sergeant Nkosi. Aren't those contradictory? It's a simple question.
If the Chair calls it a contradiction, I guess the Chair, the ultimate end, normally will rule on it and say, I say it's a contradiction. And whether I say yes or no, it won't change the Chair's perception.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
General, that exception that you speak of doesn't apply in this case at page 180 because Mr. Nkosi is obviously not standing next to you. He's not the people who are walking around. That's why you text him. That's why you SMS him. And you say, I'm busy shortlisting. Go and get him, bring him up here so that he can see I'm in the boardroom. So we know from that text that he's not one of the people that fall within your exceptional circumstances where they happen to be walking around and you stopped him. You got him from wherever he was in the building. So the question still stands that Commissioner Khumalo asks, that your evidence is he's not in my office. He doesn't work in my office. He's 5 levels down. So even before you get to your explanation about PAs, you've already said he's not in my office, he's further down, he's a detective, whatever. He goes out to do work. I could not have asked him to bring Mr. Matlala, so he's not telling the truth. But here we are, we have evidence here, where you text him because he's not next to you. You text him from wherever he is to come and bring this gentleman to you. That's really the important point here, at least for me, that says you do, after all, send him, even when he's not within your sight, you call him from wherever he is by text, and you say, go get that person and bring him here. So even the exception that you're describing, it doesn't answer what we see at page 180 and the contradiction that the chairperson talks about. Do you have a response?
The worry that I have is to really create an impression about something that looks like wrongdoing, even where there's no wrongdoing. It's such a problem that I have.
Don't anticipate where questions are going or what they are calculated to achieve, General. Answer questions on the basis of the facts that you know. Don't try to anticipate, because sometimes that's probably what causes you to give us very long answers, is because you are trying to anticipate where you think we are going. So can you please respond to Commissioner Baloyi's question?
I take what the chair said and what the commissioner said.
And may I conclude this by making this observation or suggesting this to you for your comment. What we see now with regard to this example, and you asking Sergeant Nkosi to fetch someone for you, actually gives credence to what Sergeant Nkosi says about you having asked him to get Mr. Matlala for you. It's not outside of the realm of possibility. If you've done it now, then this instance gives credence to what Sergeant Nkosi says.
Can I have half a minute to say something specifically on this one, Chair, please?
Will that be responding to my question?
No, Chair. But it is relevant to the fact that it is very much relevant in a sense that it shows the other side of what I'm talking about on the same issue.
I'm not sure, General. Maybe just at some point, maybe later even before we adjourn, you may make your point. For now, I want you to respond to what I've suggested to you and invited a comment on. Can you please respond to that?
The chair said I mustn't anticipate the questions I just want to ask the chair maybe to really repeat it for me, because
I said, General, this instance, the instance that Commissioner Kumalo drew your attention to, which is that you actually did ask Sergeant Nkosi to fetch someone for you from downstairs and to take him upstairs to your office. I said that instance actually, which you do not deny, by the way, in fact, it comes from you, is your request here in writing in black and white in chat number 3, page 180. I'm saying that instance gives credence to what Sergeant Nkosi has said, which is that you asked him to fetch Mr. Matlala for you. I'm suggesting that to you, and I'm inviting your comment.
I have asked him to go fetch someone for me.
No, I'm saying that request for him to fetch someone for you actually gives credence to what Sergeant Kosi says, which is that with regard to Mr. Matlala, you asked him to fetch Mr. Matlala for you. Your comment?
I'm pushed to actually say yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Just two quick observations still on this chat, because I don't know if we will come back to it. This Imran is a businessman called Imran Bhatt, the same one you spoke about on the second day.
Yes.
Yes. And he was coming to see you.
Yes.
So just like Mr. Matlala, he's a businessman.
Yes.
Coming to see you. And another observation I make, if you look at the last chat 7 on that page, it looks like Mr. Imran was bearing gifts.
Yes, and that's why I wanted to talk to it. And I would hope that the commission, the chair will allow me, because it gives a bad impression. As we speak, Imran is attacking me over because he came with a gift in my office.
General, don't anticipate. You're going to get the opportunity. That's why I opened this up, because I sensed that you had something to say.
Yes.
Remember, Chair warned you not to anticipate. So allow us to finish, then you get your opportunity to answer. So the reason I'm now raising this specifically, because I got the sense that you want to address it.
You are helping me, Commissioner.
Because we have to be fair to you.
I want to cough out on this thing, yes. and I feel like I'm being pressed
now,
to keep...
this is the opportunity I'm giving you. That's why I was opening that up to say he came bearing gifts. Now I'm going to invite your response, but I'm going to ask that it doesn't take 5 minutes.
It won't take 2 minutes.
Go ahead.
All I'm saying, Chair, and thanks for this, I forgot about this instance. I knew that he once came to my office. He was carrying a paper bag. He wanted to see me badly. And then I said, there is this man who wants to see me, bring him up. But I said, and let Brigadier Ramangwa be the one to interview him as to why does he want to see me. Then he says, no. He says, I am with Imran. He said he is comfortable to be interviewed by you, General. What must I do? Or tell him you are busy till late, he can come back tomorrow. So I didn't even want him to come back tomorrow. I said, no, tell him that I'm busy. You can even bring him for him to see that I'm busy. And then he came in the office, in the boardroom. He was carrying a paper bag, and I said, you wanted to see me? I said, no, I don't want to see you. I said, please take this guy out with his paper bag. Let him go. And then they took him out with his paper bag. And that's when we say, yeah, you handled him well. So I just want to say, because out there is making a lot of TikToks and everything, that how we got to fight with him is that he was always the complainant of the human trafficking. And then at some point we said, but this guy is a complainant and withdrawing case, human trafficking of people who are coming in. And I said, no, interrogate this one. That's when me and him started fighting at that time. So now he's making a lot of allegations, but at least, Commissioner Baloy, for this one, thank you very much. It shows that I chased him away. Thank you very much.
His surname is still Kumalo.
It's the second time you're doing that.
I say his surname is still Kumalo.
What did I say?
Commissioner Baloy.
And it's the second time.
Yesterday as well.
I'm confused. It's not easy sitting here.
But I'm glad you now think we are fair.
It's
and
fine.
you can see that we are, because we have given you the opportunity to address something which you regard as burning.
Thank you very
and current.
much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. General, the commissioners took you far away from me and where I was with you.
Apologies, Ms. Hassan.
Which was on finance.
At least it gave me a break.
They gave you a break?
A break from this intense.
Well, I'm glad you thought that was a break. Let's get back to it. I was asking you about these businesses, and you explained. And you explained that, you know, the rooms for rent and the eggs animal business sounds like a small nyana business. It's cash. You get cash.
Yes.
What amount of income do you get from those businesses? And I do not expect you to be precise about this.
I have to say it honestly speaking.
A rough amount per month. What do you earn from these?
I'm forced to respond on this one, Commissioner. I can give it to the commissioners because I don't know how the other people outside and what impact it can do to me and my career, my business outside.
Please write it down. It will be shown to the, the evidence leaders, your legal representatives, and to us.
Yeah. What I must say, indicate, is that in anticipation of the fact that one day I will be on pension, when the police fired me the first time around, I built. Remember, from where I come from at Rustenburg, it's a mining area. You can see the money as it comes in, but you can also see the spending. I built 20 rooms because we've got many people that come, the laborer that are coming to work at the mines, and then they rent. When the city of Joburg also fired me, not fired, when I resigned from the city to go back to the police, I also make sure that when I get large sum of money, I build some as well in another land that I bought.
In addition to the 20?
In addition to that.
What, is this also in Rustenburg?
In Rustenburg home, they are next to each other.
And how many are these? I'm sorry, Mr.
How many is going to result into the amount? I'll write the amount.
Oh,
but the bottom line is that
yes,
each time I get large sum of money, moments like this when the police turned against you, you know that at least you don't go hungry at home.
Yeah. May I say this though, we are going to be shown this confidentially, but if down the line the questioning has to touch on this for whatever reason, you know, maybe access to whatever financial issues, if there be, I do not know, as I sit here, the evidence leaders know best. It may well happen that it may be necessary to divulge.
It's fine.
So I don't want you to say, but I gave this to you confidentially. Why are you suddenly divulging it? Yes.
No,
Thank you.
it's okay.
Thank you.
I don't have any other.
Thank you.
Yeah, that I can say myself. I commit
Thank
to
you.
this.
Thank you, General.
All right.
General, it looks like that's a lot of money.
No.
begs many more questions, I'm afraid, Chair. I'll ask you to pass it to, maybe I could just write my questions here. It's incomplete.
Let's all see it so long.
Okay.
Or you want to write your questions before you pass it on?
I'll do it after you've seen it, Chair.
I do not know what Ms. Hassim's questions are going to be, but here's an issue I want to raise. When you first mentioned building, you said you built 20 rooms at home in Rustenburg. Now here I don't see reference to 20, I see 16 and 15. Can you explain that?
Chair.
Site 1, 16, site 2, 15.
Yes.
So I would have expected to see 20 somewhere.
The only problem is that in one of the rooms, it became a double room, and then it's a shop for rental. Then it makes it double room. It's things like those, Chair. And then in some, sometimes I'll be thinking that it's 15, in the meantime I find that it's 13. But this is what I own them, I build them.
Ms. Hassim, I hope your questions will not relate to the amounts.
I think I can ask a question without referring to the amount.
All right.
You, Chair, have already referred to 16 and 15.
Yes.
And then, General, you said there's an amount for each of those rooms, that amount.
Yes.
Is that a monthly amount?
Monthly.
A monthly amount. Okay. Now that helps. There is another entry below that, and it would help to get more detail, like how many of those. You refer to your wife, so it would help to just know how many and what the income is from that.
And the income, again, confidentially.
I will ask, I'm sure she's watching, she can WhatsApp me now so that I can respond. She's watching wherever she is, I think, Chair.
You've made the request indirectly then already.
Thank you. So, I mean, I hear you want this to be treated confidentially. From my perspective, for now, only for now, that's okay. But you would have had to disclose this, right?
May I ask, Chair? It is disclosed with the police.
Yes,
it's
okay.
Disclosed, it's there.
Right.
But what I want to just check, is this still in the Commission's mandate in terms of us working with the drug cartels, or is this something else in terms of the lifestyle audit and whatever, so that I know in which field I am now? Because now it's focusing on me and my lifestyle, and in the meantime, I thought I was going to be asked more questions about the drug cartel. I'm bearing my being here from the July 6 press briefing, and then I thought I was going to be asked about how I fit into Katiso Molefe, Mr. Swart was murdered, and I wanted to know what role did I play, and now the questioning is far from those things. It's just based on my communication with Nkosi, communication with that one, communication with this, my lifestyle. So it's just, I don't know whether I'm still real on the same railway line or it's just broad.
Let me explain. It's not far at all, because there have been allegations and evidence that of witnesses that have come or that have presented evidence here about payments to you. Allegations of links with cartels is not unrelated to money, frankly. So that's why I'm asking you this. And the other chats that were put to you and the meetings and why Sergeant Nkosi is the go-between is because there have also been allegations that some of these individuals with whom meetings are set up, and I'll give one example, Mr. Msibi, the allegation was that he's the head of this cartel. So these questions, maybe you don't realize, but they are completely related to the terms of reference of the Commission. And I'm glad...
Ms. Hassim said the cartel, the big five cartel. Of course, at this stage, as Ms. Hassim correctly says, they are allegations at this stage. What we will make of them at the end will depend on the totality of the evidence that we will get. So sorry for that, Ms. Hassim. Yeah.
Thanks, Chair. I mean, there are allegations, and we're testing it, and it's allegations that have been made, amongst others, against the witness, and so we must test those with the witness, including the issue of the payments of money and cash and so on. So that's where I am coming from with these questions.
Before you continue, Ms. Hassim, do we give this an exhibit number?
Oh yes, definitely. It would be CJC 84.
Thank you. May the attorneys please make copies and stick these where they should be. Thank you.
Okay.
Not now, not now.
So to get back to that, so for example, there's this, and again, I'm not saying it's true or not. Please accept where I'm coming from. Allegations of large amounts, payment of cash. You have, like 300,000 Rand was mentioned. You have said that you never received cash payment from Mr. Matlala, right?
Yes.
Have you received cash payments from anybody else in that amount, in that kind of large amount, 300,000?
I think so.
You think you have?
In the bank, yes.
When would that have been?
It would have been from the businessman that bought my property, the one in Sandton.
When? When was that?
Either it is last year or a year before last, but you will come across an amount of 300,000 that paid by a businessman who's, by the way, is a soccer boss. So sometimes you find that it didn't pay for occupation over a period of time. and then and then the electricity, the rates and taxes and everything. Then he will deposit that money. It's there. It can be seen. It can be noted.
Okay.
Because I'm mentioning it so as to, I will be saying, was it the first amount that you received, the only amount, only to find out later. Then you say, but what about this? Then the commissioner said, you see, it's another contradiction. You said this and that.
Well, okay, so this is you said this was the one payment. So you're saying there may be other payments in these large amounts?
If there is, they can surely be explained. I can promise you, where I'm sitting, I've never received any amount of money that I cannot explain into my bank account.
Okay. So there would be, you're saying there could be other big amounts like this?
Yeah, and straightforward.
Okay.
But it's also your evidence that you have received amounts given not into your bank account.
In cash?
Cash given to you in the hand. Well, we spoke about the egg business and these rentals of rooms.
In that regard, yes.
So at least we've got two examples
yes.
of you having received cash in hand.
Yes.
Have you ever been subjected to a lifestyle audit?
Many times. I can bring one tomorrow where they went through up everything and they came to nothing. That's when they were investigating me for my. That time when I was being charged for the Porsche or the X6 and the house and everything. So they went. I'll bring the whole file. They did it upside down. And then the second time around, obviously, is when I was applying for security clearance, top clearance certificate. You complete your form and you say everything that you own. They went and they investigated everything they have to investigate. So the lifestyle, even now, they can still continue. I'm not worried about the lifestyle audit.
Okay. Thank you for offering to provide it to us. If you could, that would be helpful. Thank you. So you don't, I mean, from what it sounds like, from what you're telling us, you don't have a financial problem. I mean, I know you've complained about how your salary has gone very much down at the SAPS, but you really don't have financial problems.
No one can say they don't have a financial problem. I'm sure even the chair will have at some point.
As they say, General, speak for yourself.
What I'm saying, Chair, it's on a lighter note, Chair, on a lighter note. But what I want to say is that at this present moment where I am sitting, having been subjected to lots of processes running simultaneously, Madlanga, ad hoc, disciplinary, criminal, it's a lot of things. So I find myself running to different lawyers, different people to assist me. They've been here, my legal team, for the whole week, and it's on my shoulders, and the police refuse to assist me. Now, I can't look like someone who says I don't have a financial problem. I'm in a financial crisis.
Okay, that's fair enough. You know, one other reason why this is relevant is there have been claims that you in fact, maybe what we should do is just play the full. It was sent to you, a video clip of I think an ENCA interview with Mr. Stuart Shaik.
Yeah.
In which he talks about a rental agreement with you, a lease, sort of a lease agreement. But if I could just show that to the commissioners and then you can respond to it, please. We're not going to play that entire interview. We'll just go to the segment that's relevant. And maybe if you just start a few seconds before, so there's a lead-in.
That's the end of the case.
Let me make 100% sure I understand what you're saying, Stuart. You offered General Sibia your vehicle, correct?
At a cost, yes.
At a cost.
How much was it?
Oh.
So we were working on an average of about 60K, 70K per month to utilize a bulletproof vehicle. You must remember the bakkie that you saw is a B6 bulletproof vehicle.
And General Sibia is paying you that fee?
That's what he has to pay in terms of what we had signed.
And how were the payments made? Was it in cash? Was it EFT?
So currently we haven't finished more than a month with the vehicle, but it should be via EFT.
And is he paying you for your services?
I have no services, Yusuf. You're asking me the same question, and I've explained I'm not a security guard. I don't have serial registration. I was not in the convoys. I was not a security person when
I think that's the relevant part, Chair. So what Mr. Is it Mr. Shaik? Is that correct?
Yes.
Is saying is that he had agreement with you that you would pay 60 or 70,000 rand a month for the use of the vehicle. Now, that vehicle, I believe, is the white Toyota that was shown here
Yes.
last year.
Yes,
That prompted him to go and give this interview.
yes.
So, first of all, is that correct that you pay 60 to 70,000 rand a month for the use of the vehicle?
The agreement that this is what I will pay.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so that was, I think, in November 2025. So have you been making payments since then?
Not yet.
You haven't yet?
Not yet. And not, yes, not yet.
Okay, and why is that? It's not really an agreement, it's just a loan.
Are you using the vehicle?
No.
Did you ever use the vehicle?
I did use the vehicle.
For how long?
Almost, I think, I don't know whether it's 2 months or 3 months, but I did use it.
Please continue, Mrs.
Okay, so you don't use the vehicle, so that's why you haven't made any payment, is that right?
Not because that is why I haven't made payment. It's just simply because of the fact that I'm not in a good financial position at this present moment. My focus is in making sure that I keep the legal teams. There are some who have already withdrawn from assisting because of legal. So anybody who I owe money, and then I try to make sure that I keep them also. I keep them here and there. I rob this one to pay this one, and I must leave this one, go and pay one for disciplinary, and then as I'm doing for discipline, this one says I didn't sleep the whole weekend working on your paper. I also have bills to pay, so this is how I live my life. But I also want to say, even before Mr. Shaik's one, I was using the one that was rented to me for almost a month, and then I still owe them. It was a bulletproof, it was a Fortuna. And then when they took it because I could not pay, I was left vulnerable. And then when I approached Mr. Stuart Shaik to say that at this present moment I'm engaged in a very serious fight, and my life is in danger, and can we sign? Can we agree to sign on a piece of paper that this is how much you will want, and maybe I will pay, and when I get money. So I didn't actually say when I get money. I would say I will pay, but it hasn't been easy to pay because of the fact that I just get my salary, and all the lawyers want their money, and I'm struggling at this present moment.
Okay. You said prior to that you were renting another bulletproof vehicle.
Yes.
And what was the rental on that?
What was it?
What was the rental?
It was a security company initially that said they will send their bill. I don't have their bill yet, because I said to them, I know I owe you. I'm still facing this thing. Let me face this fire. I'll still revert back to you.
So you haven't paid
I haven't.
that company?
I haven't.
Which company is it?
What do you know? Is a person who was actually recommended by my lawyer at that time, because at some point, as the helicopters were hovering over my house and then cars of intelligence parked all over the side, my kids, everybody were afraid, and they were saying, don't go home. And then my lawyer was saying, I've got a brother that I can ask for you to go and sleep at my place. But I said to them, I'm not going to leave my family alone and then run away. They rather kill me in my house. Then I didn't go, but at least they said, okay, let's see what we can do. That's when they gave me that car to say, okay, in the meantime, let's keep you at this one. I have driven that car for quite some time. I think record is there. And then they also brought me some security at around time. There were some break-ins where they cut a fence, tried to come in. There were some instances where life-threatening instances were happening. But lucky enough, the security that I had at that point in time was able to reinforce in such a way that I ended up surviving up until I got the one of Mr. Shaik. So the one of Mr. Shaik I kept. Even when they attacked me for using that, and the commissioner asked the General CBI security, at that time I didn't have, but they provided. But when they provided the ones, they gave me 6, static and transit. But then the problem is that they brought me, then I get a call that says, no, they brought you, the ones that must actually come and surveil you. Whoever comes in, they write registration number, they check these people, and then others, they follow them. What is your relationship with this person? Why were you going there? And then I ended up realizing, one of them, in fact, came to see me and said to me, General, they gave you their own people. This one is so-and-so's bodyguard, this one is so-and-so's bodyguard. Then I had to release them and say, I can't trust you guys. That's when they allowed me to say, can I call people that at least I can trust? Then that's when I asked for the team that I sent to the borders of Mozambique to go and fight organized crime there. I asked, they then sent me 2 people that I have currently. But I could not, even when that car was supposedly saying it's controversial, I still held on to it. For as long as I still wanted to be alive, I kept holding on to it. But I'm not using it anymore.
So you approached Mr. Shaik, you knew him already?
Yes, I knew.
Just before Mr. Shaik. So the first one, you were given without an amount being fixed for it, the Fortuner.
They were saying this car is 5,000 rand a day. But under these circumstances, we understand what you are sitting with. And the lawyer said, I will speak to them to see how best we can come up with a deal. For now, let's focus on your case. And then I closed my eyes to just focus on traveling between my home and the lawyers, to have that car, and then from there it goes. It wasn't really full time and all day long there.
Oh, thank you. You answered me, General. Yes, Mr. Sim.
General, you said you approached Mr. Shaik, so you knew Mr. Shaik already.
Yes.
Okay. I must put this to you because it's been, one, because there were allegations made in this commission and because it's been circulating. It's known that Mr. Shaik has a criminal record, right?
Yes.
And the question is, for me, how it is that you come to associate with somebody with a criminal record, and it's not just a single instance, but there were multiple instances, as we saw. And I'd just like you to explain that. as somebody in your position, because, and I'm certainly not saying that someone with a criminal conviction should not have any friends thereafter, but it is very different when it's a top cop in the country. So that's why I'm asking you the question.
Number one, I didn't know at this stage that Mr. Shaik could have been or might have been in conflict with the law. It doesn't always happen that when you meet a person, you have to vet a person. And the circumstances under which I met Mr. Shaik, he was coming to complain at the office about the matters that are taking place and organized crime that is taking place in KZN. I then called General Kumalo, the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence, and say, here is this man, he's from KZN, listen to him, go with him. They left my office, the two of them, intelligence and Mr. Shaik. Now, intelligence was supposed to say to me, we know this guy. Or they were supposed to, because everybody get vetted from intelligence. They went there, they didn't agree there, and then the next thing Mr. Shaik also left, because apparently instead of helping him, they said they wanted more information about me from him. So he came to my office. I called General Kumalo to my office and say, here is this man with information, go with him. He left with him.
When was this, General?
Oh. Chair, when you ask me about the date, I forgot even the day when I got married, Chair. So I really...
2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years?
I would say 5 years, 4 years.
Okay. That he came to you for the first time?
Yes. Okay. So in between, we lost touch. We lost touch in between. So up until now, when we saw him again. But of importance is that when he came to me the first time, I called the relevant person, the most relevant person who could have been the one to firstly vet him, check on him. Even the purpose of intelligence is not only to gather, collate, and it's also to support. They are the ones who must also be able to support the top management and the leadership of the police and say, we can see you are interacting with this person, but please do know, be aware that this person, we are watching him, or this person is involved in 1, 2, 3, 4, so that I know and I'm pre-warned. If I continue, then I'm in trouble. But now, if I don't know, crime intelligence cannot really hold it against me or anyone if they failed to advise themselves. So now, I didn't know that Mr. Shaik has been in conflict with the law previously. And to me, at that point in time, it was not even a priority.
Can I just ask you, you said, in answer to my question, you said about 5, we settled on 5 years. You said about 5 years, maybe. But then you then said we lost touch until now. Maybe there's something that's missing there. So he comes to the office and he raises this concern with you. You refer him, you call General Kumalo who comes to your office. That's 5 years, is about 20.
I apologize, Chair. 5 years, General Kumalo was not the head of intelligence for 5 years. He was not the head of intelligence for 5 years, and I was not a DNC for 5 years. So it's between 2023 after the 1st of July, because it is in between that period. So I'm changing the 5 years thing because I remember, I mean, if I was the one who was able to call General Khumalo to my office, which means I was already a DNC. So it's between
it would be after July 2023.
That's
because
correct.
you became DNC in
That's
July
correct.
2023. Yes. But then you say that we then lost touch until recently. So there's something missing in your answer. He came to your office, laid a complaint. What happens after that in your relationship that makes you say we then lost touch until recently? How does the relationship develop? At which point do you now keep in contact with this person who came to your office as a complainant?
The information that he was giving was of a sensitive nature and too complex in such a way that I didn't want to give it to any investigator on the ground. I wanted it to be handled from counterintelligence approach or from intelligence approach. That's why I called General Khumalo to my office, and the two of them sat in front of me, and I introduced Stuart to General Khumalo. I didn't know they know each other. They are all from KZN. So I introduced this one to this one, and then I asked him and said, please listen to him. And they left together from my office. So I did what I was supposed to do, and I take it that if there's anybody who was supposed or who ought to have really brought light or vetted Mr. Shaik would have been General Khumalo.
Yes. General, you're not answering my question. My question was, you met him after July 2023. We've said that. And my question was, then what happens? How does your relationship develop after that? At which point do you have a relationship with him? And I say relationship because you said we then lost touch with each other after that first meeting. We lost touch with each other until recently. So I'm trying to understand, beyond him being a complainant, that first time you met him, what happens that in your evolving, does the relationship evolve when, into what?
We didn't have a relationship at all. He left with General Khumalo. It was the first time he was introduced to me, in fact, by Robert McBride, and says, so and so and so and so will come see you. He's got information that can assist you in KZN. Then he came. Then coming to see me, we spoke. I then called General Khumalo, then we lost touch. Now, when we got to meet, now it was when I was hitting the storm. And as he saw it happening, he says, he approached, actually, he called, in fact, the first time and said to me, General, I know these guys. They might kill you.
Yeah, I'm more interested in the timeline, General, because at some point you get into this transaction with him where he lends you his vehicle or he leases it to you for this huge amount of money. Because he's concerned, he gets concerned, you approach him, you get you're concerned, you approach him, and he helps you out. We know that somewhere in October, November, according to what you're saying and what he's saying, because he's on TV in November and he says it's about a month. So on his version, you would have had this vehicle in about October 2024. 2025, let me correct myself. But you first met him in 2023 at some point after July. So I want to understand, between the time that he gives you this vehicle for rental and when you first met him, what happens with your relationship in that period? Did you become friends? From which point did you become acquaintances, or you had nothing to do with each other until when you now ask for a vehicle from him?
We had nothing to do, absolutely nothing to do with each other. We never contacted each other. We never met. We never even visited each other. Even when we can check my phones, there was no point where we called each other.
Okay.
I never hit my relationship with, or my communication with him. Because to me, at a point now where it was now about the survival of me, my life, I had nothing to really hide.
So when, as things are happening, we now know we are in 2024. We've moved to 2024, we're talking about 2025. When in 24, 25 do you resume now the contact? And this would be for the second time, according to you, because you first met him as a complainant and then as an information sharer. And then you went your separate ways. So what I'm asking you is, at which point, and say, I would like you to be specific. It's 2024, 25, and about when in any of these 2 years do you next have a connection with him?
After my suspension, I think I was still using the security, the private security car for a month. And thereafter, it was that one now of Mr. Shaik. So how it happened is that there was a group of 4 guys that came that we heard that they are in Joburg. These are the Inkabis from KZN. And pictures were also sent to me. They came to kill someone, but at the same time it was local. And there were photos as they were leaving a restaurant. Those things were sent to me by a member of the South African Police Service, who was also running away from them from KZN, but they came for him here. And then I said, hey, don't only think that they are here for me, they could also be here for you. But it was the policeman, I have his name. And then as a result, I knew that anything can happen, even to me. So I received a call from him that says, hello, General, I need to meet with you because...
This is after your suspension?
Yes.
Okay, so what period are we talking about here? And
I was suspended, I think late July.
2024?
2024.
Okay.
No, 2025.
2025.
2025.
So you first met him after your appointment as DNC, and the next time you have an interaction with him is in 2025, yes, when he calls you.
Yes.
All right? And then, so that's the second time you have an interaction with him.
Yes.
All right? And and is it in that interaction with him, he called you, I would like to see you, is it in that interaction that you then get to discuss the vehicle, him lending you or leasing to you his motor vehicle?
No. Yes, but I am not at this point in time able to say exactly when the security pulled out their vehicle because they were losing more money because the car is with me, so they started pulling it out actually. That's when we discussed this one with Mr. Shaik to say, can you borrow me? Because he made it available from initially. Now he told me.
I guess what I'm seeking to clarify, General, is it when you meet him or when you speak to him the second time? Remember, your evidence is the first time you spoke to him is when he came to you to tell you about what's going on in KZN. And then you didn't have anything to do with him. That's your evidence. The next time you had anything to do with him is after your suspension. And he reached out to you. So all I'm trying to clarify with you is it in this second time that he reaches out to you that you then discuss the vehicle?
In his second time.
Okay. And was the vehicle made to you, available rather, to you immediately or shortly after the second meeting And I'm trying to see whether we can put a time period
It
to
took quite some time because initially I was trying to say to him, borrow me the car. And then he said to me, General, this is expensive car, and then even the insurance, even this and this and this. And then this is the car that he is using. I then offered to borrow him my car. I gave him my one, and then I took his. Of course, his is more expensive. I was gonna have to pay it.
And he would use yours for free.
Me, I didn't mind.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I'm not yet at the point whether you mind or not. I'm just checking what was the arrangement. The arrangement was he gives you his motor vehicle, you will pay rent as he says on TV, and then you, in exchange, you give him your vehicle to use, but he uses it at no cost.
Yes, but it was
Those are
not
the
in.
facts.
It was not in exchange. He gave it to me, and he said to me, "This is how we can." Now, only to find that he was using his girlfriend's car all the time. He was struggling himself, but sacrificing the car for me. And then I realized that this man is sacrificed his car, and because he said to me, "You need it more." And then I said,
And that's why you gave him your vehicle.
"Yes." I said, "No, keep this one."
Okay, all right. And that would have been, so when he gave you his vehicle, we know you met him after your suspension, so we have a date of, but the earliest would have been immediately after your suspension in 2025, and it's the second half of 2025. And according to him, on that interview, the interview is in November, and then he says you've already had the car for a month, so you would have had it, say, September, October, if he's correct, in November, that you've had it for about a month now. So that would be September, October.
Yeah, I think I had it for 2-3 months. I'm not sure.
Before November 2025.
It could be November, December, and January.
Yeah, okay.
But January, I think he had already taken it because remember, I'm not able to pay as
Yeah.
well.
Okay, so in November when he says you've had, the arrangement rather, is about a month now, that's all I'm saying to you, that if he's correct, that as at the date of his interview, the arrangement that you have with him is about a month old or so, that would mean you took the vehicle in about October, maybe late September, but maybe more actually, October, because he says it's a month. That's all I'm checking, the timeline.
I'm asking not to commit to the timelines. I do admit and accept that I did use it. When the security pulled out, I took this one. Now, in terms of the timeline, commissioners, you may actually find yourself having to say to me, "You see now, General, you lied here, or you were not being truthful here." I don't know the timelines really that I can say unless it's something that I have to confirm.
Yeah.
So that I then give the exact date.
Okay, no, that's fair. I'm happy to leave it at this point at that. Thank you. Ms. Assam?
Just a question about, you said that Mr. Shaik came to you in about July, said he wanted to meet you. What did he want to meet you about?
When he came to see me the first time?
No, you've explained that, and then you said there was a gap, and then you said in July 2025, Mr. Shaik contacted you.
No, he came, and he contacted me and said, "General, I can see you are now going through the heat."
Okay, so he contacted you specifically to talk about what was going on in your life?
Yes, because it was all over.
I see, okay. And then your answer to, you said you didn't know at the time when you first met him, that he had a criminal record.
Yes.
So when did you come to know?
He came back from Parliament when General Kumalo made when he was testifying and he showed a whole list of record. And then that's the very first time we all got to know. But he also then went and said, but this is not true. And he provided the true reflection. But for me, whether it was a whole list or he went and fixed it, is neither here nor there. The only problem that I wanted to just explain to me was that it was irrelevant for me. Whether he has a criminal record or he doesn't, the fire that I'm facing for my life, and this man comes and say, here's my car, you can use it. We are at war now, and I need this car, Commissioner. And this is what I did. And I must say, pull out Imran's butt, and then you see how Imran's butt looks, and then and you see the commissioners that are with him. So I'm just saying it's normal. You don't investigate a person criminally when you meet him the first time. I don't know if Commissioner Kumalo will meet me, and then before we begin to acquaint myself, then he will vet me. It's not how life works.
You know, your problem, General, is you assume that we've already arrived at certain conclusions. We are far from that. We are at a stage where allegations have been made and they are being tested. And questions that are being asked, their purpose is to test those allegations, not to say they are true. We are at the stage where they are still being tested. So I think if you understand that, then you'll be able to answer questions freely. Just assume that we are there.
The heat is on here, Chair. I understand. I will hold on. I understand that part.
Okay, in any event, you've answered that it didn't matter to you that he had a criminal record because you needed help and he was willing to help and you wanted to take that help.
Yes.
So it didn't matter. You said it's irrelevant.
I didn't know, but having learned, I say to me, it really didn't matter.
Okay. Thank you. Now, in the course of answering that, you spoke about being at war, which takes me to the next topic that I want to go to. Who are you at war with?
May I just deal with the question of the list of the highlights?
Oh, apologies,
Yeah.
Commissioner.
No
I thought
problem at all. No problem
Please
at
go.
all. In general, you say you used the bulletproof Toyota Hilux for 2 or 3 months, and you say there is a written agreement in terms of which the car was hired out to you. You do say that you did not pay for it because you are in financial difficulties. But what I want to find out from you is, but when you signed the agreement to pay 60,000 to 70,000 rand for the vehicle, for the parking, you seriously intended to pay, not so?
I seriously intended to pay, but he understood that I'll pay when I'm in a position to. Not immediately per month, because per month I was not able to.
All right. No, I just wanted to understand that you concluded that agreement seriously intending to pay.
So, General, if that was the agreement, why would he take his vehicle on the basis that you're unable to pay? I may have misunderstood you, but I think I heard you to say you had the vehicle for a period, but you took it back or you gave it back because you couldn't afford to. In fact, you said you took it back because you were not paying, you couldn't afford to. But if the arrangement is what you've just described to the chair, why would he take it back on that basis? that you are not paying?
The fact that no money is coming through, number one. Number two, it had the other rim cracked, and now it was using, we put a spare wheel of a smaller rim. Now the car was like, now I had no money to even buy a new rim for the vehicle. And then each time we meet and he says to me, General, you're gonna damage this car because now it is heavy and it is unbalanced and it's cracking he was talking about, then he said to me, I'm taking it, I'm going to fix it. And then he took it and then it never came back. But I also realized that I understand if he's not bringing back, and I told myself I'm not going to ask him about it, and I didn't.
Have any payments at all been made on this agreement that you had?
No,
any at all?
No. I haven't made any payments, but when let's say for instance, I found myself in possession of, let's say 10,000 rand, and then sometimes I'll give him 5,000 rand.
Okay.
And then I wouldn't say it's towards the payment of the car. It's just to try and show him that I try.
And this agreement was in writing?
This agreement, if I remember very well, it was in writing. If I remember very well, I may not know where it is now.
Thank you. That's I'm answered.
It's in writing.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, General, I was asking you about what you've characterized as being at war, just to understand who you are at war with to start.
I'm at war with the system.
Sorry, say that again?
I'm at war with the system. I find myself, I was working, all was normal. I was going to work every day and having done nothing wrong. All of a sudden, one day, boom, there is a press conference, my name is mentioned, and then my name is mentioned also in allegations that don't need me, and the next thing, I am suspended, and now the stress also against me, so I found myself in that situation. To me, and when we say we are at war, as we speak, I'm at war fighting for my career now. I describe it that way. Even sitting here is war.
No, please, I see it's 2 minutes to 6. You're still continuing with a new point?
Yes, Chair.
Yes.
I'm going to continue with the new point.
Just a minute. Please, were you waiting for an answer? I think.
No, the General answered in his way.
All right. Perhaps let's adjourn until 6:10.
Thank you, Chair. the question I had asked the witness was, who is he at war with? And he says he's at war with the system. And then he gave a long answer about the war that he's waging with the system. Now, the reason I asked you that question, General, is because you said you're at war. But it's also apparent to, I think, anyone who's watching the Commission and the ad hoc committee that there appears to be a war or serious conflict within the top management of the SAPS. Would I be right to say that? That there are factions, let me use the word that others use, that there are factions.
Your mic, General, your mics.
What I like is the fact that she also could not avoid the word war. Before she goes to faction and the other one, we are at war. There are factions, I do agree. There are conflicts in the police that led to a situation where we are. This is what is unfortunately going on.
And it also is clear from your evidence and some of your answers over the past days that there's hostility that you have towards Lieutenant General Munazi.
There's no hostility. There was no hostility because even when he made that press briefing, or before the press briefing, just to give one example, I'm not going to be long. You remember when he made a statement that says the minister called for a meeting in an attempt to broker peace between myself and him. In fact, it was him who asked for a meeting, but in that meeting, he says in his press briefing, he said, Minister, there can never be peace between a policeman and a criminal. But when you look at a week or two thereafter, he invites me in writing to the Police Excellence Awards and Police Day. He invited me, and then we were communicating also. So there was no really conflict. I tried several times to make a relationship work, to build a relationship. I even sent Brigadier Sergeant Nkosi to KZN to go sit down with General Munazi and say, the General wants to know why are we fighting, because personally I'm left with 2 years to go home and I don't want to spend the remaining years of my life fighting. So I sent him, and why I sent him is because of their close relationship. They are bikers, both of them as well, with General Munazi. Said, please go down there and try to say, but I'm not fighting, we're not fighting, can we fix? So I tried even myself.
Okay, so now let me go back to the record of chats that we have to open this up further with you. I'm going to, so it's still those files 7, 8, and 9. Can you go to file 7 at page 336?
Page 336, Chair.
Yeah, 336. So here, Sergeant Nkosi, if you look at chat number 3, all the way to chat number 1 on the next page. Do you see that Sergeant Nkosi is sharing sharing some clips with you? Some audio, video clips?
Yes.
Okay, so let's just, this is now, let me say, 10 April 2024. Okay, so let's just go to that first clip.
Page?
It's going to have to be played because they're audio and video files. So this is a TikTok video.
When were they erected? I do not know. What do you know? I know that I'm Jerome Kwanas and I'm a police officer.
Were you able to hear that?
I didn't.
Can we play it again? And is there a way to get the volume up?
Which day are you talking about? Because the number of days... During the day, you say there were barricades. So the barricades stood in Phoenix for a couple of days. They were not there in one day. Do you know when were they erected? I do not know. What do you know? I know that I'm a police officer.
Okay. Were you able to hear that, Chair? Were you able to hear that, General?
Yes.
You've seen this before, this clip?
Yes.
Yeah. Why was Sergeant...
Perhaps Ms. Asimi, if we could be told what it is, because we've heard it differently. It's not similarly audible to everybody. So maybe if someone can say what is being...
Isn't there a transcript?
There is not a transcript, Chair. It was audible when I heard it, when I listened to it myself at home. What I can say is it is the South African Human Rights Commission hearings into the July unrest. That's where General Munazi is speaking. And he speaks about the barricades, whether there were barricades.
Riots in July 2021.
Yes. So the question is about whether there were barricades or there weren't barricades. He seems to be denying that the barricades arrived, and it ends with, what do you know? And he says, I know I'm Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi and I'm a cop, I think, a police officer. Yeah, so that's basically what's the content of the clip. Now, what I'd like to know from you, General, is why did Sergeant Nkosi share this with you, and what was the interest in this clip?
Maybe something that he came across TikTok and say, listen to this.
What did you make of it?
Well, I was listening to the way he's responding to the Commissioner of Human Rights when he was asked a question, what do you know about this? And then he said, I do not know. And then they ask him a question, what do you know? Then he says, I know that I'm General Mkhwanazi and that I'm a police officer. So that's what I know. So now, as to why he sent it to me at that time, in this frame of mind where I am now, after so many months, I'm not able to really know the mood and the space we were at that point in time.
Okay. Can we go to the next clip, please? So that's not there's nothing spoken there, but it's just a clip which says that General Mkhwanazi reports to Minister Cele and has some qualifications. What was the purpose of sharing that with you?
You see, I quite honestly do not know, and because I don't have my devices, I'm also in a position, not in a position to accept or deny where I'm sitting. I don't know. But to me, it's an irrelevant thing for me.
I'm not sure what you mean by for you it's irrelevant. So what I'm showing you here is a series of clips that are shared, that Sergeant Nkosi shares with you, that specifically concern Lieutenant General Munazi, and that is in April 2024, 10 April 2024. Maybe we could just play the remainder and then you can respond to all in one go.
You need to get me the name of the person I'm talking about. He must be the commissioner of police, that guy, or anyone similar to that guy. I told Becky Kelly when we were in that place where the whites were trying to destroy a police station. Senegal, where it was me and Nkwenazi came, I said to Becky, this is the guy who must be a police commissioner, not these things you're offering to us all the time, who are driven by corruption and not to protect the streets. And
one of the things that I requested the minister to cease from doing, because the day before coming here, she was on television and telling South Africans that over 800 SNDF members were already deployed. And I warned the minister, you do not go public and tell lies and say these numbers are deployed, because they are not here.
Did you say that in those words?
Exactly. In that closed meeting.
What did you
That's
say?
only one thing I can say. That
Please say it again on record.
No, I said, Minister, you can't go to in front of television and communicate things that are not happening on the ground. It's a lie that there are 800 soldiers here. They are not.
What was the response?
Well, she didn't respond. She kept quiet.
This was a telephone discussion between you and the minister.
That was a verbal communication in that closed meeting that she said. I started telling them about things that had nothing to do with an operation, which was accusing me on when she appeared here.
Criminals amongst us. You'll have this youngster from this house who drives expensive cars, he wears expensive clothes, but is unemployed. So the word is going to go around that, no, this one is getting his money from criminal activities and the like. So a police station commander must know about that person. So once you know about that person, then we employ what we call man marking. So we start following that individual, just to be interested to know, how does he make the living? So it is that leads us in arresting those criminals. It leads us into confrontation with them most of the time, because we make it our business to get to know who's a troublemaker. So that's by so doing we prevent. Obviously, when we get to know that these are the people, we go into a mode of getting them arrested so that we can remove them from society. But in the process of us trying to arrest them, as you asked earlier, they start fighting, and it's the fight that we end up winning with.
I think that was the last one, Chair. That was the last one, General. So those are a series of video clips that involve Lieutenant General Munazi that Sergeant Nkosi shared with you. Why would he think you interested in seeing the series of video clips of Lieutenant General Munazi? And they're not all about one issue. It's different issues from different points in time. So it's been harvested from the internet, obviously.
Well, in some instances, I would say it's extrajudicial killings, where you find that there is a scene and then it will be like yet another murder committed by the police, or another subject killed by the police in KZN. And all these videos that have been shown, they've got good or bad, or good and bad, in a sense that When I say good and bad, bad in a sense that you see the extrajudicial killings or where that a person has been killed, but also where you hear, you see, as human beings, we must respect authority. You can't go on national TV and then tell the nation and say, Minister, I told the minister that, Minister, you do not go out there and lie. There must be a more decent way of being able to put something like that.
General, let me just ask maybe to try and get you back to the question. You've already said it's a mix of good and bad. The extrajudicial killing that you referred to is not apparent from the videos, at least from the one video we saw. Police vehicles, we see, I think, your forensic pathology vehicles. But when you say extrajudicial, you're speaking to something that you know, or that a conversation that's not before us, and maybe that's really the nub of the question, that you must have been discussing General Munazi with Sergeant Ngosi for him, and maybe not just General Munazi, but in this case, because we are looking at video clips that were sent to you, and all of them are about General Munazi. So it would seem there would have been some discussions between you and Sergeant Ngosi, and Sergeant Ngosi is sending you these videos and clips to say, see what they say about him. There has to be that context to it. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense that he would have sent these things to you.
Yeah. As far as I'm concerned, looking at these videos, that's why I said good and bad, in a sense that I still believe that for me, and I know that the chair did not agree with me when I say, for me, these loads and loads of TikToks on or about General Munazi out there every day, and a series of them in different accounts, it's something that should not be encouraged, because when you look at all the provincial commissioners, all of them, they don't have the same thing, not because of they can't, but simply because of the fact that they are restricted from doing it. Now, whether directly or indirectly, I say I don't have an account. It's not me, and I'm not account. But all my pictures of camouflage, my pictures of every meeting of this and this, they all end up in the media. Everything. So someone is investing in PR, and others are investing in hardware.
General, let me.
General, maybe my interpretation of what happened between you and me when we had that exchange, maybe my recollection may not be accurate, but this is what I remember. And I do not think you can interpret it as disagreement. What I did was to test what you were saying. You said your prescripts, police prescripts, do not allow the social media presence that General Munazi has. Am I correct?
Correct, Chair.
Yes. I then asked you whether General Munazi's presence is as a result of accounts, social media accounts that he himself holds, and that he then posts on his own social media accounts, and maybe there are then responses to his posts and so on. Do you remember that I asked you that?
I do, Chair.
Yes. And I went further and said, is it not more a case of others posting General Munazi on social media? I do not remember what your answer was to that. But all I'm trying to demonstrate is it was not a case of me disagreeing, but it was more a case of me testing what you were saying. Do you agree?
I agree.
Thank you.
Chair. Oh, thanks, Chair. Yes, General. I interrupted you at a point where you were going a bit, but not answering the question that I had asked. My question was that you've got these things that is being sent to you by Sergeant Nkosi, and you describe them as good and bad. There's a mix of good and bad. And what I was putting to you was the context in which he sent this, because there's no text in all of this. He doesn't explain why he's sending them. It's not obvious to the reader why he would have sent this. And so I'm suggesting to you that the context must have been that you and him were discussing about General Munazi. What do you say to that direct question? I may be wrong by placing that context, by suggesting that is the context, and you can say I am wrong and maybe explain why you say that was not the context.
It's possible that it is something that he came across on TikTok, then he forwarded them, not because of we were discussing it.
Okay.
But I don't deny that I had a lot of discussions with
Sergeant
Nkosi about General Munazi.
Okay.
Because for me to be able to send him down to meet General Munazi, he was also sending him to talk to me. So we were actually trying to mend the relationship.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Thanks, General. Mr. Singh?
Thanks. Let me take you to the next part of these chats that, again, was sharing of information on Lieutenant General Munazi, and that's on page 204.
Got it?
Okay, so you'll see at page 204 from chat number 1 all the way down to the next page, and then page after, the third page, which is page 206. There are screenshots that are sent to you by Sergeant Nkosi. You see that?
Yes, I do.
So let's just go to those screenshots. It's at page 280.
218.
280.
80, thank you.
Same file.
Yes. Okay, you'll see it's, sorry, and this is just for the date, it's 12 January 2025, when Sergeant Nkosi shares this with you. You'll see it's a City Press article about Lieutenant General Munazi being suspected of defeating the ends of justice. And it's very long. If you just page through it, it's screenshots of this article, so it goes on for quite a number of pages. Okay, do you see that?
That's correct.
Do you remember receiving this?
I don't remember, but I won't deny it either.
So after, and you see what the article is about, do you see that story? It starts off with Lieutenant General Munazi being suspected of defeating the ends of justice. I think it's got to do with the Mpangeni case. So At the end of all of this, you respond to Sergeant Nkosi on the 12th of January, 2025. You say, well explained, I think. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then he responds saying he's furious. We'll talk to you tomorrow when we meet. What did you mean by that, well explained?
Well explained.
Yes.
I could have been referred to what I see maybe here and say it is well explained here.
But what was your interest in this article, and why was Sergeant Nkosi sharing it with you? You respond saying, well explained. It sounds like the article is, I'm not sure, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Well explained. And then he says he's furious. I assume that's Lieutenant General Munazi.
Yes. Well, you see, when he says well explained, it's the way I read it here. Let's say, for instance, this is how what was written, and I don't even know it's in the same article, one and the same article, continuous from start to finish, or maybe when I say Netsuanda said the provincial commissioner was perplexed as he was not aware of any arrest of an area commissioner in his province. The provincial commissioner then took it upon himself to investigate the matter, only to find that a team deployed by the national head office to safeguard the Richards Bay minerals was behind the intended. Now, I could have been saying well explained, referring to this explanation.
Okay, but what was your interest in this? Why were you and Sergeant Nkosi interested in this?
I thought we passed that stage because the previous answer was the same question. That says, why were you exchanging these things? And then we said it's maybe the message that we're circulating. And then the next question was, okay, isn't it that maybe the two of you were discussing Lieutenant General Munazi? I then said, okay, it's possible also because we were in those type of discussions. So the same question will apply basically. Why were you discussing?
Okay, that was April 2024. This is January 2025. Your answer remains the same.
Yes.
Okay. Then on 28 January 2025, if you go to page 217, specifically chat number 6.
Sorry, Chair. I want to respond. I'm going to respond. But what worries me, Chair, quite honestly speaking, is that, you see, I have lots and lots that I could also put forward. But where you find that it was not accepted, or maybe, like the chair said, no, put in a supplementary. But at some point, I go feeling like it looked like the evidence leader is General Munazi's lawyer, not really probing. But if ever I'm wrong, it's her job to really maybe probe and ask this type of questions. I apologize for that. But the only thing is that it's like I feel here standing like I'm speaking to a lawyer of General Munazi, asking me questions. Why did you do this? Why did you do this? And when in fact I can't account sometimes for some of the things that were said or sent to me by Nkosi. But unfortunately, if I'm wrong, I will accept it. I was just raising it as a concern that it's like I'm standing in front of General Munazi's lawyer and not really being probed by the commission. So I was just raising that concern.
Can I respond first? No, I'm an evidence leader. I'm not here representing anybody. I don't have a dog in this fight. I'm here to put to you what evidence we have, as I've said to you many times. The relevance of all of this is about the faction fight within the top management of the police service.
But I feel that it is one-sided because my side of the story in terms of faction fighting is really not on the table. Whether I supplemented or I could have supplemented, I didn't know that if this is about faction fighting, I could balance the chairs in such a way that as I'm being approached with this, my side of the story covering where I'm coming from will also be covered. But the way the line of questioning came, it came through the way I was led by the evidence. Read your statement, and then from there we went to different files. From this file, we moved from this file, from that file to that file. Now, I'm just worried that, Chair, I'm not running away from this, I'm going to respond to this. But all I'm saying is that I'm sitting here feeling just a pity that one side is being played, and then the other side, not much is coming from the other side. As much as witnesses were called from 7 July, after this commission was formed, many times, one narrative being pushed, and then I come here at the last minute, I feel like an accused person where I'm sitting. And then when one narrative has been pushed over a period of time. So I don't want to talk too much on it, Chair, but I'm just cutting myself before the Chair says it's too much.
General, you did have an opportunity to put any evidence you wished before this commission. You did provide a 90-page affidavit with many, many annexes, and then a supplementary affidavit. Nothing stopped you from putting anything you wish to regarding this faction. It's a very serious issue because it's what seems to have brought about this commission. So, you know, there was nothing preventing you from doing that. And I don't think I should be curtailed in my questioning because you're not comfortable with it. Chair, that's all I have to say about that.
Perhaps just on the aspect that the faction is what led to the establishment of the commission. My understanding is that that was because of the allegations that were made by General Munazi, and I don't think, or rather, a substantial portion of those do not necessarily have anything to do with the faction. So
I take that point, Chair.
Yes,
it has become an issue as it's developed.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Hassim.
Maybe in the meantime, let me say what my interest is in these exchanges, or what piques the interest.
I wanted to raise the second point before that. I don't want to stop the. I can't. I don't have that authority. But the second point, and I want the Chair to hear, is still busy. The second point that I wanted.
Wait, General, so that the Chair can hear you. Just hold it.
I'll listen just now, General.
Thank you.
Yes, General.
The second point that I just wanted to raise as a much serious concern to me is that a press briefing was made. The next thing, my devices were taken. Then I got suspended, never allowed any access to anything, and being overwhelmed, like a shock and awe type of approach where we are being overwhelmed from different directions. Now, I'm being told now by the commission, I don't mean Chair, by the evidence leader that you had ample time to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, what they do, they paralyze you. they take your devices. After they take your devices, they see what is in your devices, they use it against you. What is in their devices, they took that. What is against them, let's say in Sergeant Nkosi's phone, is removed, is being removed. The same way applies, like let's say, when Ket Matala's phone was found, certain chats were deleted and deleted and deleted. Now, you've got a complainant who is a complainant who investigates, and then who's the one now running all the investigation. The PKT did, the same PKT that I'm being accused of attempting to disband is the one that is running, investigating me now. Now the report that came from Madlanga that went to the president, the people that must investigate is still the same Munazi again. So now I feel really helpless and pushed in a corner. That's why I'm saying, Madam Evidence Leader, I understand you are an evidence leader, but the problem is that the answers that I'm answering here, you are more prolific or more of a very vicious advocate that is defending or representing General Munazi. It's not like coming out in both sides, because there's no good side of mine that is being brought up from whatever that I have, because I have nothing to show. I don't have device, I have nothing. He's strong because now he's got all these things, he's got all the devices, he's got all the experts, he's still in the office, I'm outside, out there in the wilderness, no device, nothing, and I'm being put in a corner with these things. So, to quite honestly speaking, the playing field is not leveled. So, that's my point.
Yes. General, what's happening now is a function of how these proceedings have been structured. If I may use that term, the allegers, I don't even know that there is such a noun, were led first. And this was done after an explanation was given right at the beginning that that is how the process would unfold. Thereafter, the people implicated by the allegers, and you are one of them, would then be called. They would testify, give their side of the story, and would then be questioned by evidence leaders and obviously by us as well. And then right at the end, the allegers would come back. They would respond to what the implicated persons say, but, and importantly, and I hope this will go some distance towards addressing what you raise, which you see as being one-sided. When they come back, and after responding to what the implicated persons say, they too will be subjected to cross-examination. So that is how the Commission has chosen to structure the process. It is not going to be, right at the end you will see that it will not be, as you see it, one-sided. So Ms. Hassim is doing what was throughout envisaged, which is you tell your story and then you get questioned. Call it cross-examined. That is what is happening here. It is not one-sided.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'd only add, General, that it would go more smoothly if the answers were direct and we could move on. So there wouldn't need to be a constant back and forth on one issue all the time. So I'm going to continue.
And perhaps one crucial thing I thought of touching on as you were speaking, and I forgot now when I was responding to you, was I did not get a sense that you are not in a position to deal with these chats. Naturally, if you feel in respect of some that you are not able to, you are perfectly entitled to tell us so. But by and large, you have been able to deal with these chats and other evidentiary material for that matter. I'm touching on that in the context of you saying, I'm subjected to this process after all my devices were taken away from me. So, because your devices were taken away from me, perhaps you may not be able to respond to some of these things. In that event, feel free to tell us so. But as I say, overall, you appear to be able to deal with these chats and other evidentiary material.
Can I comment, Chair?
Yes, General.
It is my wish that immediately after General Munazi made a press briefing, and they say everyone must stop, give us the evidence of what you get. You can give your statement and everything, but then what then happened? Then they started the investigation and start seizing people, securing evidence now after effect. Now after effect, now they start seizing ours. And now arming themselves and deleting what needed to be deleted. That's what affects them. There's that unfair advantage on that side. Because now you go out there in public, you make some allegations. It was often referred to by the SG of the ANC to say that a senior officer going out there and making some disparaging allegations against people. Now, from there, then the investigation process starts. After making those allegations, now every little thing that was found in phones is being used. When the people's phones have been taken, theirs are not taken. So that's why I feel really that the playing field is not. But I've had a chair. I'm prepared, and I want to respond to these questions. Let's maybe perhaps proceed. I just wanted to register that uncomfortability of the fact that the playing field is not leveled, because I'm being thrown into the boxing ring with my hands tied at the back. I have nothing that I can refer to. I have no document that I can show. Don't have access to the office. I don't have access to any employee that I can talk to. Everything is being pushed in front of me here. Yes or no? What do you remember about this? Why were you discussing this? I have nothing to show. I wish we were all operating from the same strong points. Now I'm operating from a weak point of view from where I'm sitting. So I just wanted to say, I don't want to waste time really, Chair, but let's go according to this. I will respond to all of them, but I just wanted the evidence leader to also know that you are talking to a man who is blind now. Another one can see, another one is blind. And that's not a fair play.
Thank you, General. I've given the explanation that I gave. Thank you. Yes, Ms. Asim?
Thank you, General. So let me say to you also that we do have this evidence, and I want to give you an opportunity to comment. If you don't want to answer, then you don't. But you've said now you wish to respond to it, and I think we can get through this, expeditiously. Let me just take you to...
Just a minute, and perhaps for purposes of fairness and indeed even transparency for that matter. Ms. Killian, as a matter of law, I do not think that there is any bar to the General being assisted by his legal representatives, of course, having access to his devices for purposes of whatever responses he may want to give. I do not think there is any bar to that, and it's something that could and should, if it was seen as something necessary, have been done beforehand for the General to use for purposes of his responses, and indeed even for purposes of his own story, which he gave in the 90-page affidavit which, if there was anything to be gleaned from those devices, would possibly even have been more than the 90 pages. Nothing stood in the way of the general and being assisted, as I say, by his legal representatives. So I'm raising this just to address the issue of the fairness, the issue of him being blindfolded, the issue of his hands being tied to his back, and him having to fight in that position. It's just an issue I'm raising, Ms. Killian. You may comment on it if you wish to.
I'm indebted. The devices referred to by the witness are currently sub judice in terms of an application that was launched to decide the validity of the search warrants and the seizure itself. We then subsequently learned that those devices were moved out of the control of the police to an independent third party to assess. So that is the status at this point in time. We can attempt, but I have a dim hope that we will be granted access.
Ms. Hassim?
Thanks, Chair. Can I continue?
Yes. You may comment if you want to, or continue, whichever you...
I think, the General is legally represented, and his legal representative is best placed to address the concern that the General has. What I can say is the evidence that we're going through now is the evidence that's relevant to the witness. And it's not that we are only picking out certain parts of the evidence. There are obviously conversations that there'll be others to come who are going to have to answer questions, even from the contents of the devices that were obtained from Sergeant Nkosi. So just on the issue of, what's still to come. But on access to the devices, I think that I agree with the position of the Chair, and I think it's in the hands of the General's legal representatives to deal with.
I've been given to understand that the General will not, his testimony will not be finalized today, and that the General will be coming back at some future stage. I'm mentioning some future date. I'm mentioning that in the context of the possibility, Ms. Killian, that by then perhaps the devices may be back from this third party that you refer to. So that you and the General have access to them for purposes of extracting whatever material you may want to extract.
I'm indebted to
for the General's
Chair.
use.
We will attempt everything we can in order to gain access.
Yes, because I would be loath to see a situation where the General's testimony is finalized with a general feeling that he was treated unfairly because he did not have access to his devices when he feels that something useful to his testimony could have been gleaned from those devices.
Thank you, Chair.
You may continue with your questions, Ms. Hassim.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, let's try to get through this as quickly and painlessly as possible. We really are in the home stretch, I think, General. So the next page I'm taking you to is at page, where did I go? 217. It's 28 January 2025, and it's chat number 6. Okay, you'll see it's a press release, but let me go to see the actual press release.
217 of file number?
7.
Number 7, yes, I've got it.
It's chat number 6. You forward this press release to Sergeant Nkosi. You'll find the press release at page 296. If you don't want to go there, it's up on the screen.
I've gone through it.
Okay, so you forwarded this to Sergeant Nkosi. Do you want to say why you forwarded it to him, or do you have any comment to make on it?
Yes, let's go back to it. Now, to start with, I'm looking at the level of arrogance on the side of a disciplined police official who says, we will challenge them legally and deal with them, but if they want to come physically, we will meet on the field. You can't say that as a disciplined member of policemen. We are not criminals, we are not street fighters. Maybe perhaps it was just around about the comment. Now, when they talk about a smear campaign against him originate within the organization, but Kwenas insists and his team that are not backing down. Now, the smear campaign that is talking about, when there is an issue mentioned about General Mkwanas, he regards it as a smear campaign. But when he raises something about a person, he's investigating. And I want to give an example. Let's look at Kalagabusha Prison, Correctional Service, where members went to conduct a search at Kalagabusha Correctional. And they went because they received information. As they went inside and they searched the house, they found nothing. But as they leave the house inside the yard, but next to the door, there is a dustbin, they found drugs. Now, as to how General Mkwanas gets to call the policeman on the scene and speak to the policeman on the scene through the suspect's phone, and to me, it's wrong. Whether he was preventing a civil claim or whatever, I've listened carefully to the commissioners when they were raising about when General Libya sent the police at Mr. Katiso Molife's house. And then the question was, why didn't you send local police officials? How long did you stay there? Now, in this case, General Mkwanas as a provincial commissioner is not supposed to be involved, not even once, not even a call. Let the police do their work. Or rather, let them do their work, call them in and say, are you sure about this? Are you sure about this? Are you sure about this? But for him to say, I don't want that woman arrested, you leave that person there, and then you bring the docket. To me, it was interference. And this is what I wish the commissioners could also look at it and begin to also ask questions really as intensely so like the way I'm responding to those that affects me. So looking at that part, and it's not the only one, but I'm just saying that, look, let's balance the equation here. If there's any wrong he has done, he must also account to it, not him referring it as a smear campaign, but when it gets to others, he's investigating. When he meets certain people, like when he met Kat Matlala, he was investigating. When we speak or meet Matlala, no, we are a cartel. So I was just saying, let us approach this thing in a plain, fair, and square manner.
Okay. I've got that answer. Thank you. Let's just go to the next one. It's page 219 of file 7. Page 219. This is also sort of a press or some sort of story saying breaking police witnesses change statements for promotion. Police witnesses in the departmental case against Major General Feroz Khan. Prime Intelligence deliberately changed their affidavits in exchange for promotion. And then there's this long story about it, which Sergeant Nkosi forwards to you. That's on 2nd February 2025. Is there any comment you have on that?
It's long, I'm trying to read. Chair, it's long. I was reading it, but I'm afraid that it may take the chair and the commission's time. So I see the chart. What is the question around it?
Well, it's an article about this disciplinary inquiry that General Khan was subjected to. Sergeant Nkosi sends it to you. And my question to you is merely, what's your comment? What's your interest in this? Why did he send it to you?
It has got a number of issues, the way I see it, because in some instances they also talk about witnesses who said they will be promoted and given, they will be promoted to the next level if they give statements against Khan. Something like that. I saw that. And if I'm to offer a comment, I have a matter now in the DPCI where that involved a matter that involved, I think it's General Munazi, but where someone was promoted so that they can take him out of the environment. So it's something that is not in my affidavit, so I can't raise it now. But I'm just saying maybe the context of this is to say there were witnesses who were promised to be, maybe be promoted. I don't know I'm not the author of this document, so I don't know even at that time what was the content, because sometimes a person says, read this is what I came across. It can be anything.
Okay. That same article, sure, sorry. And I think it's probably better if we just display it rather than getting the general to go to the page. It's page 1031. 1030.
Where's my other phone?
And
1030.
We'll display it on the screen, so you don't have to flip through the files. 1030, that's the same article that Sergeant Nkosi is sharing with General Shabiri. And on the same date, 2nd February 2025.
It's the same message that we read.
Same article.
Yeah.
Okay. He sends it to you. He sends it to General Shabiri, as we see there. And then on page, and again, you don't have to go there because we can just display it. On page 623, you'll see that Sergeant Nkosi also shares that article with Steve Matsumi. 623.
It's now in file 8, General.
File 8.
File.
It's there.
623. I've got it. Yes, I've got it.
Okay. So this is another story that's sort of doing its rounds. And it goes not only to you, but it goes to General Shabiri and to Steve Matsumi. Do you have any comment on that?
I don't have any comment. I don't know why Nkosi sent it there.
Okay. Can we go to page 225?
The other...
File 7. And this time I think you should go to the file 225. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So 225, it's the first chat on that page. It is another sort of breaking news story that you forward to Sergeant Nkosi.
Yes.
About a national police rogue unit. And what it says is the NPA Investigative Directorate ID raids National Police Commissioner Fani Masemola and National Crime Intelligence Head Lieutenant General Kumalo officers after serving them with notices of arrest. This comes after an investigation lodged by Parliament's Police Portfolio Committee. National Police Commissioner appeared weak and shaken, etc. You see it, that's the article. You forward that to Sergeant Nkosi, and he responds to you saying, Ziyakhala manje. What did he mean?
Well...
What are you talking about with him here?
Well, firstly, I think when this message was circulating, I don't know whether I was with the National Commissioner or where, I know that there's nothing like the National Commissioner appeared weak and shaken. I don't think it was true. I didn't believe in it, but if I did send it also maybe to Sergeant Nkosi, and then it says Ziyakhala, it's his response, not for any other reason. And sometimes you find yourself sending something not because of you are circulating it, but because you want to confirm whether it's in fact true or not. From where was it? Because there are officials who are in a position to just get that information or to confirm whether is this true or not. Because remember that cases of IDEC or IPIT, we won't know about them and we won't have internal information about them. So sometimes when you find something like that, the same applies to when we all heard that maybe General Kumalo is arrested. Now, firstly, we're not sure whether it's true or not. And then when you send someone can also say, yes, it's true or it's not true, or I also heard that. So it just happened like that, unfortunately. But it wasn't meaning anything.
But the response by Sergeant Nkosi is Ziyakhala manje. Who is he referring to? Who are they?
He says Ziyakhala manje, which means...
Who's crying?
No, there's no they here.
So what is he saying to you?
He says Ziyakhala manje.
Okay.
Meaning what, General?
No, I wanted her to say it because...
Well,
because
why don't you tell us what it is saying?
What
What is he conveying to you?
In simpler terms, I would say it's now happening. My interpretation, Chair, that it is now happening. That's the simplest way of explaining it from my side.
And what did he mean by that? What did you understand by that? What's
Something
happening?
is happening.
What is happening?
Something is happening now.
Okay.
General, did the raid that is described there happen? Was there such a raid? And this article is on the 8th of June, of February. Was there such a raid by the time you distributed this thing to Sergeant Nkosi?
I don't think so. It never happened. To me, I think it was wrong.
Yes.
It never happened, I think.
Where did you get this from to be able to send it to Sergeant Nkosi?
I think it is something that was in circulation.
Sorry, what do you mean by that?
It was being circulated. If I had my device or somewhere, I was going to be able to say this is where I got it from.
So it was being circulated by people on their phones?
Yes.
Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Okay, and it was sent to you and then you forwarded
I'm
it?
one of the recipients, maybe who might have received it from anywhere.
Okay. And why did you think it was necessary to share it with Sergeant Nkosi?
Like I said, Chair, I think earlier when I responded is that sometimes when you send it, you're not sure whether it's true or not, but you hope that someone can actually tell you something and say it's not true or it's true.
You didn't think to ask whoever sent it to you? I mean, someone sent it to you. Why did you not think to ask them?
I might have. I don't know because I don't have the device, but I might have.
Thank you.
Okay, can we go to the next page 229? And it's chat number 3. It's another one of these news that are called breaking news, but it doesn't say what news outlet it comes from. You forward this to Sergeant Nkosi, another one of these press releases, breaking news, SAPS Crime Intelligence tops book, not guilty. And Sergeant Nkosi then responds to you with emojis of laughing faces and hands praising. What was this exchange about? What were you trying to say to Sergeant Nkosi?
I was not saying anything to him.
Why did you share this?
Because it's a person that I normally would also send to him because we find that we have spoken about it maybe. Because this has got history. This thing has got history. The history behind this, the context here, it's important to put it. When General Khan was implicated together with General Kadwa of the DPCI. But when they were being charged, the DPCI doesn't charge General Khan, but they charge General Khan. They don't charge their General Khan, but CI charges General Khan. Then I say to General Kumalo, are you sure you want to charge General Khan, and especially expeditiously? So, on a matter of 2021, expeditious, when a person has been working and you want to fire him to deal with this matter expeditiously, I suggest that why don't you take the normal route? And then he didn't agree. And then he charged General Khan expeditiously. And then as he charged General Khan expeditious, General Khan went to court, approached the court. And then I said to General Kumalo, don't go to court because you're going to lose. He didn't listen. Then General Khan went to court and then he won. So General Kumalo lost. So I said, but we told you not to go to court because you're going to lose. And he lost. Now, based on that, maybe perhaps I have had maybe a discussion, of course, or maybe it was just something that shows that he lost or he was cleared. So that is why I know the question is, but why was it important for you to share it with General Khan? I mean, with Nkosi. I've shared many with Nkosi of similar nature, in particular where it also involved General Munazi, because we were mostly talking about it.
What was this matter about, General? What was General Khan being disciplined for?
He was being disciplined for being involved in an operation together with the DPCI that involved people who were found to have been in possession of drugs. So General Khan was one of the people who were called, and then he apparently called the DPCI, and then I don't know who also he called. I am not so familiar with the facts of that particular matter, but safe to say that apparently General Khan called the DPCI took over the matter or whatever that happened. I don't know the facts. But in my case, when it reaches my desk, was to say, I don't suggest that you should, because I first called General Lebe and say, General, how do you intend dealing with this report from IPIT that says these people must be charged?
So there was a report.
There was a report.
So you would know the facts because you must have read the report, which is also indicated in you being able to discuss it with General Kumalo not to charge. But you got the report, you read it, so you know the facts.
Yeah, there's a report that says they were supposed to be charged.
And the facts are what? The facts, and the facts, because we've had another witness testifying, and the facts that drugs got lost in an operation that General Khan was involved with, and he was being accused of a role or involvement in the disappearance of the drugs. I mean, you know those facts.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know the exact facts. I read the report quite some time ago. Yes. I know the facts. My bone of contention was,
yes,
General, if General Lebeya was saying, I'm also disciplining him and then expeditiously, I say, what happens on the left-hand side, let it happen on the right-hand side. Let us also then deal with him in that way. Then if General Lebeya said, no, this is an old matter of 2021, and I don't think I agree with this report of IPIT. So I said to General Kumalo, it will be unfortunate if you were to charge General Khan expeditiously so when General Kadwa in the TPCI is not being dealt with the same way.
Okay. General, what I mean, I'm the one that asked you the question, so allow me to interrupt you because you have answered. In this page 229, so now we have cleared with you that you knew the facts, and the facts involved allegations and a charge that General Khan had a hand or a role involvement in the loss or disappearance of drugs in an operation he was involved with. You have there, so you forward this to Sergeant Nkosi, and then he responds with emojis. I must say I'm not an expert in emojis, but he's laughing. He sends you laughing emojis and hands that ordinarily, in my limited experience with emojis, indicate celebration. He responds, you send him this, and he responds with that kind of celebratory, what I say is a celebratory response. What do you make of it? When Sergeant Nkosi responds this way to General Khan has been acquitted in what was serious allegations of misconduct.
If the news is that Sergeant Khan has been acquitted, and then the commissioner feels that maybe it was in a celebratory move. I think maybe to say someone has been acquitted and someone is in a celebratory, it's also...
Yes, what I'm asking you is when you receive this WhatsApp, which is a celebratory message, well, symbols, it has celebratory symbols. When you receive this, what I'm asking is what you share, the celebration, you not consent that a police officer who may not be guilty of misconduct has been acquitted of such serious misconduct. And he has a junior officer who is celebrating about it, your friend of course, but a junior officer finds cause to celebrate about it. You were okay with that reaction from Sergeant Nkosi?
Well, I wasn't celebrating, and as far as I'm concerned.
No, I'm asking him, I'm saying about him. I agree you're communicating with Sergeant Nkosi. There's a reason why you're sharing this,
yes.
General.
Yes.
And then you elicit or you evoke a response from him, which is a celebratory reaction. And I'm saying you are DNC crime detection, and he is a junior officer who celebrates something like this. You were okay with it? And really, you can say yes or no.
No. As far as I'm concerned, because of the fact that he was already involved, between me and General Mkhwanazi, I didn't have a problem in sharing with him. Similarly, so even General Mkhwanazi had no problem to share with Nkosi.
Okay.
But the fact that I've been reminded, as Commissioner, as you were talking, is that the other thing that, as a background, that I was fighting with General Khumalo was in relation to the Khan's discipline was that my problem, General Khumalo, is the fact that you might be accused how you handling this matter. Firstly, you are doing it expeditiously when it's a very old matter of almost 3 years old. Secondly, you go get General Mkhwanazi to be the chair, you go get General Khumalo, also from KZN, he was with the task force as well from KZN. I said, why don't you balance this thing, at least go get one of them from a different province. And then as a result of that, that is how it happened, that I ended up arguing with General Khumalo. But Nkosi was always aware, because me and him discussed a lot with General Mkhwanazi. We were working together in trying to make sure that the relationship is sound between ourselves.
Right. Thank you, General. Ms. Hassan?
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm going to move on to page 224. Here at chat number 6. And it's a message, it's from you to Sergeant Nkosi, and you say, confirmed that investigating director told NASCOM today they are investigating Khumalo and his team, Ray, a list of offences. Do you want to comment on that?
I was reading Chair evidence. What questions was that?
Do you want to comment on that? You're informing Sergeant Nkosi of the investigation into Khumalo and his team.
Yes.
You're letting him know what information you've gleaned from either the National Commissioner or from the investigating directorate.
Do you want to please repeat the question, Ms. Masi? Oh, sorry. Oh, still reading. Sorry.
You see why I take a little bit of time, Chair, is that I'm drawn to chart 6 straight, and I try to look at the previous above so that I can follow logic, and then it must flow as to how did we get here. Now I see up there it was like when you look at chart 3, it says she was informed this morning, either it happened last night or this morning. He was stabbed by a 23-year-old boy of next door. Then which means someone was stabbed and died or whatever, something like that. Now I'm here at chart number 6 where it's confirmed that investigating directorate told NASCOM today they are investigating Kumalo and his team a list of offenses. So like I'm saying, I can't deny that I sent this. I'm operating from a position of weakness. Just to say that I don't deny I sent it, but I'm not sure whether all this chart, I must have sent them, all of them, whether there were some that could have been inserted. Why I'm saying this? When you remember when the head of IDEC was in Parliament at the Portfolio Committee, she did confirm that when she received Mr. Matala's phone, there were messages that were deleted and some were inserted. Now I'm sitting with a situation where I don't say, and I don't want to run away to that corner of saying maybe messages were inserted. If I did send them, I'll take them. If they were inserted at this point in time, because I'm operating blindfolded at this point in time. I'm flying in darkness now. I'm just saying, if I did send it, the question is, why did you send it? I don't know. But all I can say is that maybe I was just sharing to a person that I know that will know about this thing.
Okay.
General, the concern that I have with these messages, and maybe this makes the point very clearly, is that we have seen from evidence so far, as you've been testifying, that Sergeant Nkosi is speaking to Mr. Matala, speaks to Mr. Matsumi. You can say, well, there's nothing wrong with him speaking to General Shabiri because they are all in the SAPS, but you get information like this about a colleague of yours, and then you share it with somebody who is very close to people that are, at least, let me say Mr. Matala, one of them at least, is very much the subject of serious allegations against before us. This is in February 2025, and you are a senior person who gets this kind of information. I accept there's no context to it here, but there's been telephone calls. I want to assume that it's information you get by virtue of your position. And then you go and share it with a junior or 5 levels lower than you. Obviously not in a work context. It's not because of your job, because it has nothing to do with him. You're sharing with a friend. But that friend, on the evidence before us, until he answers, he will come back and maybe he will be able to explain, give us innocent explanations. But that friend, so far as we sit here, is someone who's close to Mr. Matala, and it's problematic that you're sharing information like this with him, for me.
Yeah, I understand, commissioners. The only concern that I have still is that you are sitting with WhatsApps or chats that are condensed into a series of charts that are coming from this one to that one. Where I'm sitting, I'm reading about a document that is being presented to me as evidence about the chart that supposedly took place between either certain individuals or myself being involved, with my device not in my possession myself. So I really don't know how to say how it came about or why. I may be able to respond in some. In some, I may have to fall back and say, but look, I see this message, but whether I really send it or share this information, in the absence of my devices as well, I will accept, because the bottom line is it shows chat between General Sibia and Ngozi. I will accept. But I'm not so 100% sure as to whether could there have been any interference or inserted. I don't know.
I guess for what it's worth, when Sergeant Nkosi testified, I think right at the beginning, he accepted that these chats are from his telephone. So he didn't raise the issue with that. In fact, he was asked specifically, do you accept these are chats from from your telephone, your being Sergeant Nkosi's, and he accepted that. So he hasn't placed any particular chat in dispute.
I don't have a comment.
Thank you, General. Back to you, Ms. Esson.
Thank you, Commissioner. Can I take you to page 250? 250. Chat number 2. You there? Chat number 2.
250, chat number 2.
Yes, 26 June 2025. And here Sergeant Nkosi shares with you a News 24 article on the arrest of General Khumalo. You'll find the article. It's too small in that chat box, but you'll find the actual article on page 3033. There it is. Okay, so that's the article that Sergeant Nkosi sends to you on 26 June. This is about General Khumalo's arrest. Okay. And then immediately after sending you the article, in chat number 3, he says, are you there?
Yes.
He says to you, we are the ones effect arrest. And then he follows that immediately with another message saying, we still here. What did he mean by that? What did you understand by that?
I quite honestly speaking do not believe that Sergeant Nkosi could say we are the one effecting arrest, because it doesn't work for IDEC. And I know that General Khumalo was arrested by IDEC. I don't know under what circumstances would he be the one to have been there to effect the arrest.
Could it mean that he's saying we can take credit for the arrest because of the role that he played? By saying we are the one effect arrest, we still here, he's saying to you.
Does this come from the evidence leader, or is what the evidence leader suggests that comes from Sergeant Nkosi? Because
No,
to say...
I'm asking you, You're saying it can't be that he's saying we are the one effect arrest because it wasn't Sergeant Nkosi that effected the arrest.
Yes.
I'm saying to you, could it be that what he's trying to say is that we, whoever the we are, take credit for it because of some role that he played that led to the arrest?
Maybe Ms. Hassim, before the general answers. I'm trying to find in my notes, I'm sure there is a set of WhatsApp exchanges where Sergeant Nkosi appears to be speaking to somebody else, and that somebody else is the one that's saying we are still here, we are the one that effected the arrest. So this may well be forwarded messages. I'm working through my notes and I'm trying to find where, because I did note it.
It's possible.
Yeah.
It's possible that Sergeant Nkosi forwarded that message to you to say we are the one affected arrest, we still here. So let's take it at that they were forwarded, messages that Sergeant Nkosi forwarded to you, meaning it was somebody else who wrote those texts. What did you understand by it?
The way I understand it, I can't say why did I understand. What I understand now, he was telling me that we are the one affecting arrest. It could still be, we're still here. Let's say, for instance, because it came as a shock to everybody when they said General Khumalo is being arrested at the airport or has been arrested. And then I was not told, I didn't know. He reports to me, I didn't know. The National Commissioner didn't know. And then all of us didn't know. We were all trying to find out, and then I didn't know who to find out from. Then I also asked him, and then maybe he also asked somebody, and then somebody then said, we're still here, we are the one effecting arrest. So it's just possible for that.
Okay. So he's sharing information with you about the arrest?
It's possible.
Okay, so I think it's on the same page. It's at chat number 5 at 15:01. He sends a picture of General Khumalo, I think, being arrested. If you look at page 3, don't go to 304. You can just look at the screen. This might be easier than flipping back and forth. So you're saying he's just sharing that with you to keep you abreast?
Yes, but I can't see the people displayed there.
Okay. Let's just go to the chat below that. You'll see it's number 6 at 16:59. He sends you an image, and the larger version of that image is at page 305. And we'll just, okay, you might need to look at it because it's redacted. Page 305. Do you know what that is an image of?
It's someone's diary, but I see the diary on top, beneath the piece of paper where the list of names of the individuals that were arrested. And this could simply mean that maybe someone had to go and obtain a list of the people arrested and their names, SAP number, something like that, SAP 14 number.
Okay, so this is an image of the people who were arrested. It's firstly, it includes General Khumalo, you see that.
Yes.
And then others who were arrested with General Khumalo, is that right?
That's correct.
And the CAS numbers.
Yes.
And do you know where that image comes from that Sergeant Nkosi is sharing with you?
I really don't know because it's not my handwriting.
Okay.
Ms. Asim?
Yes.
If you look at 479, I think that's where I was reading. And if you look at this, when I said that he may have been forwarding from somebody else at 479, when you look at the timestamps, there's a sequence of communication which culminates in this document that you were looking at now, the diary. So 479 to 480. That's where I drew from, that someone else made the arrest and may have informed Sergeant Ngosi for whatever reason.
Well, maybe we can go there, General, to page 479. Okay, and if you have a look at those exchange of messages on 479 between you and Sergeant Nkosi. So this is a fuller version of the exchange. If you start at
it actually starts in the preceding page.
Preceding page.
Yeah.
There's an image.
See the image, yes.
And you'll see in that image, well, you can't see the image very clearly. It might have been it's a picture of somebody that Sergeant Nkosi sends to you. And then he makes a call to you. You respond to him saying, "It's not him." He responds to you to say, "People who arrested him, they were getting in cells in front, just zoom," meaning, I assume, zoom to the picture. And then it goes on with the picture of the article by the News 24 arrest. And then he says to you, "General Gabriela and Brig Madondo, General Kumalo, are those the three who were arrested?"
Yes.
And then again, "We are the one effect arrest, we still here." And then that picture that we saw earlier from behind. And then he says to you, "They are 7. And then he sends to you the list of the 7 with the case numbers. Yes.
These are forwarded messages.
I think so too.
Quite honestly speaking, because if he got something and maybe he sends to me, this could have been because when you work with a person, you also know the language of a person. So I don't think this was just.
No, I think there are forwarded messages. Why is he forwarding all of these messages to you?
If let's say I said I heard that this is happening, can you please check for me or find out? Or I don't know how, because under normal circumstances, I could speak to the DIFCOM, I could speak to any of the senior officials to tell me not Ngosi per se, but also, it's also possible that Ngosi came across it and just sent to me without me really interacting with him, because sometimes even when you get something, it's not like you invited it and he just sent. So I can't explain at this point in time and create an impression like we were really sitting, me and him, waiting for the arrest, and we were just, he was I was asking, he was coming back to me. It's something that he might have gotten and also forwarded.
And did you have any conversation with him about this after he forwarded it to you?
I'm not sure at this point in time.
Okay. I'm going to go to one last page. Well, one last.
Maybe before that, while they're still at 478, General, do you know at 478, the very first chat, there's a long chat, you may read it if you wish, but the part that I'm interested in to hear your comment is where Sergeant Nkosi says, all these is an obstruction to your new position waiting for you. Whether they like it or not, you will resume that position. Do you know what he's talking about? What conversations were you having with him about the new position?
478.
And now with Ms. Hassim, 478. If you have, you may not have a comment, but I would like to hear what conversations were being had and why he would say what he said. It's chat number 1, and it's the 3rd paragraph from the bottom or from the top. All these.
This message must have been coming from, as you see, don't worry much general, which means somebody was talking to me and saying, this too is under the control of our Father. The Lord is watching when your name is being dragged and teared apart for no apparent reason. Look and watch the end of this God wants to glorify himself with, because you said it publicly that you must trust and love the Lord. He will protect you publicly. Psalm 91, for God shall deliver you from the fowlers, experts of in traps, and arrows planned against, for God is with you. Family and prayer warriors, it's time to get to our winning corner and pray with our brother. Victory is certain. All this is an obstruction to your new position waiting for you. Whether they like it or not, you will resume that position. I have so much faith in you, my brother. You will make it. We are praying and will never be deterred. So this one...
Maybe firstly, you're saying this was forwarded. Sergeant Nkosi was forwarding to you from somebody.
No, I don't think it comes from Nkosi.
No, but this is... Oh, you are forwarding to Nkosi.
I must have forwarded to Nkosi.
I see.
All the people that are praying for me will say to me, this is difficult. As difficult as it is, we will pull through. Let's keep on praying.
I was more interested.
Saying even this one,
yes,
it could be that because there was a time where the battle was fierce, where things were happening, and my name, my name is not the first time being associated with corruption, but when you look at what is it that is corrupt that this man has done, you will never find any.
General, I understand the prayer part. I was asking about that paragraph which speaks about a new position waiting for you. Whether they like it or not, you will resume that position. I was simply asking, what was this a reference to? What conversations were happening about you having a new position? That's all I'm asking.
You see, Chair, I am a Christian. And when, let's say, for instance, during my Thanksgiving ceremony, and those that were praying, and it was a church service, Thanksgiving, it was a big church service, then some of them will say to you, in fact, you're still going to experience more where God wants you to be. It will be in that context,
okay.
No,
that's
new position.
Fine. That's fine. That's an answer. Thank you, General.
Okay, the last page on this chat's General. It's page 254. Okay, chat number 1 and 2, you forward 2 screenshots to Sergeant Nkosi. But the actual screenshots you'll find on page 312. Are you at 312?
Yes.
Okay. So can you help us with this? Because you've sent these screenshots. It looks like a screenshot between, it's a conversation between someone and the National Commissioner. Again, it's forwarding that same News 24 article. And then it says, the person says to the National Commissioner, just so you know, I opened the case against this crook. I understand you have privately stated you will not suspend him or any of the others going down with him. You are given until Monday to suspend them all. I will launch an urgent application in the High Court and also call for your suspension. Louis Vuitton bag for the wife or not. And then the next message on the next screenshot is, any response, Fani, please? And then again, Fani, why you don't respond? I have another query. It is known that Khumalo flatly refused to report to DNC, saying he would only report to you. Why? Further, it has been alleged that when you signed off on the 2 million rand property purchases by CI, you not only failed to ensure a proper competitive process was followed, but you also received a substantial kickback for your flexibility. Would this explain the fact that when you were appointed as commissioner, you were in substantial debt, but are now 100% debt-free and living a life of luxury beyond your means? Please advise, I have requested Cyril to fire you in the interest of cleaning up the police. So these are the 2 screenshots that you forward to Sergeant Nkosi, right? He responds, Ziyakhala manje, etc. So where did you get these screenshots? Who's the person who's sending this to the National Commissioner?
I guess at this point in time, the evidence leader was the one that's supposed to say and to show me that this thing come from your phone and this is what is written on top. Because now, at this present moment, you are asking me, who did I receive from? I don't know if I ever received it because I don't have my phone.
Okay, if that's your answer, that's your answer. I don't have your phone either. That's why I'm asking you, because you forwarded these messages to Sergeant Nkosi. So if you don't remember who sent this to you, and that's fine. Then you don't
all I know is that I'm not the author of this, and then as to where did I receive from, at this point in time, I'm not in a position to say. And whether this was an inserted message or not, I don't know. The only disadvantage with me is that I'm dealing in a situation where my phones are in some people that are accusing me's hands. And what they're doing with my devices, I don't know. Whether all these communications come from me or were inserted or someone's was saved as General Sibia at this side, someone was saved as General Nkosi this side. This exchange is being sent and then posted here. I also don't know. I'm just saying where I'm sitting. I'm talking from a position of weakness.
Do you have any comment on what Sergeant Nkosi said in response to you after sending those WhatsApps?
Well, yeah, I see Ziyakhala manje.
And then the next one.
Abahambe, now is the time. I also don't know whether it's just a forwarded message or not, but personally, Ziyakhala manje, normally it's today's lingo. When something is happening, someone will say Ziyakhala manje. In many ways. Even myself, where I'm sitting like now, someone is writing something to somebody saying, Ziyakhala manje. Even when you listen to TikTok, someone is saying, hey, ziyakhala manje. So what I'm saying is that ziyakhala manje is the language of the day. So it's not as specifically designed only for this one. It's ziyakhala manje as I'm sitting here.
Yeah,
but general in context, ziyakhala doesn't mean TikTok or anything like that. It's about the arrest that is contained in these messages. It's about the arrest picture. It's about the messages that are being sent to General Masemola to say, you Louis Vuitton, I will also go to court, and. So this ziyakhala, its context is this. And I mean, I don't know if it's capable of a direct translation, but what it does mean, I think we do understand it. It means this person is saying it's now happening.
It's now happening.
Yes, it's now happening.
So I was suspended. Someone said ziyakhala manje. So I'm just saying it's a language loosely used.
If Sergeant Nkosi said that to you, let's just forget about TikTok or the general public. If he said that to you, what would you understand him to mean?
It's now happening.
So that would be the context.
That would be the context.
Between the two of you.
In all instances.
Yeah.
The chair says ziyaduma.
Yes, and ziyaduma namanje.
Old lingo.
Yeah, even now ziyaduma, chair.
Okay, I'm going to leave that there. There's probably more we could ask you about it, but I think we've got the gist of your answer. So, General, there's only now one last topic that remains for me to address with you. And again, I must do this. It's my job. And I need to go back to your statement for this purpose. It's in relation to Mr. Brown Mokotsi, because you've given us a statement in which you deal with allegations of, in fact, your heading is allegations of a potentially corrupt relationship with Brown Mokotsi, and then you have 4 paragraphs on it. So you've given us your version on this. But Mr. Mokotsi has come here and has said things. So I'm going to say to you what his version is, so that
Advocate
you can...
Hassim, I've suggested that they remove files 7, 8, 9. Are we done with them?
Yes.
And then they put his statement file next to him, just so that he can follow. One.
And 10A, which is the transcript of 10A. The transcript of Mr. Mokotsi.
So, General, next to you is file 1, your original statement, and 10A. And you can remove the rest.
Ready?
Yes, Chair, I just wanted to ask an honest question. I've been here since this morning responding to 4 different senior counsels, and all of them asking difficult questions, responding. I sleep late, I wake up late, and I was told that, okay, today let's go up until 7 o'clock. We are now after 8, and I don't mind really having to respond to this, but I still believe that it gets to a point where a man's brain can only consume or absorb up to a certain under pressure. And I can go, but it's not a question of me proving to the country that I can go up until 12 o'clock midnight. But I'm just saying, at some point, I feel exhausted under the circumstances. And I can go read this thing, and then when we come back and deal with it. But if it's a chess ruling that, look, Ziakala Manje, you are here, let it be. I will go.
All I will say, General, is you referred to 4 senior counsel. I will say these are the 3 senior counsel. I used to be a long time ago. I'm even rusty now because I'm no longer senior counsel.
That one is a serious, honest mistake, Chair.
No, I'm just kidding, General. How long do you think this is going to be, Ms. Hassan?
I have about 4 or 5 questions. It's not a lot, so subject to interventions from the panel, I'll put each of those and ask the witness to respond, maybe 15, 20 minutes.
Ms. Killian, do you?
Speaking for myself, I'm exhausted, but it's not about me. If we can maybe just have a comfort break to continue after that.
Yes.
We rather pull through rather than having another comfort break and coming back again. I feel I am mentally I'm exhausted, and I have to pull through.
Let us meet counsel outside. Let's adjourn.
Should we say Ziakala Manje, General? We're ready to resume.
General, we understand what you've said. You've said in so many words that you are exhausted now. We do not think it would be fair to you to continue under the circumstances. So your testimony, or the hearing of your testimony, is adjourned to a date to be determined at a later stage. We will adjourn and resume at 10 tomorrow. Let's adjourn.
Thank you, Chair.
Whew.